between 16 and 32 ports that the Iranians operate either here in the Persian Gulf or out here in the Gulf of Oman. And these would be some of the ports that the U.S. Navy would try and interdict in this blockade, all right? Trying to force Iran's hand. We showed you this yesterday. I want to go back to it yet again, okay? In the yellow marker here, I can show you what the Iranians want to happen and what the normal trade has been. This is the normal shipping route, right? It goes over the tip of Oman here, United Arab Emirates here, Iran is over here. And this is what the Iranians want around this island here, all right? That's called Larak, L-A-R-A-K, and that's what the Iranians would like to see happen. However, what we're seeing right now with this bottleneck here in the Strait of Hormuz, there is a handful of ships going through. What we're trying to show you here are 4 Chinese-linked vessels. Some carry oil, some do not, all right? 4 different ones here. Once the blockade was set up, they were en route, all right, to the island of Larak and then turned around. Same for these 2 over here, but there was one report from overnight. Lauren Simonetti from Fox Business had it. This is the Rich Starry track, okay? You see it in yellow. It came through here, it paused, and then overnight it did traverse the Strait of Hormuz. So that's one, okay, as that blockade continues. So here's the marine traffic we've been looking at. You see all the red dots, all the green dots? On the screen behind me, again, this is Oman. Here's UAE, this is Iran up here, and that's that island I've been referring to up there at the top of your screen. Everything in red you see, that is an ocean-carrying vessel that has either oil or oil products. Everything in green is cargo. But you see the logjam here off the coast of UAE and also here off the coast of Oman? They've been sitting there now for several weeks. Now, if the U.S. Navy were to interdict a ship at sea, this is basically what happens. These are the rules of the sea now. You issue the warning, the ship is boarded, the papers are checked. If they pass, they're okay. If they don't, we might have issues. The ship then could be boarded and searched, and finally it's detained, it's rerouted, or eventually it is released. Those are the laws of the sea right now for the U.S. Navy.
Now, those are the rules. You don't like the rules, doesn't matter. Our Navy controls the Strait of Hormuz. That's it. That's it. And this is going to go a long way to create more leverage against Iran. Hormuz is open. Okay, the United States is not closing the Strait of Hormuz. They are enforcing a naval blockade only of Iranian ports and Iranian shipping. 6 merchant vessels. Here it is. More than 10,000 U.S. sailors, Marines, and airmen, along with over a dozen warships and dozens of aircraft, are executing the mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports during the first 24 hours. No ships made it past the U.S. blockade, and 6 merchant vessels complied with the direction from U.S. forces to turn around to re-enter an Iranian port on the Gulf of Oman. The blockade is being enforced impartially against vessels of all nations entering or departing Iranian ports and coastal areas, including all Iranian ports on the Arabian Gulf and Gulf of Oman. U.S. forces are supporting freedom of navigation for vessels transiting the Strait of Hormuz to and from Iranian ports. The door is closed on Iran. So far, at least, Iranian ports are now closed. This is the key. If the blockade holds, and there's little reason to think it wouldn't because Iran doesn't have a navy, this is not only going to reveal Iran's tough talk about the Strait of Hormuz as an utter sham, this from this piece in Red State, but it will also tighten the screws on the 7th century barbarians who are still technically in charge of Tehran. This could be the end game. This will strangle Iran's economy by shutting off their imports. That's the way to do it. And now you hear, oh, we want to come back to the table. You know, look, there is no table. You know what you need to do. Turn over your uranium. Frankly, if you're the regime, just leave. But they don't want to do that. They have the pride. Fine, you're going to have your economy strangled. I'm going to play this clip from Stephen Miller. When we come back, we got to get to a word from our friends at goldencrestmetals.com/LFA first. Here you go.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year. 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year. or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
That is goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Let me play this clip here from Stephen Miller about the blockade and what this really means for Iran. This was Stephen Miller on with Jesse Waters.
They said the president had no plan to secure the strait, and looks like it's going pretty well.
Never listen to a panickin, Jesse. You will do very well in life. Ignore the panicins, right? They were the ones who warned of calamity in Venezuela, and it ended up being one of the greatest single foreign policy, military, geopolitical maneuvers in world history. What you're watching now in Iran with the implementation of this blockade is the total resetting of the American power dynamic for the next 100 years. President Trump is saying, we, the United States, have the world's not just most powerful military, most powerful navy. And whoever controls the seas is able to control the outcomes in any foreign policy showdown. And so President Trump has put Iran in a box. He's played the checkmate move. And so now, no matter what path Iran chooses, America wins. If Iran chooses the path of a deal, then that's great for the world. That's great for everybody. If Iran chooses the path of economic strangulation by blockade, then the world will pass Iran by. New energy routes will be established. New supply chains will be established. Other nations throughout the region, throughout the world, and especially America, will power the world, and Iran will become a footnote. So that's the choice Iran has, and President Trump has put America into a win-win posture.
That's not just spin. Those are the facts. Iran needs to be able to export their oil and also import petroleum products as well. As that Red State piece mentioned, they are a major petroleum supplier, yes, but Iran actually imports gasoline and they import diesel fuel due to shortfalls in their own refining capacity. The ongoing conflict has resulted in a global increase in energy prices, particularly gasoline and diesel, but there's an opportunity here to strangle Iran's economy by shutting off those imports. Is this going to force the Iranian regime or whatever's left of it back to the bargaining table? That's yet to be seen, but their appearance in Pakistan in the last round of talks seemed characterized by an arrogant presumption on the part of the Iranian representatives, wherein they presumed they still had some cards left to play. They don't. They don't. If you strangle their economy with this blockade, and if the United States can reasonably prove to the rest of these shipping folks, these tankers, that there are no mines in the Strait of Hormuz, you may see the Strait open and Iran be the only ones, as Stephen Miller said, Iran be the only ones who aren't benefiting from it. You know what? F around and find out. You don't have to bomb them out of civilization. You could just strangle their economy to death. It'll be a slow death. But you've destroyed their navy. You've destroyed their air defenses. It's in their best interest not to fire on U.S. ships. Because you know what happens after they do that? The big bombs start falling. Let's see what happens in the next couple days as negotiations were rumored to be starting again. All right, J.D. Vance with a final message and a send-off I want to play for you here.
A lot of people want the SAVE Act. I want the SAVE Act. I've been fighting for the SAVE Act literally since day one of the administration. And I've seen a lot of people saying, what the hell's the point of voting for these guys if, you've got 3 Republicans joining with the Democrats to prevent the SAVE Act from passing, or I guess 4 Republicans. And here's my response to that. Yes, it is annoying to me that there are only 45 or 46 Republicans who will fight politically to get the SAVE Act passed. But you know what? 10 years ago, that number was 35. So the answer to frustration is engagement. Don't give up on this process. Get more involved in this process and demand more from people like me. That's how we take our country back. I just think it's important to say that.
Please take what he just said to heart. Show that video to another friend of yours. Don't get demoralized. Get engaged. You see a problem, be the fixer. You want to criticize the administration, as J.D. Vance said, that's fine. But don't black pill. Don't demoralize others. We've been through this with the QAnons for a while. Oh, they're selections, not elections. Oh, your votes don't matter. You had people before 2024 saying, unless the machines are gone, we're not going to win. They were wrong. Ditch those people. They are demoralizers. I'm not telling you everything's great and perfect. You know this is not the Hopium show. I don't make things up. My goal is to win elections. I don't care who's number one on the podcast. It doesn't matter. Win. I want to win. Please get involved. Start from the ground up. Locally, all the way up to president. Form those healthy habits. Participate in every election. Be there on primary day. Bring 10 friends with you. If you don't have 10 friends, start with the friends that you do have. That's okay. They'll bring their friends. Build a grassroots army and win. Get engaged and stay engaged. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFA TV. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. And we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Folks, I saw a comment too, said the machines still need to go. I agree. But we can beat them. We've proven that. So it's not the ultimate obstacle. All right. Jeremy Herrell up next. Subscribe to us anywhere you get your podcasts by searching for Ungoverned on Apple Podcasts and Spotify. We'll back tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, rumble.com/LFA TV. I'm also on 1210 WPHT today, this afternoon, 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Eastern. Follow me on social media. I'll be posting the links there where you can watch. Thanks so much for watching and listening. We'll see you back here tomorrow. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to rumble.com/LFA TV or LFATV.us. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot, And as you know, if you're a fan of the show, I am broadcasting from the Midwest Hawkeye state of Iowa. Go Hawkeyes, IOWA. Good to be here with you today. Please let me introduce to you Mr. Damn Skippy himself, producer Eli, wearing that beautiful red, white, blue cowboy hat, ready to rock and roll. Here we go, baby.
What's going on, Lfa Tv family and patriots? It's time to hit the like button, hit the share button, and we really need you to do it because we got to get these numbers up. So let's get some patriots in here. What do you say? Let's get to work.
Patriots with quick fingers, trigger fingers. GR Messick is here. Nick is in the building. How are you? Laterer and Fun Mom Sophie is here. How you doing? The Joy of the Lord is in here. Wild Rose, Deb Pollen, Jay Deeds. Joanne is here. How you doing? Sean 16049 is here. How you doing? Good to see you. We've got Cat Lover here. We've got C. Michaels in the building. Barb Naylor, It's Me 77. CVLR, Mustache. Kathy Ratcliffe, Scotty is here. Suzanne Vermontis is here. C. Ward in the building. And much, much more. Wow, look at all you guys. You guys are great. Mermaid Mills, Jedi Legend Ryu. We got Willie Rumble here. The great guy Gary is in the building. Serby and Andrea. Suzanne Pillmore. JVHS is here. Lisa is in the building. The One I Am is here. Linda, how you doing? Good to see you. And let's give it to Kendra Olson. Well, guys, good morning. Welcome to Live from America. Welcome to LFA TV. Welcome to rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to the podcast, wherever you get your podcast audios from. So maybe it's Spotify, maybe it is Apple, iTunes, whatever it is, iHeartRadio. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. You get both Rise Up and you get Live from America. You can't beat it. Check it out. Download it today. Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Also, LFATV.us. LFATV.us is our official website. That's where you can go and watch current shows. You'll see as soon as you get there, it says Watch Live. LFA TV right now. We're always live, 24/7. So you can click that, and it'll bring you right to the front page on Rumble. Once you're on Rumble, you can either watch what's live or you can watch all of the past shows on their own by themselves. At the end of every show, we make it public for each person to be able to watch just that specific show. So if you want to watch Ungoverned with Sean Farish, go watch Ungoverned. You don't have to go to the all-day stream and try to fast forward through it. You want to watch Rise Up? Go watch Rise Up. By the way, big shout out to Will Johnson, who did Rise Up this morning. Did a great job as always. You're not on Sirius XM Radio. No, I'm not. Sirius would have to, actually buy the show in order for that, or do a deal with me in order to have that on there. I've never reached out to them. Maybe I will. Who knows? We do have, by the way, that's where you can donate, watch current news, read current news, and sign up for the newsletter. And we very much encourage the donations. Remember, if everybody in here gave $1 a day, we would never need another sponsor, and we could grow. Think about that. And we could grow. We're kind of stuck solid right now because we just get enough funds just to operate. That's why you don't see us going everywhere. I will be going to D.C. next month, though. So we're going to definitely get the most out of that. So donations huge. And also, later today, Ben Bergquam coming on the program at the 1 p.m. hour to talk about his run-in with Eric Swalwell and much more. Eli, I know you wanted to say something.
I was just going to say, if you ever did get on Sirius Radio, I just thought of the greatest ever advertisement. You get Cousin Eddie to go, "You on Sirius, Clark?" You go, "Yes, I am, Eddie. Yes, I am."
You on Sirius, Clark? Ben is amazing, says Kimberly. Well, he'll be on today. We're going to talk about what's going on in D.C. The evil that's being exposed seemed to be God doing it because it's at the right time, right prior to the rededication of this country back to God. So that's what him and I are going to discuss today, along with a lot of other things that are going on in D.C. right now. But I'm going to ask you to do me a favor. It is 11:07 Eastern Time. We have 2888 in the live chat. We get to 3888. The minute we get to 30, you know what? The minute we get to 39, how about that? The minute we get to 39, me and Eli start giving away a bunch of overstock stuff on the store. How about that? So then maybe they'll encourage your fingers to get going today. Who knows? All right, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, we're going to go to the first and foremost section here before we, well, let's get to this video first. I just had a monitor go out of here. Of course I did. That's what happens when you don't start early in the morning. We're going to play this video, and then we're going to fix the monitor, okay? How about that? Let's do it now.
The Secretary General has, as you know, repeatedly made clear the problem both of non-payment of Jews by member states and the related problem of the UN being forced to repay member states for budget expenses that it does not budget money that it does not spend, so those two factors have put us on an unsustainable trajectory. Although more than 150 member states paid their dues last year, we ended 2025 with a record $1.56 billion in outstanding dues, which is more than double that of the previous year. So unless either the payments come in or we're not compelled to spend, to return the monies that we are not able to spend because we didn't receive the budget, unless one of those two things happen, we face a real danger of running out of money.
That, ladies and gentlemen, is a man called Antonio Gutierrez. You know what he's saying? He's saying, without the United States of America, the United Nations doesn't exist. The United States of America contributes, are you ready for this? $2.2 billion a year to the UN. $2.2 billion. What are we getting back for that? A bunch of countries that we're supposed to be allied with telling us no when we ask for help? He's saying that without this contribution from the United States of America, that without that, they can't exist because they have too much of a shortfall. Maybe you better know your role then and do what you're supposed to be doing. I want to give a big shout out to A. Birmingham, said it's payday and tax day. I love your show, Jeremy and Eli. Thanks for all the news and all the laughs. Well, you're very, very, very welcome. And thank you for the donation of $50. That's a lot of money. That covers 49 other people for the day. And I'm sure that they thank you as much as I do. A. Bolt says, good morning, Jeremy. I've been following you since 2019. Voice of Reason. 2019. That means way before Lfa Tv even existed. So I want to thank you very much. All right, we're going to, I'm going to try and go and fix, if I can. I'm going to go try to fix this monitor. It's going to cut me out for a minute, but that's okay. We're just going to pop something on the screen. I'll be back in probably 30 seconds, okay? I just got to fix this monitor, and to do so, I have to kind of shift around what I see. So I will be right back. All right, we should be back at 'em. I hope. Everybody back there now? We're good? You know what? while we're here, we might as well just do this anyway.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
There you go, folks. LFATV.us or JeremyHerrell.com. Get your gourmet roasted Rise Up coffee today. What a great product that is, and so many people love it. Order yours today. We'll get it right out to you. And I apologize for that little bit of dead air that we had there, but we're all fixed now. I'd also like to thank donewithdebt.com. Donewithdebt.com, folks. They have been a great supporter of LFA TV for like 3 years. They come on and off usually at the beginning of the year, around tax time. A lot of people are looking to settle debts. A lot of people are looking to use tax money if they get a refund and get out of some of the debt, pay off some of their credit cards. Well, don't pay it off in full. Don't do that. Call these guys, 888-322-1054. You call them, they will go, they will fight, they'll negotiate, and you'll pay, a percentage of what it is you owe to get that off and get it resolved. Okay? They specialize in resolving your debt. They specialize in opening up a financial freedom to you without ruining your credit in the process. Donewithdebt.com. That's donewithdebt.com. Let them know how you heard about us, or call 888-322-1054 today. Another big $50 donation from Shredbin, Eli. God bless Jeremy. God bless the USA. God bless LFA. And God bless you. Gotcha, Jeremy, loving all that new hair, guy. Thank you so very much. I figured if it's going to grow, that armor is good. You're dang right it is. If it's going to grow, I might as well let it grow, right? I might as well let it grow and let the locks free. Thank you very much. Let's have our first and foremost section of the day. But first, prayer, ladies and gentlemen. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we say and pray, amen. Amen. Eli, 3,150 people. We're only 750 people away from giving away a ton of hats and a ton of t-shirts. So you guys keep remembering that. You keep working on that, and we'll do all our part here. Lift up your cups. Let's get busy. That Rise Up coffee, baby. Can't beat it. Order some today. First and foremost, opening portion of the show today, an explosive report. The Biden DOJ collaborated with pro-abortion groups in order to target, dox, find, charge, and arrest, and even lock up pro-lifers, whether they were silent protesters, whether they were just standing outside of an abortion clinic with a sign, whether they were preaching the gospel. I guarantee you, in almost every one of these scenarios, if not every one, not a single person was impeded by any which way, shape, or form from getting into a facility to kill their baby. I'm sure that nobody was assaulted in any way, shape, or form. It's never the case. Pro-lifers are usually standing there trying to represent the desires of God and Jesus to not kill an innocent child. And none of them are usually forceful or there to assault anybody, either verbally or physically. I also, thank you so much, A. Birmingham. Thank you so very much. But see, we knew that something like this was going on, but to this extent, this was the same thing, almost equivalent to what the government was doing with Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. They were working behind the scenes until Matt Taibbi and Elon Musk came in, found out all of their backdoor deals and all their backdoor conversations, and the federal government was using the social media platforms as an actual and literal arm of the law. They were silencing people. They were taking, by rights, the people like me who got their entire social media wiped out after building it for years and years and years and years, we should have been monetarily awarded something. Think of all the time that I spent building a social media platform, and you're just going to come along and take it away using the government to do that? Even though I was on your platform and you were making money off my content? How come you're not allowed to be sued for all the time that I put into that? Maybe they should be. Maybe they can be. I don't know. Act 230 says that you cannot bring a lawsuit against social media companies for specific things. Doesn't mean you can't bring a lawsuit against social media companies for anything, right? Where's my restitution? Where's the money they owe me for all of my time spent on there? That's what they did with social media. Here, they again worked with pro-abortion groups. Think about it. The federal government that we pay, that works for us, that we elect, is working with baby killing machines in order to target people who say don't kill the babies so they can put them in prison. That's what the frick was going on. These guys are straight up, who said it in the live chat? Jersey Jane, communists. Absolutely. News report came out yesterday by the Department of Justice outlining how the Biden administration weaponized the federal government against pro-life groups and what steps are being taken to fix it. Quote, the Justice Department's Weaponization Working Group published a report detailing the Biden administration's weaponization of the freedom of access to clinic entrances called the FACE Act, if you remember. Now, quote, based on a review of over 700,000 records, the report not only details specific ways that the Biden Justice Department weaponized federal law, but also outlines the corrective action taken by the current Justice Department to make right the wrongs of the prior administration. Do you know what would make right the wrongs of the prior administration, Mr. Todd Blanche, Mr. Acting AG? I don't know. If people went to, what's that place called where all your freedoms go away? You get 3 hots and a cot, and you basically don't get the same rights as you get as a normal, everyday, average, law-abiding citizen. I think it's called prison. How about that's how you right the wrongs? I don't want to hear about we have put safeguards in place here at the DOJ in order to make sure that that never happens again. That the two-tiered justice system that was present in the Biden administration will never, ever, ever happen again because we have safeguards. You know what else is a safeguard? Putting people in prison to rot. That's a safeguard. Right? That's a hell of a safeguard. Hey, I don't want to sit in prison like Joe Blow over here. That's a freaking safeguard. Todd Blanche says the Department of Justice will not tolerate a two-tiered justice system. Really? Tell us again how you're not tolerating something while people violate federal law. These people, the people in the government, call it Merrick Garland, call it Christopher Wray, right? Head of the FBI, head of the DOJ at that time. Whether you call it the pro-abortion baby-killing groups that they worked with, the CEOs of those groups, the officials in the administration of those non-governmental organizations, you should be able to just go put all those people behind bars because according to what you're saying, they violated federal law, right? Todd Blanche, why is every single attorney general that is chosen by Donald Trump a worthless individual? Why is that the case? Merrick Gardenome Garland, for all of his corruption and criminalities, wasn't a lazy piece of trash who didn't do anything. He did plenty. He put people in jail who said, please don't sexualize my child. He put old ladies in jail who said, please don't kill these babies. But you mean to tell me that you and your non-tolerant DOJ put safeguards in, and we're not going to tolerate a two-tiered justice system? Seems like you're tolerating it just fine to me, to be honest. Now, I'm not one of those people that say, nobody's ever going to jail, nobody's ever getting arrested. If that's the case, then why are there about 10,000 people that have been charged and arrested under this DOJ since Donald Trump has taken office? The difference is, though, it's not the people that are up here. It's the people that are down here. So how is that safeguarding? Oh, you're going to safeguard so the people that did this, created this mess, who are not in jail, who have access to be able to figure out another way to do it again, they're still there. But you're creating safeguards against who and against what, really? Because as long as those people are not in prison, then those safeguards don't mean a damn thing. President Trump promised to end the weaponization of federal government entities after he was charged with multiple state and federal cases, which eventually fell apart or were dismissed before the start of his second term. The Biden administration has been accused of allowing pro-abortion groups to, quote, track pro-life activists and their First Amendment activity, according to the DOJ. They said pro-abortion groups, especially the National Abortion Federation, Planned Parenthood, and Feminist Majority Foundation. Okay, you did a good job there, DOJ. You've targeted the people that broke the law. James O'Keefe does that every day. Nick Shirley does that every day. Nick Sorter does that every day. Lfa TV does that and gets people fired. What does the DOJ do? They put out a statement that says, this is categorically wrong in every single way that you could possibly think, and we have put safeguards in to ensure that this kind of criminality never happens again. What criminality? You mean the ones that were, I don't know, committed by Planned Parenthood, Feminist Majority Foundation, and the National Abortion Federation? Who are the people? Eli, I got to put you to work, okay? We're going to do one by one here. Can you tell me who is the CEO or the chairman of Planned Parenthood? Can you tell me who that is? And then we'll do the next one after you find out who that is. Like, who's in charge? Who's the head of the board? Because even if they're an NGO, they still have a board and a CEO, I'd assume.
Planned Parenthood CEO is Alexis McGill Johnson.
Alexis McGill Johnson. Okay? Eli, now find out who has that same role in the Feminist Majority Foundation. Because what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to put pressure on these people. We're going to get these names, and we're going to put pressure on these people and the DOJ to charge these people. Eli, what do you have there for the Feminist Majority Foundation?
Co-founder and president is Eleanor Smeal, S-M-E-A-L.
Isn't it weird? It's all women who want to kill the babies that only they can produce. Wow. It's almost like they want to kill off the human race. Okay, Eli? Same position for the National Abortion Federation. And what we're going to do, folks, is we're going to clip this and we're going to tag the DOJ and say, it's great that you have put these names out, but now can you go and charge these individuals since they're the ones that run the organizations? Eli?
Well, big surprise. President and CEO of the National Abortion Federation, Brittany Fontano.
There you go, folks. 3 women killing millions of babies, working with Merrick Garland and possibly Christopher Wray, definitely the Biden administration, to break federal law. So, by rights, we should see these 3 ladies, if that's what you want to call them. I don't know if they know what a woman is, in handcuffs by what? The end of the week, right? Do we have to do this job for you too? Hey, Department of Justice, Todd Blanche, acting Attorney General. We just gave you the names. You said they broke federal law. Get off your ass and go arrest them, or stop putting out statements by the DOJ that nobody gives a damn about. Because nobody's going to give a damn about it if you keep doing this, but not doing anything about it. And everybody in the comment section, when we put the short clip out, you tag Todd Blanche and the DOJ. Because it's high time that, hey, Eli, I don't want to hear about these people broke laws. Well, no shit, Sherlock. That's cool. Do you know what happened if they said Jeremy Herrell broke federal law? Jeremy Herrell wouldn't be doing a live TV show today, would he? Eli wouldn't be producing, would he? Makes me sick. I'm sick of it.
Oh, I'd be selling carnations on a freeway off-ramp. Name that movie.
Planes, trains, and automobiles?
It might be. I'm sorry. I actually forgot.
So, either way, let's get busy, all right? Now, I've got a hell of a lot. Yeah, that's right. No more statements, more action. I don't want to see the statements if there's no action behind it. The statements from the DOJ are, they colluded. That means they broke federal law, folks. You're not allowed to do that. So someone better fry. I have a lot of news to get to today, so it's going to be quick, hard-hitting. We're going to go from one topic to another. That is why we individualize each show out at the end of the show. So if you want to go back and you want to take notes of Live from America to where you can put out your own videos, that's what needs to happen, Eli. You know it? That's exactly what needs to happen. If we're going to put out a short clip about something, not only should that be shared by everybody in the audience when it is put out, whether it's on X, TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, or wherever, but they should do, if you're not camera shy, you should start doing your own version of it. Imagine if instead of sharing one video around 10,000 times, if you have 10,000 videos shared around 10,000 times about the same subject. All of a sudden, that starts trending. That hashtag starts trending. The DOJ goes beep, 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 beep. They hear about it. Oh, shit, these people are upset. Maybe that's what we need to do. Maybe that's the new homework. By the way, we're 550 people away from giving a bunch of stuff away. So let's get busy, baby. Next story. The Department of Justice fires 4 prosecutors this week who weaponized the FACE Act under Merrick Garland and jailed Christians praying at abortion clinics. Great. You fired 4 prosecutors. I'm not mad at that. Not at all. Fire more. What I am mad at is that people are only losing their jobs. Eric Swalwell will probably end up getting a charge that he's convicted of. He might end up doing jail time. Okay, that's great. That's great. But is he going to be doing jail time on all of his corruption in Congress? Or is he going to be doing jail time because he's a sick son of a bitch who rapes women? You know what I mean? If he's going to go to jail for raping women, he'll get 5 years in California, maybe less, right? You go to jail for federal crimes against the president of the United States, you go to federal prison for the rest of your freaking life. I would much rather have those. I'll take what I can get, but I would much rather have those. I'll take 4 prosecutors being fired, but I'd much rather have them charged. Nearly 24 pro-life activists were charged with the FACE Act for praying at abortion clinics in October of 2020. In one of the more egregious acts of abuse, the Biden Department of Justice convicted Paula Harlow last year of federal conspiracy against rights and FACE offenses for peacefully protesting an abortion clinic in Washington, D.C. in 2020. U.S. District Judge Colleen Kolar Cotelli, a Clinton appointee, sentenced Harlow to 24 months in prison for praying for babies to live. Eric Swalwell should get 40 years for raping a woman. Or many women. She was the 10th defendant to be sentenced by the Biden regime related to peaceful abortion protests. Paulette Harlow, who was 75 years old at that time, participated in a peaceful protest at an abortion clinic and didn't hurt anyone. It's just like Tina Peters. They love to lock up these old defenseless women, don't they? They love to lock up these old defenseless women while talking about believe all women, protect all women. What is a woman? Here's the video to show you that Paulette Harlow did nothing wrong but exercise her First Amendment and went to prison for it.
In particular, Lord, we beg you for the babies about to be aborted. Please inspire these parents to keep their babies. And for those who are brutally aborted, we beg you to have mercy on them and bring them straight to heaven. The snares of the devil. May God rebuke him, we humbly pray. Do thou, Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, crush into hell Satan and all the evil spirits. Brought throughout the world, season the rules of souls. Amen. Hail, Holy Queen, Mother of mercy, our life, our sweetness, and our hope. To thee that we cry, provide us children of me. To thee that we send up our sight, mourning and weeping without tears. Turn them most gracious advocate, your eyes of mercy toward us. And as for this our exile, show unto us the grace of Zion.
Now starting to arrest the rescuers for loving preborn children as they should. Please share this video, get this word out there.
Yeah, let's sit right here.
He's connected to us. You can't.
No, he can stay connected.
Okay, but you can't pull up to.
No, he did that.
Forcefully removing those who are trying to save them. Please share the video.
So just now we let a guy go through the door. His partner is in there going in for an abortion today. We made a deal with him that he would give her pro-life literature and talk to her, and that's why we allowed him to go behind the doors.
Okay.
There are girls in the back right now because of the violent response of the abortion workers. That's unfortunate, but we are not letting Santangelo in this abortion facility today. Under no circumstances will he be allowed to kill anyone. In 2011, he killed a woman.
That's what she went to jail for. They love to lock up old women, don't they? They don't know what a woman is, but they sure as hell love to lock one up. And you know what really upsets me, Eli? And look, man, I am not anti-police. I'm not. All the crimes I've committed in my life, all the payback to society that I've had to do, you think that I would have this bitter feeling towards law enforcement or police officers. As a matter of fact, it's just the opposite. Gina Maritek said the Pope is silent on this. Imagine that. Yes, imagine that. Imagine the Pope being silent. As always. Unless it's something about Trump. Now, getting back to you would think that I'd be anti-cop. It's just the opposite. I respect cops more than I ever have in my life. But Eli, I would say a good half of our nation's police force are so weak-spined, such cowards, that they will go and they will enforce shit that they know is wrong morally and illegal constitutionally. And that is what scares me.
absolutely. There's so many factors that go into playing with that. You know, toward the end of Clinton's administration, he started pussifying law enforcement and this, that, and the other, and then it was totally done during the Obama and Biden administration. They would take anyone who wanted to sign up, if you're transgender, if you're gay, if you're this, if you're that, and they started treating the actual patriotic, strong people like crap, especially on the way out. You know, like the veterans, I tell you, it blows my mind, and God bless their souls, that anyone even joins the military today because the way they're treated on the way out. But yeah, they've spent the last couple decades weakening the crap out of military and law enforcement. It's sad.
Yep. And basically making a lot of them brown shirts. Somebody said half, really? I would say that. U.S. Navy said that he bets even more than half. I mean, think about it. Look what you see these police officers what they do when they're told to do something by these Democratic mayors or by these Democratic governors, knowing it's against the law. But yet they'll go lock up the officer that was involved with the George Floyd killing because he exercised exactly what they told him to do in training. He did exactly what he was trained to do with George Floyd. To a T. And he's in prison. But the ones who go against the Constitution and what they know is morally right, or morally wrong, I should say, those people are free to be cops. Imagine that. Now, staying with the Justice Department theme here, I told you that the Justice Department was looking for any way they could, the FBI and the Justice Department were looking for any way that they could possibly charge the people who assaulted Savannah Hernandez with a federal crime. Now, I think that, look, I'm not a federal prosecutor, okay? I don't specialize in federal law. And apparently those people were from Minnesota. But if you can connect them to any money that got them out there to protest, if you can connect them to any kind of Facebook group or any kind of online Discord where they were planning this with people from outside the state, then you would think that they could charge them federally. Here's a segment from last night from my friend Carl Higbee on Newsmax. And Harmeet Dillon is actually the one who retweeted this out. And that's where I found it, scoping her page to see what she was doing in the administration. Because as reporters, what we want to do is we constantly want to, I follow everybody in the administration. I follow every high-profile person from Pete Hegseth to Raisin Kane all the way down to the lowest general on social media. I follow the prosecutors that Donald Trump has nominated that have been confirmed, like Judge Jeanine, Harmeet Dillon, Todd Blanche, Ed Martin before he was axed by Todd Blanche. So I'm scoping Harmeet Dillon's page. I see her post my friend Carl Higbee. Let's play the video.
United States Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights, Harmeet Dillon. Great to have you back on, ma'am. This is incredible that we're actually having to have this conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's all too familiar for me. I've been fighting for journalists under this kind of attack for, close to a decade now, representing journalist Andy Ngo several years ago in an Antifa attack in Portland, Oregon. Mm-hmm. And since then, we've seen countless incidents like this. And very concerning what happened to this young lady, this reporter. And I've been in touch with her team, and, we have an open investigation, so I can't get into any details. Sure. But my office is actively involved in investigating what happened and seeing whether there are federal charges that can be brought. Of course, FBI and potentially Homeland Security investigators also do their legwork and investigation. We analyze the legal claims. And so we're going to gather all the evidence. But one of the individuals seen there in that mob is somebody who I've already had indicted for the attack on City's Church in St. Paul. That's William Kelly. He's out on bond. This judge has refused to keep him in custody, although we believe he's a dangerous person who's done this type of attack in other cities, including here in the District of Columbia, allegedly. So, there's only so much the Department of Justice can do when judges refuse to keep communities safe.
So, I mean, there are somebody in the chat, and I apologize, I don't remember who it was, but somebody in the chat said, shouldn't be too hard. Hate crime. Shouldn't be too hard. It's a hate crime. Well, I can tell you this. I was sitting there thinking to myself, how could you use hate crime in order to go after these people in a state where they did it in the jurisdiction of the state? Now, you would have to, and I think it would be pretty easy, but hear me out here. Hear me out here. You would have to link them saying or railing or fighting against right-wing people and their ideologies and their religion on their social media pages. You'd have to have proof that they absolutely hate the right, which these guys, it should be pretty easy. Also, any kind of messages that were shared prior to going there shows premeditation in order to go and initiate something with Savannah Hernandez. And you did hear him say yesterday, go blow that whistle right in her effing ear as loud as you can, right? I guarantee you there's far more than that you could use to classify this as a hate crime. Because, look, court of public opinion is one thing. Court of law, they're going to need solid evidence that this was a hate crime. The Democrats would have already done that. The Democrats would have already done that, and they would have said, if the roles were reversed here, right, and a Republican man pushed a brown woman, right there would be basis for hate crime, right, Eli? Just that alone. So it shouldn't be too hard for the Republicans here to put together a case of a hate crime against poor little Savannah Hernandez from that 250-pound piece of shit.
I'm totally on board. Damn, Skippy, I agree. That being said, you know that they'll find a way to twist it. No, it doesn't work in this instance because she did this, and it was, the moon was in the seventh sun, and Aquarius came down, and that's why it's not the guy's fault.
David Goody says, can she file charges? You talking about Savannah? Well, Savannah has said she wants to press charges. So she can't file them, but she can press them. She can make the complaint and say, I want justice for what they've done to me, which she's done. Denise says, I'm back. Deb says, Savannah isn't white, so yes, it's a hate crime, especially since it was from a white male, right? I mean, you can make the case. It's so easy here. We know that state charges are not going to do what we want them to do. We know that state charges are not going to put this man and his wife and his daughter behind bars. It's just not. It's Minnesota, okay? That's why we rely on the federal government to come in right now. All right. Ben Bergquam will be here in an hour and 14 minutes. I want 4,000 live people for when Ben Bergquam comes in. Because him and I are going to have some really big discussion on what's going on with the swamp being drained by God in D.C. Where it starts, where it's going, and who's next. Ben Bergquam's got some good insight on that, and we're only 350 people away from getting there. We're number 4 on the live leaderboard right now. Judge Jeanine Pirro, another Trump prosecutor, current U.S. Attorney for the District of Columbia, has dismissed all sedition charges against the Proud Boys. Good. I'm old enough to remember when the Proud Boys went through Portland like a knife through hot butter, knocking out any Antifa lame loser, gay, queer, trans, bi, POC, whatever you want to call it, loser in their way. Eli and I used to sit there and watch the Proud Boys as they walked through and just laid people out. Base stick man, one punching people to the dirt, to the street. I remember watching the Proud Boys Pez dispenser, this one long-haired hippie, massive dreadlock, sick-looking trans weirdo trying to fight them. I saw a punch come out of nowhere, Eli, hit her in the head, and pushed her head all the way back to kiss her asshole.
Oh, Jeremy, he didn't punch her with his fist. He knocked her ass in the head with a frying pan. Cast iron.
For real. I remember watching Bay Stickman with a cast on his arm, just leveling people with his elbow. Antifa. So I go all the way back to giving them props, all the way back then. And Judge Jeanine saves the day and brings justice to the Proud Boys. Come on now. The people who put together these charges hope to use guilty pleas as support, just like they did to President Trump. Because of Zach's motion and the efforts of many of us, Jeanine Pirro has moved to dismiss all charges in the Proud Boys sedition trial. They won't need a pardon any longer. That means they should have never had the charges brought against them to begin with. That means they should be able to file civil lawsuits against the government and win. Full rights restored, full military benefits, and back pay will be processed. Our lives are now closer to being whole. This is my happiest day since the pardon that released us from the jaws of justice. Here's another one. Quote, I want to thank U.S. Attorney Pirro and Todd Blanche, and I also want to apologize for some of my harsh words previously. My passion is my brothers and my community, and I take them seriously when they have suffered so much. And you have proven to share that passion. And I have a huge thank you to President Donald J. Trump for doing this for us, said another Proud Boy member. Enrico Tarrio was also in there with his statements. Thank you so much for the DOJ for doing what is right and showing that justice still happens in our country. I want to play a clip here with Cara Castronova and Enrique Tarrio, please.
She would have fought vigorously in court for him. So why the double standard?
And now you have Jeanine Pirro in there literally putting her signature on a piece of paper that's basically saying that everything that Merrick Garland did was good, that everything that the Biden regime did in their corrupt Department of Injustice, as we called it, and maybe it still is, was completely upside down. So she's saying that that's okay now.
I counter that this was the government's flagship, our case was the government's flagship case when it came to January 6th. It was the longest trial, the most popular trial, and the most consequential trial of J6. Actually, the most expensive trial in United States history. So to say that she doesn't know about this motion, it's possible. But I also think it's unlikely that this didn't have to go through her in some way. Now one can question, did Jocelyn Ballantyne lie to her and tell her the circumstances of the case? I don't know. Only thing I know is that...
interrupt you, but to understand the circumstances of the Proud Boys trial is a lot because it was so unprecedented. A lot of the novel legal theories that they brought forward, like the tools theory, like so many confidential human sources that they tried to actually smear that the government did this to their own confidential human sources that said that the Proud Boys did nothing wrong. So there's just so many intricacies to this case. It was months long. How can we bring Jeanine Pirro up to speed on this case? How can we get her attention? How can we maybe make her understand that her signature should not be on that motion and that Jocelyn Ballantyne is potentially deceiving her if she doesn't already know, that is.
Get that there's a million things happening in the world. I understand that completely. And I think, I don't want to be number one in the priority list. I don't expect to be number one on the priority list. But when it came down to the 4 years of Joe Biden, the number one most egregious and evil thing that Joe Biden did wasn't tank the economy, surge the price of milk, eggs, and all of that. Wasn't his inaction in foreign policy. Those things are horrible. But the worst thing that the Biden administration did was weaponize the federal government against Trump and his supporters. That, there bar none. That's the worst thing that Joe Biden did. And there's no accountability for that.
And he's right. That's what we want to see. We want to see if you're going to come out. Look, guys, if you're going to come out every day, Justice Department, FBI, NSA, White House, press team, and you're going to assert that the previous administration broke dozens, if not hundreds, of laws which violated the constitutional rights of thousands and thousands of people, you can't keep coming out and telling us that same shit every day. We know this. Thank you for officially getting it on the record, but why does that even matter? I don't just want it officially on the record that you know it too. I don't want it officially on the record that you coming out saying this happened. I want it officially on the record to see a mugshot, to see an arrest report, to see an indictment and an arraignment. That's what I want to see. It's like coming out every day and saying they committed fraud. Fraud was committed. Fraud was committed. By whom? It's the same thing with the Epstein stuff. Epstein was egregious. He was egregious. He broke all kinds of laws. Him and Ghislaine Maxwell were monsters. What they did was incomprehensible. Okay, what did they do? They trafficked children. To whom? Like, we get it. We know all this exists. But if you're going to tell us this every day, then something has to be done, or don't tell us at all. Like, the only thing that's happening is you are validating what we've already said. You're making us do this. We were right. Cool. We were right. I don't want to be just right. I want to be vindicated. T. Collins said, who's the new AG? Did I miss it? No. The new AG is an acting for the moment, and that's Todd Blanche. Donald Trump has not actually officially nominated a new permanent attorney general. Chaz says, we know you have the evidence. Exactly. What does that do? All it does is make us go, yeah, it's true. Okay, cool. The world doesn't know that. They don't live in politics like we do. So we have to be loud. And that's why we're going to make that short clip about those people in those abortion NGOs and companies. That's why we're going to put that short clip together to hopefully tag Donald Trump, tag the DOJ, tag Todd Blanche, and say, do. All right. Major news before we go to the top of the hour. Judge James Boseberg has just been neutered, ladies and gentlemen. Finally. Finally, this scumbag, Judge James Boseberg, maybe not getting what he deserves yet, but definitely getting what is fair and what is right. You remember him. There he is right there. There he is right there. Judge James Boseberg, Trump hating, America hating, illegal loving, TDS pile of trash. Got his ass handed to him by an appellate court yesterday. Good. It's about time. He deserves it. And more. He actually deserves to be sitting and rotting in a prison cell along with Judge Engoron, along with Fat Alvin Bragg, along with Letitia James, along with James Comey, along with Tanya Chutkin of D.C., remember her? Along with Fannie Willis, along with Nathan Wade, all of them. They all work together to do this. I digress. Let me read the story for you. D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals yesterday voted 2-1 to end Judge James Boseberg's criminal contempt inquiry related to the Trump administration invocation of the Alien Enemies Act. Not only that, he has been banned by the appellate court from going after any of the Trump administration officials anymore. I'm surprised it went on this long. I'm surprised this loser got away with it for this long. Why he's not locked up for all of his illegalities, I don't know. But a three-judge panel ordered Boseberg to end his intrusive contempt probe of anybody in the Trump administration. Judge Rao, R-A-O, a Trump appointee, Judge Walker, a Trump appointee, ordered Boseberg to end his inquiry immediately. Judge Childs, a Biden appointee, dissented. This is my problem with these judges and their rulings and their dissenting. How can you dissent? How can anybody dissent from the law? I get it. You might dissent from your personal opinions based on the other two. You might dissent from a ruling or a judgment. But if that judgment or that ruling is based in constitutional law, how can you dissent from it? And if you dissent from it, should you be disbarred? Yes, you should. Yes, you should. Absolutely. Well, that's not the way I see it. I don't care which way you see it. You see it wrong. The law clearly says, boom, boom, boom. Last March, Judge James Boseberg granted a temporary restraining order, also acronymed TRO, to stop the Trump administration from deporting thousands and thousands of Venezuelan nationals believed to be members of the Tren de Aragua gang under the Alien Enemies Act, which Donald Trump invoked. Boseberg then threatened to hold any Trump official in contempt for not bringing some of the world's most vicious killers and criminals and rapists back to the United States to let them loose on our streets to kill more Americans. Judge James Boseberg said that he found probable cause to hold the Trump administration in criminal contempt of court for defying his order to turn around planes in the air while carrying dangerous Tren de Aragua gang members. In a 46-page opinion, Judge Boseberg said that the Trump administration showed willful defiance that amounts to criminal contempt, even though he's the president of the United States who invoked an act that is still today legal. Imagine that, this piece of trash. In December, Boseberg made it clear that he was not backing off from his planned contempt hearings and threatened to pierce through attorney-client privilege in his order denying the government's motion to reconsider. Last year, a 3-panel judge on the D.C. Circuit Court of Appeals temporarily halted Boseberg's contempt hearings. Judge Rao and Judge Walker granted an administrative stay pending further order of the court. Judge Childs would have denied the motion for the administrative stay. Boseberg recently took the next step towards contempt prosecution after he revived his criminal contempt inquiry against President Trump over the Alien Enemies Act. The Justice Department recently disclosed that the DHS Secretary Kristi Noem greenlit the deportation flights in March despite Boseberg's order. So they were never turned around to begin with. And now this appellate court said, it's done. You're done. Knock it off. Here is Stephen Miller talking a little bit about this.
I mean, a monumental victory for President Trump. The biggest legal win of this administration so far. A total embarrassment for crazy Judge Boseberg, who's been trying to force this president to bring foreign alien terrorists back onto American soil, trying to turn our planes around, trying to empty prisons in foreign countries and bring them back to our soil. This is a monumental, colossal victory for the rule of law, for the Constitution, for our founding generation, John Adams, who signed this law into effect in 1798, and for President Trump in fulfilling his mandate and campaign pledge. What does this mean for you and your family watching at home tonight? It means that the Department of Justice, FBI, DEA, ATF, the U.S. Marshal Service, Customs and Border Protection, Border Patrol, and Immigrations and Customs Enforcement now have maximum authority to find and remove illegal alien gang members from Venezuela that have been responsible for so much misery in this country, for the torture and murder of Jocelyn Ungary, for the brutal slaying of Laken Riley. Those monsters can now be hunted down and expelled from this country with speed, force, and efficiency. This is a great day for America, Sean. It was a huge...
Amen. It's Miller time, baby. Stephen Miller never one to mince words. Huge, huge win. That means, folks, that from here on out, President Trump, I'm sure if he does it in another state, I'm sure another federal judge will come in and try to do it, even though that's another thing that pisses me off. If a federal appellate court slams down a judge for doing this, and says enough is enough. And another judge of his same title, same seat in another state tries to do the same thing, knowing that that ruling has already been handed down, they should immediately be, there should be some accountability there. I don't know what accountability, but there should be some accountability. Because this can't continue. And now President Trump will be able to invoke the Alien Enemies Act to remove even more. You wondered why there weren't double the deportations in this last year? It's because of people like Judge James Boseberg. It's because of the judges who have held Donald Trump up. Now, if you would have asked me a long time ago, if I was President Trump, I would have done just what Tulsi Gabbard did and said, Kristi Noem did at that time, we're not turning any flights around. We're moving forward. So do what you got to do. And apparently that's what President Trump has done for the most part. But it doesn't mean it hasn't thrown a wrench in their game. It doesn't mean that it hasn't delayed deportation efforts and deportation missions. Hopefully now that Mark Wayne Mullen is in there, we'll have a little bit more testicular fortitude than we had with chesticular fortitude with Kristi Noem. Not that I'm a big fan of him lately. I don't hate him. I don't really dislike him. I'm just not a big fan of him over the last couple of years. Here's Jim Jordan's thoughts on this.
District Judge James Boseberg
Yeah.
tried to investigate criminal contempt charges against a number of Trump administration cabinet members. Kristi Noem, former DHS secretary, is one of them because they were using deportation flights last year to go to El Salvador. That's been blocked now.
Yeah.
What is your perspective on that, given your comments previously about Judge Boseberg and his behavior?
Yeah. Remember what Judge Boseberg said? He said, turn the plane around, bring the bad guys back to the United States. I mean, these are people who are in our country illegally, who did terrible things, and we were moving them back, repatriating them back to their home country. And the judge said, turn the plane around, bring him back to the country. That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And of course, as most Americans were rightfully concerned about that, one of the things we did is said, okay, if one of the federal district judges, we passed this bill out of our committee and now the House, if one of our district judges is making a decision, it shouldn't have nationwide implications. If they issue an injunction, it should apply only to the parties in the case in that respective jurisdiction as a way to kind of curtail some of the things we're seeing from these left-wing activist judges.
U.S. District Judge James Boseberg tried to investigate criminal...
So that's one judge down. It's one judge down. And we're only 150 people away from giving a whole bunch of stuff away. So you guys keep that in mind while you keep those fast fingers. Remember, it's really easy to just go on your socials and say, hey, I want to win something today. Help me out. Come on over and check the show out. You never know. They might stay. Here is Brett Baer talking about it as well. Apparently it was a big story. Maybe bigger than what people realize. You know how many more millions of people are going to be able to be... how many more millions of people are going to be deported now under that Alien Enemies Act?
News at this hour coming out of the Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court has handed President Trump a victory, letting him and his administration use the 1798 law that historically has been employed only in wartime to swiftly deport alleged Venezuelan gang members as part of the Republican president's hardline approach to immigration, granting that administration request to lift the Washington-based U.S. judge James Boseberg's March 15th order that had temporarily blocked the summary deportations under the Alien Enemies Act while litigation in the case continues. So the Supreme Court has weighed in. We're getting some breaking.
Supreme Court is also feeling the same way about it. So, bye-bye, Judge Boseberg. Hey, folks, we have almost 3,800 people in here today. I want to say thank you to those who are here. Thank you for the ones that are putting in the work left and right. We really appreciate it. And I want to tell you this. You know, next month in D.C., President Trump has scheduled an event in D.C. to rededicate not only our nation's capital, but also America back to God. You know that, right? You know what you should have for that event? If you come there, if you can make it there, ladies and gentlemen, you should have the MAGA cross necklace. Now, I have my own personal cross necklace that my wife bought me years ago that I will never, ever get rid of. Also have the MAGA cross necklace as well. Why? Because why not wear two? Why not wear one that fits your outfit? You know what I mean? The MAGA cross necklace, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be the hot ticket item for everybody to show when they get down to D.C. Now, there it is right there, themagaoffers.com/LFA cross. With all the crazy stuff in the world going on right now, with all the noise going on in the world, with all the doomers and the black pillars telling you that we are not on our way to a prosperous, better America, let me ask you this. What is God telling you? What does God seem to be doing in D.C. right now? It seems to be like evil is being exposed everywhere. Day in and day out, we're getting either more people fired, more people exposed, not people arrested yet, but God will have his vengeance on his time no matter how much we are irritated over the fact that we don't see people in prison. And I'll tell you what, it's all happening at such a perfect time. Next month, in exactly 1 month and 2 days, President Trump will rededicate this land as the leader of this country back to God, the God of the Bible, the Father of Christ, the one who gives us the beautiful Holy Spirit that we have today. So get your MAGA cross necklace and get it at a discount today, folks. 50% off sterling silver cross at themagaoffers.com/LFA cross. And I want to thank the MAGA offers for being here today, and I want to thank them for sponsoring this program and this content. Also, Fatty 15, folks. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. And Fatty 15 is literally just a single daily pill that you take. The ingredients inside this pill is something called C15. C15 is an essential fatty acid backed by over 100 peer-reviewed studies. Pure and patented C15 ingredient. C15 literally just cures your damaged cells, changes the way your cells age, and slows them down so you live longer. The highest batch manufacturing and every batch independently tested. Get yours today. A 90-day starter kit for only $101. Money back guarantee, made in the USA. Something I take every day. LFA is your promo code at fatty15.com/LFA. And a big shout out to that company too. Ben Bergquam will be here in exactly 50 minutes. We have 3,800 people. We are 100 people away from handing out a lot of free gear. Who are we going to choose? Who's going to get it? Breaking news. President Trump says that he will fire Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell if he does not step down next month. First of all, it's the end of his term. How does he expect to stay at the end of his term? I'll bet you this, though. I'll bet you Tom Tillis will urge him to do it. I'll bet you Tom Tillis will urge him to be fired. People in the live chat, the stupid people in the live chat of this breaking news say, not this one, but the one I'm reading, say he can't fire him. Yes, he can. He could actually fire him right now if he wanted to. Big shout out to LKPLA, $20 donation. This is all I can do, had to pay taxes. Pfft. Thank you so much. Don't ever apologize. 1 cent is more than the cent we had before that. So he says he'll fire him if he doesn't step down. Trump's replacement pick, Kevin Warsh, is yet to be confirmed by the Senate as Powell's tenure is set to end on May 15th. 2 days. 2 days before we attend the event to dedicate this country back to the Lord. Rededicate this country back to the Lord. Jerome Powell's also under federal investigation right now for the money that he spent that he shouldn't have spent. Possible criminal investigation. Pissed off lady says, Jeremy, I've been gone for a few days. Can you play your patriotic coffee commercial? We already did it in the beginning of the show. I apologize. But when you go back and watch the first half of the show, you'll see it in there. But thank you for liking the commercial and the coffee. He can fire him. He can fire him before his date if he really wanted to. He'd have a legal fight on his hands. But he could do that. But it seems like everything is going on God's timing. It seems like all these people are leaving or will be gone in this domino effect of people either resigning, quitting, dying, or getting forced out of office in D.C. What do you think is going to happen after this country has been officially rededicated back to God? What do you think is going to happen then? If this is what we're seeing, if all of this evil is being exposed prior to, what do you think is going to happen after the rededication? The 1IM says, step down next month. Step down now. What the F? His term ends on May 15th. He legally has a right to stay in the job until then. He does not have to step down. Donald Trump is giving him till the end of his term to do so. If President Trump tried to fire him now, he would have a legal fight on his hand that would far extend that date anyway. If President Trump, if he tries to stay for whatever weird reason, President Trump could kick his ass out of that seat that day with no legal fight. I'm pretty sure he's just going the easier route. Well, folks, we almost made it. We got it to 3,800, but we couldn't quite get to 3,900 today. I know you guys tried, and for those who didn't, imagine what would happen if you did. Now, President Trump is under some scrutiny for something far different than firing people, restoring people's rights, and now even superseding the whole, he posted a picture of himself depicting himself as Jesus thing. Now he's under fire for wanting to extend the FISA court. Let's go to True Social for this. I am working very hard with our great speaker, Mike Johnson, along with Chairman Jim Jordan and Chairman Rick Crawford, to get a clean extension of the FISA 702 through the House of Representatives this week. I am asking Republicans to unify and vote together on the test vote to bring a clean bill to the floor. We need to stick together when this bill comes before the House Rules Committee today and keep it clean. When the dirty cop James Comey, the failed head of the FBI, went after me, he was using FISA Title I, the domestic collection, not FISA Title 702, the foreign collection, which needs to be extended today. While parts of FISA are illegally and unfortunately used against me in the Democrats' disgraceful witch hunt and attack in the Russia hoax, and perhaps would be used against me in the future, I am willing to risk the giving up of my rights and privileges as a citizen for our great military and our country. Our military patriots desperately need FISA 702, not FISA Title I. And it is one of the reasons that we have such a tremendous success on the battlefield. Okay? I have spoken with many of our military who say FISA is necessary in order to protect our troops overseas, as well as our people here at home, from the threat of foreign terror attacks. It has always prevented many such attacks, and it will be very important that it remain in full force and effect. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Now, let's do this. Let's do this. Former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. I want to see what she posted on this morning, because I'm pretty sure she went crazy on this. Let's see here. Right here. There it is. Let's pull up this Marjorie Taylor Greene post on X. And here's what she said. Again, lying, making people think that it's FISA Title I. So warrantless spying is MAGA now? And she posted something from Donald Trump in 2024. Kill FISA. It was illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign. DJT. It's funny that former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene, in all of her Cro-Magnon brain that she apparently has adopted, can't figure out what Donald Trump is talking about or what he's doing. Title One was abused and used to go after President Donald J. Trump on U.S. soil, violating a U.S. citizen's rights. Title 702 has everything to do with foreign soil and has everything to do with our military's protection. I want to thank Flonky right now for the $50 donation saying, keep doing God's work, Jeremy. Hey, man, I don't know any other work to do. Okay? I don't know any other work to do. Thank you so much. It's a lot of money, and I appreciate you. But I want you guys to be equipped that you're going to see this for the rest of the day today. This is the big news now. Donald Trump is the different Donald Trump than he used to be. He is now calling for FISA to be upheld. No, he's calling for the military portion of FISA on foreign soil to be upheld for their safety. You dumb, lying former Congresswoman. It amazes me every day. I know the fake news is the fake news. I know there's people out there with TDS that just want to see him crumble. I get that 100%. But what I don't understand is how the people that these people share this stuff to don't just do the littlest bit of self-research. Just the littlest bit. It would make it go a long way if they did. And it's kind of embarrassing that President Trump has to put out a post literally laying that out, even though we knew what was going to happen. We already knew he was calling for that. Then he had to come out with that post. He had to come out with that post and say, this isn't what I'm trying to extend. This isn't what I'm trying to protect. The 701 or the Article 1 of FISA, he says that was abused by Democrats against me. But I'm willing to let that stay for right now in order to pass this for our military. He's doing a good thing. And people are jumping down his throat for it. And former Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene going on CNN, going on opposition media because she is the opposition now, trying to stay relevant. For what reason? You'll never be elected again. You have the Ron DeSantis syndrome now. You have the DeSantis syndrome now. You can never be elected again. Now, DeSantis might be elected for something statewide. He might be elected for Congress, maybe senator if he wanted, but he'd never be elected president. Marjorie Taylor Greene will never be elected congresswoman again. She'll never be elected senator, governor, president, nothing. She's done. She's washed up. So why is she trying to make herself continue to still be relevant? I don't get it. Usually it's because you have an angle. What's her angle? Her angle is only to destroy President Trump. That's the kind of person she is. She destroyed her marriage. She destroyed her family. She destroyed the 14th district congressional seat in Georgia. And now she's trying to destroy President Trump. Former Marjorie Taylor Greene. All right, let's switch gears here. We got 39 minutes before Ben Bergquam comes on. I pray that we can get as many people in here as possible. I gave him the link to share out himself as well. I want everybody to hear this conversation that him and I have. Having said that, for right now, we're going to switch gears and we're going to turn to James O'Keefe and more of the fraud that he's uncovering in California. I'm surprised they don't have the James O'Keefe Act along with the Nick Shirley Act. But we'll play a good portion of this. This is his latest in his uncovering of corruption and evil in this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the myth himself, the legend himself, James O'Keefe. We'll kill that cube. There we go. Okay, here we go.
Skim money off this offer. Like you can do a lot of illegal stuff you can do with it in real estate, and no one's going to follow up on it. I have a couple of developers that are just doing really sketchy stuff. And if there's a project with a lot of money involved in it, someone's going to try to steal something. I mean, we can't figure out where all the money is going.
A finance development officer in the Los Angeles Housing Department reveals tens of millions of dollars worth of fraud throughout low-income housing contracts.
LAHSA, for example, LAHSA is the LA Housing Homelessness Services Department. For whatever reason, they get allocated a ton of money, but they don't really have a whole lot to show for it.
Including LAHSA, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, which has been failing audit deadlines, as reported in James O'Keefe's recent expose.
They don't have a good track record, and like they're supposed to have a quota they're supposed to hit. They get maybe like 10% of that quota in a year. It's just very, very, very low.
Donald Byers even acknowledges that the tens of millions of taxpayer dollars going to LAHSA is simply going into people's pockets.
So they were stealing the money?
Most likely it's some form of embezzlement.
Where do you think the money is going?
People's pockets.
All part of a complex web of political relationships in which those in charge look the other way so that Karen Bass can, quote, get enough money for re-election.
I don't know if the team can do anything because it's a relationship business. And I mean, if she were to call out like the people that are calling Karen Bass's office, Karen Bass, I might not get, enough money for a re-election. People don't want to rock the boat.
All the finance officer can do is raise a red flag, which he knows will be ignored, just to, quote, cover his ass.
And have you ever caught any embezzlement while you were overseeing? And have you
I've reported it. I've brought it up to people that are very aware of it, and I've already raised a red flag.
My God.
At this point, it's just me covering my ass, so it's all that I can do. Have you done journalism before?
No.
You're a good investigator. Sorry, continue.
Am I?
Yeah. You're like getting down to the roots of the problem.
Savannah Hernandez here, filling in for James O'Keefe in the latest installment for our Los Angeles homeless fraud saga.
I do financing for low-income housing, so the state allocates money to the city, and the city allocates money to like housing developers. And I more or less do project management for that.
Oh, so you work for the city?
Yep.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Donald Byers is a finance development officer for the Los Angeles Housing Department. He describes how the funding for low-income housing is distributed from the state to the city and then to the low-income housing developers, all with Karen Bass's final approval.
There are several different, groups within the city that make sure all the money is allocated. So there's like the mayor's office, there's city council. City council has several different committees. The one that I'm most involved with is Housing and Homelessness Committee. So basically, all of it goes up to her. It's all within the city, but all of it ultimately goes up to her. She's the person that signs the final dotted line.
The undercover journalist asks Donald Byers what his thoughts are on the current homelessness situation in Los Angeles. And to our surprise, Donald mentions a public agency that we recognized.
So with the homeless, how do you think the homeless is
in
LA?
We live in a failed state. We have the resources to do all of these things, including go to war endlessly, and we can't house people.
So has the homelessness gotten worse?
Yeah, absolutely. So LAHSA, for example, LAHSA is the LA Housing Homelessness Services Department. For whatever reason, they get allocated a ton of money, but they don't really have a whole lot to show for it. They don't have a good track record, and basically there are tens of thousands of people that are living on the street. They're supposed to have a quota they're supposed to hit. They get maybe 10% of that quota in a year. It's just very, very, very low.
That's right. Donald Byers mentions the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, the same LAHSA that was featured in James O'Keefe's previous reporting on Skid Row election fraud. James O'Keefe reported that LAHSA has been funding the Weingart Center, which has failed all of their recent audit deadlines and has fallen under public scrutiny.
21 months late last year with 8 negative findings. An article in LAist states that one of LA's biggest homeless service providers has been awarded over $100 million in taxpayer funds while failing to comply with federal audit mandates. One of Weingart's primary funding sources is LAHSA, the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority.
Well, it turns out that LAHSA has also been failing their own audits for 18 years straight. An article in Westside Current claims that the audit took more than a year, attempting to track $2.3 billion in funding tied to 3 major city programs, including Mayor Karen Bass's Inside Safe initiative. The report, which cost $2.8 million, painted a picture of a disjointed system with fragmented oversight and missing or unreliable financial data.
All right, folks, now this is Karen Bass. Now, a friend of mine, Grant Stitchfield, spoke with him recently. You know what he says? He says that Eric Swalwell is just the beginning of people who are going to go down in California and either resign or get arrested. He says this is going to pave the way for Gavin Newsom. He said everything that Eric Swalwell has been doing, Gavin Newsom, he believes, has been doing times 10. And he thinks that the Democratic Party was involved in getting rid of Eric Swalwell. Now, I remember what I said. I said I think Katie Porter was involved in this. Grant thinks that the Democratic Party were involved in getting rid of Eric Swalwell for Tom Steyer because Tom Steyer is a billionaire. They want a billionaire's money in their they want billions of dollars at their disposal into their election efforts moving forward. Tom Steyer moved right to the front to fill the gap where Eric Swalwell was, not Katie Porter. Okay? Stay with me. Then you've got Karen Bass. James O'Keefe is investigating Karen Bass right now. The Democrat Party thinks that Karen Bass is toxic for a big city in California, so they might be looking to get rid of her as well. And here's the big one. You ready for the big fish? Here's the big fish. The big fish is this. The Democrat Party fully expects Gavin Newsom to be the front runner for President of the United States for 2028. He's got so many problems and so many issues that Grant thinks, and I actually agree because I have heard, before I even talked to Grant, I've heard this in the reporting sphere of the news, that the reason, but I didn't understand the whole Gavin Newsom part of it until Grant told me. He said, they're going to do the same thing they did to Eric Swalwell to Gavin Newsom so they can usher in Michelle Obama. All of that talk about Michelle Obama running last time against Trump, the only reason she didn't is because she knew she couldn't beat Trump. Now there's going to be a wide open field, and he laid out a bunch of facts. He said, you mark my words, they're going to run Michelle Obama. And if there's no Trump to stop her, and we don't get the Save America Act through, she could win the presidency. He said this is their plan already. And the more I talked to him about it, the more it made sense to me. And you can see the Democrats not aligning with Gavin Newsom. They're not even aligning with him. They had to align with Eric Swalwell, and then they had to backtrack. They're not even aligning with Gavin Newsom, which leads me to believe that Grant is correct. That they're going to do the same thing to Newsom if he says I'm running. There's going to be a knife in his back. Do you understand what's happening here? The Democrats play for keeps, and they play years ahead of when they're going to do something. And Grant thinks that their plan here, if Gavin Newsom doesn't back off, is to take him down like Eric Swalwell, so they can pave the way for Michelle O'freaking Obama. Sherry says, but there will be a J.D. Vance and other Trump family members, but they're not Trump. That's the problem. Look at the problem that the Republican Party has without Trump. Let me ask you this. Take away Trump out of the equation today. What's the Republican Party? He takes MAGA and America First with him. J.D. Vance and Marco Rubio, to you and I, are the likely successors for MAGA. But for the majority of the country who doesn't stay locked and loaded like we do every day, once Trump is gone, what is the Republican Party? What does it stand for? Where is its power? Who's its leader? Keith Day, you got it right. Sherry, you got it right. Nothing. So we better be getting this Save America Act shit through real quick, or else it's going to be Michelle Obama, folks. There's nobody like Trump. Trump is a Jordan. Trump is a Michael Jackson. Trump is a what's his name? Tom Brady. Trump is a Tiger Woods. There's never going to be another one like him. So we better start figuring it out real quick. or else we're going to be lost real fast. All right. Moving on to Nebraska, my neighboring state. A mentally ill woman released by Nebraska courts. Thank you, Echo Bella. God bless you for that. We appreciate it. Kidnaps a kid, 3 years old, and starts slashing him with a knife. Make mental institutions great again. Big shout out to Cat352, says happy hump day, donating another whopping $50. Guys, you know how many other people you're covering by doing that? You're so kind. I'm so glad that God weighs that on your heart to do that. God bless you. We're only 120 people away from giving away some gifts, so if you're just coming in, don't forget to share. 2 Omaha police officers heroically saved a 3-year-old boy named Siler Tuesday morning by fatally shooting a violent, knife-wielding woman who had just abducted the young child from his caretaker inside a Walmart store and then slashed him across his face and head with a stolen butcher knife from the Walmart store itself. Anybody want to take any bets on what party she belonged to? Anybody want to just shout out and chime in on which people she probably belongs to? Guarantee you it wasn't a conservative party. 31-year-old suspect who is now dead, good, after officers had no choice but to open fire when she refused repeated demands to drop the weapon and began viciously attacking the defenseless 3-year-old child. Imagine this, 3-year-old child sitting in a shopping cart. You know, I used to put your little kids up there, they put their legs through the holes, and they're sitting and facing you. She stole them in a cart like that. 3-year-old kid doesn't have any idea what's going on. Who's got me? Who's pushing me? What's going on? Why am I outside? And all of a sudden, this woman just starts slashing you with a knife. I hope this woman rots in hell for eternity. Police say Guzman forced the child's guardian through the store and into the parking lot at knife point, effectively kidnapping the toddler in broad daylight. When officers arrived, they were confronted with a rapidly escalating crisis. Despite repeated commands to drop the weapon, Guzman refused, and then in a shocking act of violence, slashed the young boy across the face with the knife. That's when officers acted. They opened fire, striking Guzman and ending the threat right there on the spot, right near the 3-year-old kid. Viewer discretion is going to be advised, but I'm going to show you a picture firsthand of the incredible, heroic attempts and shots by the police that close to the little boy. Look at that. Little boy's got long blonde hair, wearing a cap. She's standing there in what look like her pajamas with a butcher knife. Cop's got his gun drawn. Sick individuals. The Omaha Police Department's officer-involved investigation team is investigating an incident that occurred. Uniformed Patrol Bureau officers responded to Walmart at 1606 72nd Street in Omaha for a nature unknown. When they got there, that's what they saw. I have a video. Not of the incident itself. I'm sure body cam footage will come out about that within the coming week or so. But here we go.
At 9:20, the first officers arrive on call to investigate the nature of this incident. They encountered a female outside the Walmart at this location. She was holding a knife to a 3-year-old child that was in a shopping cart. The officers gave the suspect commands. At what time there is video that shows the suspect swiping the knife at the child, cutting him across the face. Officers at that time, at least one officer fired their weapon, and the suspect is deceased at this scene. When she was approached by the suspect produced a large knife inside the store and took possession of the child, essentially kidnapping the child. gave commands to the caretaker of the child to walk in front of the shopping cart, and the suspect followed with the child, with a knife to the child, followed the caretaker out of the store. They proceeded down the driveway here, and there was some verbal back and forth, it appears, between the caretaker and the suspect for several minutes until officers arrived, and then that's when the officers arrived and the shots were fired. It does appear the child's going to survive at this point. Like I said, being treated at the hospital at 9:20.
Imagine that kid, what he's thinking. I mean, he's 3 years old. He doesn't reason or think like an adult. Unreal. She was released by a Nebraska court. You couldn't tell that this woman was crazy? We need mental institutions back, and we need to fill them up. I'll bet you there are millions of mentally disturbed people in this country. And when I say millions, I'm not meaning 2 or 3. I'll bet there is 20 plus million mentally ill people that are out just living life like anybody normal would until they do something like this. Which brings me to the next story. A Biden naturalized UK national with a lengthy rap sheet goes on a deadly Georgia shooting spree, murdering a DHS employee and one other in cold blood. Again, whose hands is this on? Whose hands have blood on them for this? Why isn't it Mayorkas? Why isn't it Biden? Why isn't it always the people that are responsible for it? You think Biden's out there right now worrying about some of it killed DHS agents? That's wrong. I tell you, it's wrong. No, he's out there wondering why ice cream doesn't have bones, shitting in his pants. The Department of Homeland Security has confirmed to Fox News that the savage being a random bloody murder spree in DeKalb County, Georgia, is a United Kingdom's national who was first fast-tracked into American citizenship during the Biden disastrous administration in 2022. You want to know his name? Pray for me to be able to be able to read it. It's so ridiculous. Alaulukatan Adan Abel, 26 years old, was arrested after carrying out a vicious early morning shooting rampage across 3 separate locations in DeKalb County on Monday, April 13th. He's now facing 2 counts of murder, aggravated assault, and multiple weapons charges. Do you know what never gets talked about when I report these stories? Imagine what Sabrina and the kids would go through if I was doing my job and some crazy illegal saw one of my shows, found out where I broadcast from, waited outside, shot me in cold blood. It would be a headline. Pro-Trump MAGA podcaster gets shot in broad daylight from a UK national who came through immigration in 2022. That's what the headline would read. But what would life be like for Sabrina? What would life be like for my children? What would life be like for my friends? It would all die out. It would all die out and live in misery. Nobody ever talks about that. They talk about he is now facing 2 counts of murder, aggravated assault, and multiple weapons charges. And tomorrow it would be something else, a different story. And my family would continue to suffer. The people that this scumbag illegal murdered, what? He just gets to go to jail here in America, 3 hots and a cot, and they've got to suffer for the rest of their lives? That's justice? Really? Eli, they say that if he gets convicted in a court of law and goes to prison, justice is served. According to whom?
According to our backwards, jackass, jag-off friggin' laws that have been twisted up over the past 30 or 40 years in this friggin' country. No, the only real justice that'll come is when he does get in prison and the prisoners exact prison justice on him. God willing.
Oh, but they won't because he killed cops. According to authorities, Abel shot and killed one woman in front of a Checkers because of these people. You could be walking your dog out for a morning poop and get stabbed to death by an illegal alien. And God forbid anybody take justice into their own hands. Oh, then they go to prison. Lauren Bullis, the girl walking the dog, was an employee of the Department of Homeland Security Office of the Inspector General. The suspect also opened fire on a homeless man in front of a shopping center, shooting him multiple times and leaving him critically injured. Eli, people saying it's freezing. Are you experiencing that?
Yeah, there's some videos kind of chunky and audio's in and out, but it looks like it's trying to work through it.
Yeah, it's definitely not on our end, folks. It's definitely a Rumble thing. So I'm going to let it kind of play out. Just stay tuned. Don't try to. Should be back now. It looks like it's back for me. Looks like I got a clear 4K picture now. You, Eli?
Yeah, looks like it just cleared up.
Yeah. You know what's crazy about that? I just saw 50 people leave. Oh, freezing, I'm out. Amazing. A homeless man, a Department of Homeland Security employee, and just a regular woman. You want to see this piece of trash? Show it to you. I'm going to pull up his mugshot. Now, I want you to see his mugshot. Now, why isn't he killed on sight? You know what I mean? Oops, he had a gun. Does he look like he's sad? Does he look like he's got remorse for what he's done? Does he look like he's sorry for what he's done? He's got any kind of repentance in him? Nope. Looks happier than a pig in shit because he gets to stay in jail in America, where it's great compared to where he's from. Some might say, well, he's from the UK. Yeah, you think it's good there? Brought here by Biden. 2 people dead and a homeless person in critical condition because of another illegal alien. So, pardon me if I don't give a shit about what Democrat Representative Richie Torres says about ICE and how we need to get rid of ICE. Yeah, maybe we just need to get rid of illegal aliens, right? Maybe we just need to get rid of the reason that we even need ICE. I want to give a big shout out to Army Dog 777 says, keep up the awesome work, LFA. A $100 whopping donation. Thank you, sir. Thank you so very much. I know it isn't easy. Thank you, brave madam.
So if that was a potential proposal, would you be all right with that?
It depends on the reforms, but
okay.
But my concern is that ICE has been so profoundly corrupted by Donald Trump that it's not even clear whether it can be reformed.
Got it. So then what do we have to do?
I think we need to start over.
Start over?
Yeah.
Just rip ICE all apart and build it back up.
We need immigration enforcement to focus on cases of serious violent crime.
Okay. But like the Republicans aren't going to go for
We
that,
need
right?
to dismantle the mass
But
deportation industrial.
But no Republican's going to go for that, right? Like we have to come to some sort of common ground. The Democrats need to, in order to get people like TSA agents paid.
Although Democrats are going to be in power.
I bet you start digging into his trashy piece of shit corrupt life. I bet you'll find a bunch of corruption there. Speaking of, he's corrupted them. We need to put ICE aside right now and just focus on other things. I bet you wish that would happen, don't you? Losing half your voting base if we get rid of them. You know what, Eli? You know what I want to happen? First of all, I want to flush that turd and everybody like him right down the toilet. Second of all, I should call James O'Keefe. I should say, James, look, I'm not telling you what to do with your company. You are far better at it than anybody who's ever done it. But maybe it's time to turn all of your investigative journalism and all of your resources and all of your independent journalists, maybe it's time to turn them, all of it, full speed ahead to our nation's capital and start investigating the criminals, the corrupt, the elected, the senators, the congressmen, all of them. Do what they did to Trump, Eli. Don't see the crime and then go look for why it was committed. Go look for the crimes, because I'll guarantee you what you uncover is going to be hundreds of years worth of criminal activity.
I wholeheartedly wish that we had some kind of, I don't know, like a device or a time machine or something. Because my biggest question with all these scumbags who are against ICE and just let people come into the country, what if it happens to you? What if your wife gets raped or gets killed or something like that happens to your kid or something? I want to know the tune that those scum-sucking a-holes are going to be whistling then. I bet you're going to have a very different opinion. Wow, wait a minute. Had this guy not been here in the first place, my family member would still be alive. I want them to try to rationalize that in their retarded head. Because if it could happen to us, it could happen to you.
I mean, that wasn't the question I asked you, but I agree with you wholeheartedly. James O'Keefe and every independent journalist that's out there right now, Nick Shirley, Nick Sorter, Savannah Hernandez, everyone, turn your sights towards Washington, D.C. Do what you're doing in California in Washington, D.C. Do what you're doing in Minnesota in Washington, D.C. Stop wasting your time. I shouldn't say wasting your time. Stop focusing your efforts to expose the people that the people in D.C. aren't going to lock up anyway. Just go expose them. Go follow them around. Everywhere they eat, everywhere they walk, everywhere they piss, everywhere they go to the bathroom, everywhere they drink, every jog that they go on, everywhere they go for a vacation, follow them. Everywhere they go. Document everything they do that you can get from a public view. Guarantee you find crimes that you never even thought were possible happening. I love going after Karen Bass. I love going after Gavin Newsom. I love going after Fani Willis. I love going after Letitia James, all them. But go after where the problem really lies. Washington, D.C. That's where we want to go. Ben Bergquam will be on here in about 9 minutes. So before that, I know we have a lot of people who live in Virginia that watch this show. Radical Democrat Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger signs away the Commonwealth's electoral votes to the national popular scam. Democrats one step closer to rigging the presidency forever. This is illegal. This will be overturned. On Tuesday, far-left Governor Abigail Spanberger officially signed legislation that would enter Virginia into the controversial National Popular Vote Interstate Compact. It's called the NPVIC. This dangerous move effectively strikes a match to the Constitution. Virginia becomes the 19th jurisdiction to join the compact, bringing the total to 222 electoral votes, just 48 shy of the 270 needed to activate the plan. According to the League of Women Voters, 6 additional states with 65 electoral votes, Arizona, Michigan, New Hampshire, Nevada, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, are especially promising places for obtaining 48 electoral votes needed before 2028. This is their plan. It's unconstitutional. But when has that ever stopped the Supreme Court before? This is why we just got to lock these people up. Lock them up for good. Make sure they never, ever get out again. Take away their lives and destroy their party. Or else you're screwing us. I'm going to tell you this right now. If 2028 comes and the Save America Act is not passed, nobody's in jail, and we're looking down the barrel of losing this country to Democrats, I will be on the warpath to the Republican Party for the rest of my life. I will be out there doing what James O'Keefe is out there doing right now. That'll be my new job. I will no longer do daily here if that happens. If that happens, my ass is out there to destroy the Republican Party for good. To do exactly what we've been trying to do since 2016, but we can't seem to beat some pesky establishment that does nothing but sit on their hands and say we're investigating. If they let all this stuff slide and they let these Democrats walk right back in, it's our asses that are on the line, not yours. It's our asses. If 2028 comes and that's what we're looking at and nothing has happened, I'm going in the field and I'm doing what James does. Because it takes a very special person to do that. Because guess what the House Democrats are doing right now? They've got a little group put together, a little committee put together, where they are going to push senators and congressmen to seek to invoke the 25th Amendment on President Donald J. Trump, to have him removed from office. And guess who's overseeing it? This piece of absolute shit that should be in prison for January 6th commission himself. You keep allowing these people to do this, then it's your own fault. House Democrats have introduced a new legislation to create a commission to evaluate whether President Trump should be removed from office under the 25th Amendment. It could never happen. It could never You know why it can never happen? Because all President Trump would have to come out and say is the only thing that Joe Biden would have to come out and say. Especially if he had the support of the vice president. I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. I'm fine. My doctor said I'm good. I'm good. I'm coherent. I'm answering questions. Far better than Biden. I'm fine. It would have to be senators, congressmen, congresswomen. It'd have to be the vice president. It'd have to be the administration as a whole, the cabinet. So this is nothing. This is nothing but a constant thorn in the side to President Trump. And that's why I say crush these pieces of shit into oblivion. What are we waiting for? Why do you let them do this to you? You are in ultimate power right now. Why do you let these people do this to you? Why do you let these fleas keep jumping on your back? Why not squash them for good? I know that if people were doing this to me, they would be dead or I would be in prison. If people were doing what they're doing to him, to me, they would be dead or I would be in prison. One of the two. So it blows my mind how the most powerful man in the world continues to allow these people to do this to him. Democrats wouldn't allow it. True International Depression says, I don't wish harm on anybody, but wouldn't it be a shame if a certain someone's cancer came back? Sure wouldn't. See what I did there? Wild Rose says, why doesn't he call martial law? They are trying to subvert the president of the United States on a daily basis. They're trying to impede and intersect everything he does and intercept everything he does. They're leaking to the media constantly. They're constantly using rogue judges to go against the Constitution to try to stop him from being the president of the United States. You don't think you should call in martial law for that? We're dealing with a constant insurrection every freaking day of our freaking lives. And you don't think you should call martial law in? You don't think you should curb stomp these cancer-ridden pieces of shit? Like, I look, man. I don't even want arrests. I want to see them erased. Erased from Congress. Erased from the Senate. Erased from public life. And don't tell me there's nothing he can do. Because there is. There's plenty he can do. They're also setting up impeachment proceedings against Pete Hegseth. Again, won't go anywhere. But they don't care about that. They say, let's do this now. That way it's already set up for if and when we get back in power. Let's do this now. Let's introduce this. Let's introduce that. Let's put this committee together. Let's get our foundation and our ducks in a row for if and when we ever take power back. Then it'll be fast. Ted said, what about the treasonous six? Exactly. These people are committing insurrection and treason on a daily basis just by merely trying to get the president removed after being duly elected. Legally. One criticism that I would give about this president, and I believe I've earned the right to criticize him, so I don't want to hear it from anyone, and that's this. You nonchalantly go through each day saying these people are crazy and they should be in jail and they should be locked up and that they're traitors. You nonchalantly say that every day. Oh, they're crazy. These people, they're crazy. They're nuts. They're nuts. They tried to kill me. They tried to put me in prison. They commit fraud. They're traitors. Nonchalantly act like, oh, well, they're just going to do what they do. Why can't we just do what we're going to do? Talking to Ben. Ben will be on here in a few minutes, folks. Sorry about that. Just want to make sure that we are on time here with him. Gina says he uses too much hyperbole. But, well, it's either hyperbole or he doesn't plan on doing anything about these people trying to remove him from office. And look, don't tell me that he doesn't know that an attorney general that he nominates is going to or not going to do the job. Don't tell me he doesn't know that. Here, come into my office, sit down. What can I do for you, sir? I want to make you the attorney general. Oh, that's great. That's amazing. I'd love to be the attorney general of the United States. Good. I'd love you to be the attorney general too, but what are you going to do when you get there? Well, President Trump, you know all those assholes that tried to kill you and put you in prison? I'm going to have them put in prison by the end of the year. I'm going to go after these people with the full arm of the law. I'm going to crush them into non-existence, and I'm going to make them sorry that they ever came after you. Okay, you're hired. That's it. Job interview over. But I'll guarantee you he gets people like Pam Bondi. Sir, I am honored. I am honored because of your leadership. I'm here today. I've always wanted to serve this country proud. And sir, you are making that possible. I will fight for you, sir, because nobody is above the law. Not with me here. That's what we get. We get the Pam Bondi treatment, ladies and gentlemen. We need a DOJ, an attorney general that's going to go in, guns blazing, and literally tear these people from limb to limb. Amen? Okay. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is time. I told you, I promised you. He promised you. I relayed his promise. And that promise is Ben Bergquam of Real America's Voice News. I love your shirt, brother. How you doing?
I'm good, brother. I figured it was fitting to put the Donald Trump did nothing wrong back on with all the people losing their minds out there.
Unbelievable.
Good to be with you, man.
And the hat matches. And the hat
there you
matches.
Go. There you
That's
go,
great.
brother.
Hey, so look, I reached out to you today because I saw you repost the Eric Swalwell video of you and him, the confrontation that you guys had. And, you know, since he resigned from literally everything but breathing, I figured it would be a good time to talk about that and what's going on here. But let's get into it. I mean, the introductions, we don't need them. The guy's a scumbag. I'm sure there are a lot more scumbags like him right there in California, including Gavin Newsom, which might have his own problems here in the future with sexual assault allegations. A lot of people are saying a lot of people.
Hang on, real quick
go
on
ahead.
Gavin Newsom.
Go ahead.
You know, when those videos came out about Swalwell, you know, the person that was shaking the most, thinking, "Oh, please, Lord, don't be there. Let there be. Please, nobody have filmed all of the sexual escapades and potential sexual assaults and everything else that you know Gavin Newsom was a part of. If you are willing to have an affair with your best friend's wife, I don't put anything past him. So yes, hopefully Gavin Newsom ends up going down as well as the rest of them. And I'm not talking about the going down that these guys are used to. I'm talking about in prison.
Well, you know what? Before we even get to the meat and potatoes of this, a colleague of yours and friend of both of ours, Grant Stitchfield, he put out a statement, a video, and I've talked to him about it, in which he said, hold your head on a swivel, Gavin, because the Democrat Party is the one who just took down one of their own.
That's right.
To make
That's
room
right.
for Tom Steyer so they could have a billionaire in that position so they could utilize his position and his money. Keep your head on a swivel, Gavin, because they're coming after you next to replace you with Michelle Obama if you run for president in 2028. What do you think about that?
I think, well, first off, the fact that the Democrats will do this, I mean, it's you know, this double edge of the Democrats will actually destroy their own people. They love their tyrants. They love their sexual deviants until they step out of line. And as soon as you do that, you get the Swalwell treatment. And I love that to a sense, or in a sense, but it also means that they know everything. They know all of this.
Yes.
They're totally fine with you raping children as long as you hold the line on what they tell you to do.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the same party that covered up, you know, people were going off, oh, President Trump didn't release enough about the Epstein files. The Democrats had all of that. They know all of that. They know how bad Bill Gates is. They know how bad Bill Clinton was. They know how bad Eric Swalwell is. They know how bad all of these people, and guarantee you, Katie, whatever her name is, Potter, whatever, the lesbian that's running, that they don't want either going in there. All of these people are deviants. They know it, and they don't care as long as you toe the line. But as soon as you get out of line, they will eat you. They will devour you. And that's what you see. And you know, in a sense, it's I wish our side wouldn't do the first part of that.
I know.
But I wish we would do the second part of it.
I know.
I wish we would take out the rhinos. I wish we would stand up and say, you toe the line or you're out.
Yep.
But instead, we got these rhinos that are blocking everything. And that's our biggest problem right now. We have people in Senate and the House. Anyone coming after President Trump for not doing enough needs to look at who else is there. President Trump, that's why we have equal branches of power. We have separate branches of power between the judiciary, the legislature, and the executive. And he can't do it all. We don't want him to do it all, but we have to have those other branches actually do it. So I hope Grant's right. I mean, Gavin Newsom has been a scumbag for a long time. Now, I am writing my first book, and I do have an entire chapter on how God's changed my heart towards Gavin. God calls us to pray for our enemies. It's the hardest thing, one of the hardest things I have to do. I pray for my enemies, but I also pray that they get punished for their crimes. And so I hope he ends up in prison and finds Jesus.
Yeah, I pray. You know what I do when I pray for my enemies? It's hard to pray for them as you would pray for a friend, right? I don't pray for them to prosper. I don't pray for them to have a wonderful set of circumstances for the rest of their lives. I pray that they find Jesus. And then I pray that they get justice for what they've done. Just like all of us have had to pay in our lives. Now, the whole replacing them with Michelle Obama thing, that is kind of scary. Hey, we just had this conversation. And it's kind of scary. Think about it. Michelle Obama, there was talks that she was going to run last time. Okay?
Yeah.
Those talks were shut down real quick when the Obamas and everybody realized that they're not going to be able to beat Trump. And imagine if an Obama ran against Trump and lost. There's the end of their legacy, right?
Yeah.
But if Trump leaves the party, I don't care if he leads it to J.D. Vance. I don't care if he leaves it to Marco Rubio. You and I know that they're MAGA. But the majority of the voting base votes for the Republicans because of Trump. If Trump was if Trump was to be taken out of the mix today, if somebody came in, if God came in and plucked Trump home right now, what would the Republican Party be? How would they be able to beat Michelle Obama if the Save America Act isn't passed? That's a scary thought.
It was scary. Honestly, it was even scary in the last general election because you've got the trifecta, a black woman, black trans woman.
Exactly.
You know, it's like
exactly.
So it's all of this. So she would be somebody that would be difficult to compete against.
Yeah.
And particularly when you have voting fraud, when you have all of this, when you have all of the energy aligned with the Democrats because our side fights ourselves more than we fight the enemy. And when you have half of MAGA out there, you know, you've got these guys out there praising Islam and bad-mouthing Trump and Israel. And I'm like, man, the Democrats don't even have to do it to us. We do it to ourselves. So, but at the same time, Jeremy, every time this happens, I have to catch myself. And it's just like in 2020. It's just like in 2016. It's just like actually when Obama won and took it from McCain and then from Romney. And I was like, oh my gosh, our country can't sustain this. Or, you know, I don't know how we're going to get out of this. And then you think back and you're like, well, thank God McCain didn't win because he was terrible. And you look at what we're up against in Arizona and his whole family aligning against basically supporting the fraud against Carrie Lake that ended up stealing the governorship from her and the senator seat from her. And now it sounds like if Ruben Gallegos is out, they're going to put McCain's son in there. It's like, you know, all of this stuff, you look at it, it's like, okay, sometimes I'd rather the rhinos not win and give it to the enemy. And like we had it with Obama, where the reason we got Trump was because Obama was so bad.
That's true.
And so I would never say I want a Michelle Obama. And I think at some point we're going to hit that yield point, that critical point in our country where you can't undo the damage. And we may already be there. But I also look at every single time I felt like, oh my gosh, we can't do this. God comes in and says, well, you can't. That's why I'm here. And so there's those times where you have to say, all right, Lord, I can't do this on my own. You've been through that. I've been through that. We need you, Lord. And it takes those times where only a miracle will fix it. Mm-hmm. That's when God comes in and says, well, there you go. Sad it took you that long to remember that I'm the God of miracles. So all of that, I just want to preface, like, I'm as the new meme is, I'm not a panikin, but I also am a realist. Like, I want the best for my kids and the next generation. And the more of these demons that we put into office, the harder that becomes. So, yeah. But I mean, Michelle Obama is, to me, Gavin Newsom isn't a threat because he's so terrible. He's so bad. I can't imagine that people are that stupid. But somebody like Michelle Obama can fool a lot of people.
Well, people in the chat say you guys are crazy if you think Michelle Obama is going to run. She couldn't even get that. She couldn't get that many people on her podcast. I don't think she's going to. Look, never sleep on these people. Barack, Michelle, the people that are around them, the people that prop them up and put them into power. I mean, you're talking about a guy who nobody knew and who the world fell in love with in a month. You know what I'm saying? These people know what they're doing and they're good at it. You know, a podcast is one thing. Liberal podcasts don't ever work. Conservative podcasts work. Liberal podcasts don't. There might be one or two out there that are successful. But I mean, liberals don't do that. They consume lies, short media, TikToks. They don't consume long form. That's why they take everything out of context. Let's move to Ruben Gallego. People are saying, and I don't know if there's any way to prove it, but I'm sure you've seen and heard, that he might be the guy in the video with Eric Swalwell. Okay? Sure looks like him from the side. He was confronted on that, and I'm going to play all these videos after the interview with you. But he was confronted on this, and let me tell you, he either looked nervous,
he was squirmy,
or he looked like he just did an 8-ball in the bathroom. He was. I'm surprised if there was a window shade, he probably would have looked out of it and went like this. I'm just saying. saying.
Yeah, he was. I've confronted him. You know, you talk about guys I've confronted. Schiff is another one. By the way, hopefully Schiff is held accountable. Now, look, I don't want to. I don't want to be liable for any of this, but Schiff, I've got people for a long time coming to me saying that he's done some really terrible things, and apparently there's speculation about him being involved in some people's early demise, and covering up for a lot of the stuff he's done.
Mm-hmm.
I hope he goes down. Gallegos is another one of those guys. Clearly linked to the cartels, dad directly linked to the cartels. If you're linked to the cartels, you're friends with Swalwell, you're doing some terrible things.
Yeah.
And you add that other layer of feeling protected. And this, I think these guys get into Congress, they get into these positions, and they're like, I got the Democrats behind me. I got the justice system behind me. Nobody's going to prosecute me. I can do whatever I want. And they start writing checks that now they've got to pass. They've got to clear these checks. And I think Gallegos' political days are numbered. And the question really in all of this, Swalwell, Gallego, Schiff, Clinton, all of them is, when is not just your political days going to be numbered, but your actual free days?
Yes.
When are they actually going to be prosecuted? When is the full force of the law? And I heard you say that about Pam Bondi. And when is actual justice going to come to them? Not the injustice that President Trump received and that many in January 6th and that people that actually support this country received.
Yeah.
When is actual justice going to come to them? And I won't feel good about it. Like you said, the SAVE Act, I'm not going to feel good about elections until we prosecute the fraudsters. I'm not going to feel good about our justice system until we prosecute these scumbags. And so I'm mixed on it, but Gallegos, I think at least his political days are numbered.
Well, let's look at this. The Bible says you are who you hang out with, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Swalwell was apparently his best friend. Okay, they were like two peas in a pod, right? They were like stepbrothers, making more room for activities, having bunk beds, and putting their balls on each other's drum sets. Yeah, exactly. That's what they were.
You're not riding camels with your buddy and not putting balls on his drum
Well, hold
set.
on.
I'm just saying.
Hold on, Producer Eli, can you bring that picture back up? Producer Eli's made a thumbnail just now with Gallego and with Swalwell. I'm gonna put Eli on the screen here. So there you go. You got Gallego and Swalwell riding camels together with their arms out like this, right?
Are they humping two or one? Is it two humps or one hump?
No, it's one hump, two different camels, but they got their arm around each other with their shirts off, looking like Putin.
Yeah.
So, but
looking
he
says,
bunch of
gay
he
retards.
says, exactly, gay retards. I love that those two words are back. By the way, I want a shirt that says it.
Me too. I know. Yeah.
Gay retards.
Yes.
He said yesterday, and I'll play the video a little later for the audience, but he's like, he fooled me for 20 years.
Oh my gosh.
He had me fooled. And some of all of us around him. A, then either you're a really bad judge of character, or B, you are the worst liar on earth. One of the two.
Yeah.
Either way, I don't want you representing me, cartel kid.
Yeah. Yeah. No, look, these guys, you are. And this is a warning to young people in particular. This is, the people you surround yourself with, you will become more like. Now, they may become more like you, and if you're shining light, that's a great thing. You can shine that, but you will become more like them. It's very difficult for that not to happen. So surround yourself with good people. Don't surround yourself with people like this. And there's no doubt about it. If you're going on vacations with this guy, you're sitting in back rooms with him, you're having that locker room talk with this guy. This is the Billy Bush. You're not just saying all that stuff. Clearly, when Swalwell's doing all that stuff, you're also doing all that stuff.
Yes.
No doubt about it.
Oh, 100%. And even if you're not, there's no way that you don't have an inkling that this is happening. There's no way that you didn't.
Yeah.
There's no way you didn't see this and go, dude.
Yeah, you're either doing it or you're covering it up for him.
One of the two, exactly. And then you had Nancy Pelosi come out yesterday. Nobody knew this was going on. Nobody knew. Well, really, because Madison Cawthorn knew.
Yeah.
And that's
and look, Clearly, you all knew because you held it until now, and then until he wouldn't do what you said, and then you released it all.
That's it.
So it's not
That's
like,
it.
It's not like it was a grand Republican conspiracy. This was Democrats holding this footage. So, yeah, sorry, not buying it.
Well, it's just like Epstein. I wonder how much footage the Democrats, to me, are Epstein all over again, just a larger scale. It's like Epstein worked for them. Because they do the same stuff. They hold all this footage until they need to throw somebody under the bus. You're right, Gallego must be next. Well, let's shift over to the Republican side. You had another retiring yesterday from Tony, what's his name, down there in Texas. He retired yesterday before he was expelled.
Gonzalez.
Tony Gonzalez, yeah. And, for the same kind of stuff. So is it what Madison Cawthorn said? Both sides engaging in sexual immorality, coke parties, drinking, completely wasted, having sex with men and women. We saw that footage coming out from the Biden administration where gay dudes were getting plowed in the Senate chamber. It's like, is D.C. is it Sodom and Gomorrah?
Yeah, and that's a terrible mental picture. Thanks for that, Jeremy.
You're welcome.
Look, when you take God out of society, that's what you're going to get. And when you have, it's both sides. And sadly, even, this is even for Christians, this is one of those things that the devil will bring stuff at you, will try to tear you down. And when you're in a position of power, that's why they say power corrupts and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Anytime you're in those positions, you have to be super, super guarding of your heart and your actions and where you're at and who you hang around with. Because that's who the devil goes after. And so there's no doubt about it. I have no doubt. It's not just Madison that's come out. I mean, I've heard this for years. And basically, because we always ask that question, why do we elect these great people and then they get up there and it seems like something like a light switch turns on and they turn into the exact opposite of who they said they were going to be. And there's theories about that. I've had friends that say, well, they put you in a compromising position. This is the whole deep state that basically you'll end up in a room with some young girl or young boy, and then all of a sudden you got pictures that, hey, we got this on you, you better do what we say. I don't know if it's that coordinated, but it clearly seems to be that these people that want that power, most of the people that are politicians are narcissists to begin with, and then you add to it, you get that, and then you add people throwing themselves at you, no doubt about that. There's temptation everywhere. I think it's probably worse than any of us can imagine. And I would guess probably more so on the Democrat side, but also on the Republican side. And especially as we bring amorality into our party, like, look at California and the log cabin Republicans. As soon as you start inviting sin into the party or sin into your life, you're going to get more of it. And so Democrats pulled God out of their party and society a long time ago. Sadly, a lot of Republicans have done the same. And so anytime that happens, you're going to make poor choices. And I think it's just the tip of the iceberg of what we end up finding out about these, if we find it all out. And I hope we do. And I hope we hold them all accountable. I hope, I would love to see all child molesters be prosecuted with the death penalty or chopping their dicks and balls off. Like I want to see the highest extent, the worst punishment possible for the people that take advantage of little kids. I'm waiting to see it.
Yeah.
I'm not holding my breath.
Well,
but I think he's right. I think it's worse than we can imagine on both sides, probably.
I'm going to ask you one more question, and then we got to go to Caroline Levitt, who's got a press conference going on right now. So, Eli, just send me over the feed. One last question. All of this is starting to come to light, regardless of who's putting it out, Democrats or Republicans. And you're starting to see more and more and more and more come to light, especially with independent journalists out there like James O'Keefe, Savannah Hernandez, you, and others. And we are 1 month and 2 days away from the rededication of this country back to God.
Yep.
It sounds to me God is draining the swamp on his time, in his way. What do you say to that last word?
Yeah, it's always God's timing. And to all the people that are freaking out about President Trump's meme, just remember, President Trump's the first one going to rededicate America.
That's right.
In May 17th to God.
That's
and
right.
So focus on that. The devil's going to continue to attack. Focus on that. Rededicate America to God. Rededicate your life to God. That's the key in all of this.
Amen. Ben, where can people go to help you out with MyPillow or any donations to help you on your way?
FrontlineAmerica.com is my website. You can donate there. If you want to donate to our 501c3, it's frontlineaf.org. That helps support ICE and Border Patrol. And then MyPillow, it's just promo code Frontline. And then watch our episodes, Law and Border. We got a new one coming out next weekend, americasvoice.news. But
Not
you
this
can
week.
donate.
Not this Saturday.
Not
next
this
Saturday.
weekend. Next Saturday. Yeah.
Okay. And Frontline America AF, that stands for America First, right? Not as.
It's Frontline America Foundation.
Oh, there you go. Okay. All right.
But a little play on words.
Hey, no, it's smart. Hey, man, always, as always, love you, love to the kids, love to the wife, love to the cat I let out. And
he's in heaven.
Yeah, he's in heaven somewhere. And I can't wait to see you again, my friend.
You too, brother. Love you.
All right, love you too. See you later. All right, there he goes, ladies and gentlemen, Ben Bergquam. That was a great conversation that we had with Ben. We're going to go right to Caroline Leavitt, though, okay? Caroline Leavitt got a press conference right now. Scott Bessent is there. It looks like Kelly Loeffler is there as well. Well, we're going to go over there now. Thank you for your patience on that. I'm assuming that Caroline Leavitt will answer some questions here in just a few seconds, but here we go.
With that, we are seeing... I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding if they haven't already done so, because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year. So with that, we have also seen with the Trump accounts, we have had 5 million families file for Trump accounts for their children. 1.2 million of those are eligible for the $1,000 seed bonus. So we look forward to that picking up more and more. For those of you who haven't done it, it's easy to remember, Form 4547. You can do it while you're filing your taxes. You can do it at any point during the year. We think this is going to be transformational in terms of financial literacy. This is Financial Literacy Month, and at Treasury and all over the administration, we are working with the American people, with American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
Great. Thank you, Scott, and good afternoon, everyone. Excited to be here on Tax Day, important day for small business because small business and their employees have real relief thanks to President Trump's working family tax cuts. As administrator of the U.S. Small Business Administration, it is my great honor to serve our great president as the cabinet-level voice for America's 36 million small businesses. President Trump is right. Small business is big business. Indeed, they are a massive economic engine that creates 2/3 of all new jobs. They represent 99% of all businesses, and they drive about half of our GDP. The working family tax cuts are putting money back into the pockets of the hardest working Americans. That's why small business and their employees are benefiting the most. President Trump and congressional Republicans have saved Americans from a $4 trillion tax hike, including a staggering 20% tax increase on working families. It would have destroyed millions of jobs. Now, I've traveled the country from Maine to Alaska, and not a single worker, not a single small business asked to pay $1 more in taxes. Yet every single congressional Democrat voted to raise taxes, not just on small businesses, on our workers, on our seniors, on hardworking families. Thankfully, Republicans united behind common sense policy of letting Americans, not Washington bureaucrats or fraudsters, keep more of what they earn. Now, so far, as you've just heard, 12 million small businesses have an average tax saving of $7,000. The 20% small business pass-through deduction is now permanent, offering them certainty to plan for the future and the rocket fuel to create 1 million new jobs. Eric Williams at Prince Manufacturing in rural Georgia. He specializes in fabrication and machining. This year, he's...
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is something that I think you can all go back and watch. None of this is going to be breaking news. It's basically telling you, how to keep more of your money during this fiscal year coming up from tax time to tax time, how to withhold, what's going to bring, you and companies and businesses the most money. But the fact of the matter is business is about ready to boom. Gas prices are about ready to drop. Prices overall about ready to drop. Housing market's about to go through the roof. Rates are going to drop here in the next 2 months. It's going to be huge. Eileen said, first time in ages I'm getting something back. No longer have to pay California state taxes. That's great for you. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Still paying taxes on my land I bought in my house 30 years ago. Paid for and still paying. Scam, says Kelly. Absolutely. I absolutely hate property taxes. There's got to be another way to gain revenue for a city other than taking it from your property taxes, or they take your house. Dilly18 is nailing it on the head in the live chat. Said, no IRS incoming soon. That's exactly what Trump is doing. Trump is positioning this country, folks, to stop robbing its citizens in order to pay for its services. And it's all part of his global reset to make sure that the world is buying from us. Melissa says, last week gas here was $3.80. Then it was $3.35. Tuesday it was $3.32. Absolutely. K.O. Kelly says silver's going to soar. You guys have been paying attention. You get it. You get it. RJC said we got 9,000 back this year. Most we've gotten in years. Thank you, President Trump. Maybe I bet you some of those people out there that are railing against President Trump on a day-to-day basis, I'll bet you any amount of money says they got money back too, but they'll never let you know that. Tax refunds surge as millions of Americans take advantage of Trump reforms like no tax on tips and overtime. That's the headline of this story right here. And that's exactly what Scott Bessent and Kelly Loeffler are talking about right now. As of March 27th, IRS filing season statistics show the agency had issued nearly $63 million in refunds, which is a cumulative total of $221.7 billion refunded so far. The cumulative refund amount was up 13.6% over 2025, while the average refund amount was up 11.1% over last year. On average, taxpayers are receiving $3,521 back this year. That's average. The White House noted that Americans earning $15,000 to $80,000 a year are receiving a 15% tax cut on average. More than 5.5 million Americans have claimed no tax on tips so far, with an average deduction of over $7,100, while over 25 million have claimed no tax on overtime, with an average deduction of over $3,000. Think about that. This guy, Raj Aman, who runs a bar attached to a golf course, said this: 3 years ago, I couldn't get any servers or bartenders. This year, we have people calling us and said, do you have job openings? We have already, for the start of the season, he said, of the golf course season, interviewed over 85 people from zero last year. People are looking for jobs, folks. People want to work again because Donald Trump is letting them keep more of their own money. They don't feel like they're working for nothing. Caroline Levitt is back in the behind the podium right now. Questions are being asked. We'll go to that now.
There that while we see the data on tax refunds, that it's not good enough, that the tax season has been too soft. What is your response to this media narrative regarding the tax refunds?
Look, it's been an incredible tax season. We have done more with less at the IRS, that we have moved over millions of taxpayers to digital tax accounts, and that leaves us able to service more taxpayers in person and on the phone. And as we can see, the economy was very strong. We are seeing growth across the board in all areas, and as Kelly said, small business, Main Street are really the big beneficiaries, and this is what they don't want you to hear. That Wall Street always done great. This administration is focused on parallel prosperity and bringing prosperity back to Main Street, and that starts with people keeping more of their money.
And one more.
Amen. Amen. You know what's funny is all this is happening. Great job numbers, strong economy, people going back to work, people keeping more money in their pocket. Those same people that are crying about gas prices right now because of what's going on are the same people that just got a record tax refund that they've ever had to make up for it. And this is all going on during what everyone's calling a war. A war's going on. Trump's got us into a never-ending war. Oh, but look how great the economy's doing during all of it. People are so stupid. People are so dumb. Like Hakeem Jeffries. Hakeem Jeffries, once again, getting schooled by CNBC as CNBC's Joe Kerman brutally confronts Hakeem Jeffries before he lets him filibuster on nonsense. Lets him say, weird that you guys are saying everything's so bad. The numbers show otherwise.
Of disagreement whether Wall Street and Main Street are always aligned, but at least we know that the corporate profitability and the economy and profit margins are reflected in what happens in the averages. So in other words, if we're facing a recession, it's unlikely for the stock market to be doing well. We can look at the bond market as well. So I just wanted to show you a couple of charts. One is the S&P, one is the NASDAQ. We're back to all-time highs, basically, on most of the averages. You can see that when the tariffs were enacted, that's in the middle of the chart. There was a sell-off, quick rebound, and the same sort of situation happening now. Same with the NASDAQ. And then also, I just want to show you quickly the 10-year note or interest rates. Go back for the same period of time, and inflation is not where the Fed wants it. It's not where anyone wants it. But you would normally see, if there was a true crisis, you would normally see some type of panic or angst in the bond market. So just in terms of Wall Street, you would not know things are going very poorly the way that you describe it. Things are going pretty well.
Well, actually, I talk to corporate leaders all the time, and they're incredibly concerned with the instability and the uncertainty that Donald Trump and Republican policy.
Hold on. Shut your fucking mouth. Who? That's what Joe Kerman should have asked him right there. All right, that's enough of your bullshit. Stop talking already, Team Obama. Who said that? What Wall Street executives are saying that? Because Wall Street's showing a different pattern here. Numbers don't lie. Democrats do. So tell me, who said that? He should have pulled him out right there. Well, I don't want to tell you. Said, no. We're not continuing this interview, and we're not bringing your bitch ass on this show anymore unless you can nut up and tell us who. Who said that? I talk to Wall Street executives all the time. Well, clearly you don't.
These have created. Because as you know, Joe, it's impossible to make sound investment decisions when you have such an uncertain, unstable public policy environment, which Donald Trump has continued to put forward in terms of the way in which he's conducted himself. And so that's highly problematic. And the reality is, at the end of the day,
look at the numbers they're
showing.
American
People that we all are privileged to represent here in Congress, that, for the investing class,
look at the numbers
under Donald Trump's policies, including his one big ugly bill, which enacted the largest cut to Medicaid in American history at the same time that these my colleagues, provided massive tax breaks to their billionaire donors. The investor class is doing well. The problem is the working class is not. And Donald Trump promised to focus on making life more affordable for working class Americans. And in that regard, all evidence indicates he has failed.
Really? Really? How many people just got a record tax refund? You know what the greatest part about that is CNBC's Joe Kerman was literally had his producers showing the incredible numbers in real time. This guy might be dumber than 8th grade Adams. He might be dumber than 8th grade Eric Adams. The investor class is doing fine. When the investor class is doing fine in America, everybody's doing fine, dipshit idiot. The investor class is doing fine with a lisp. It's the regular people that aren't doing good. That's where Donald Trump has failed. So you mean to tell me he's succeeded in the stock market but failed in American homes? Is that what you're telling me? Shannon said, Jeremy, did you address the portrayal of himself as Jesus? I did. A couple days back when it happened. And nowhere in that picture does he look like Jesus. He looks like an appointed apostle healing people with the Holy Spirit. But I didn't see a beard or long hair. As a matter of fact, I didn't see Jesus anywhere in that picture. Nowhere. That's weird, right? Now, since we're gonna do a little bit of a weave here right now, since we're gonna go show something that actually looks like Jesus. Now, had Trump done this, I would say, okay, that's a little too far.
I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor, and had to do with Red Cross as a Red Cross worker there, which we support. And only the fake news could come up with that one. So I had
Eli, look at this.
I just heard about it, and I said, how did they come up with that? It's supposed to be me as a doctor making people better, and I do make people better. I make people a lot better. I did post it, and I thought it was me as a doctor.
Now, had he looked like this in the picture, I would say, okay, crown of thorns, beard, long hair, Hebrew robes. Yeah. Yeah, I addressed it. I had no problem with it. None at all. As a matter of fact, like Ben just said, he'll be the only president in modern history to rededicate the country back to the very same Lord that people say he was trying to be and trying to depict. I remember a bunch of stuff going around about Obama, the same exact kind of stuff. As a matter of fact, since we're there, I wasn't going to do this until the end of the show, okay? Now I'll restructure the way the show goes. But since somebody asked, let's bring it up, okay? Let's go back to Obama's days, shall we? Let me pull this up here for you. This was back in Obama's days. What's that over his head? Is that a gay halo? Is that a rainbow halo above his head? How about this? These were pictures when Obama was president. Wow. I don't remember the outrage then. Is there amnesia in the Democrat Party? Is there amnesia in the Christian community? By the way, the Christian community. Jesus said most people who say that they are followers of Christ will meet him and he'll say, "Depart from me, you worker of iniquity, I never knew you." Lord, Lord, depart from me, you worker of iniquity, I never knew you. Most Christians will hear that. Most, not some, not a little. Most. They're the ones that are upset. Slam says it's a galo, not a halo. Shut up. That's hilarious. The only ones that are mad are people that are not secure in their following of Christ. Those are the only people that are mad. Because guess what happens when you get offended, Eli?
Sorry, what was going on?
What happens when someone gets offended?
Oh, I know. Nothing. I mean, you can go on just living your life, or you can be bothered by it all day and rock back and forth in a corner crying about it.
Yeah. Nothing happens when you get offended. So quit your holier than thou attitude. He's depicting himself as Jesus. Get over yourselves. Okay? Nobody cares. Here's a sculpture of Obama as Jesus in the Art Institute of Chicago. during his campaign. Wow, nobody cared about that one. You see, we like to do a thing here called the internet never forgets. And boy, we're utilizing that today, aren't we? Did you hear what Joy Behar said on The View about Jesus? You want to talk about these women on The View are complaining about Trump, saying it's blasphemous for him to do what he did. Really? And this isn't?
Did not run around saying, I'm the Messiah, I'm the Messiah.
Jesus
This
kind of
guy,
did say he was
you're
the
supposed to have a
Messiah.
little bit
Well,
of...
that's exactly what Jesus said. I am the Messiah.
You know what? No, he did not.
It's
Jesus
been a
was
minute
more
since I
Here's the
heard
thing.
that.
The Pope's got him. He's got God behind.
Jesus said, I knew Jesus.
Jesus was not narcissistic like this guy.
But when you are the Messiah, it's not narcissism to say it.
Yes, it is.
When you are the Messiah.
I'm going to move this along because this is like, it's too much for me. The Pope has God with him.
Yes.
Oh, he does? The Pope has God with him? The Pope has God with him? The Pope has God with him, Eli. The Pope has God with him.
I absolutely love how every single time these scumbags, especially Whoopi Goldberg, has nothing to say and she knows that she's been shut down. I'm gonna move past this, y'all. You know, y'all, because this is getting out of hand now. And all the white people in the audience, this is talking black.
Unbelievable. He did not say I was the Messiah. He did. He did. No, he didn't. That's blasphemy. It's not, or that's narcissistic. It's not narcissistic if you are the Messiah. You know what I'm saying?
Why did people start following him then?
Yeah.
You know what? That guy's the Messiah. He must be the Messiah. I'm going to follow him.
Well, actually, there was up to a point where Jesus said to Peter, who do you say I am? And Peter said, the Son of God. After people said Elijah and Abraham and Moses, Peter said, you're the Son of God. Jesus said, who told you that? I didn't tell you that. It was only after that did Jesus claim that I and the Father are one. Prior to that moment, people were following him just because the Holy Spirit nudged them to because of what they seen him do. But prior to that, he wasn't running around saying, I'm the Messiah. It was after that in which he said, I and the Father are one. When you see the Father, you see me. When you see me, you see the Father. I have been sent here. I have been chosen to do this. I am coming here to complete my Father's, to be obedient and to complete this mission. Yes. I don't think Joy knows her Bible, Eli. I would be willing to bet Joy has never read the Bible. Now, yesterday I played about 45 seconds of these bishops and priests piling on President Donald J. Trump for this. By the way, again, this was not supposed to be the end of the show, but since it was brought up, I figured I might as well play it off. Screw the Catholic Church. Screw all organized religion. I'm not saying screw Catholics. Screw the Catholic Church. Your days are done. Your days are numbered. You are the false prophets and the false teachers that Jesus warned us about. Not the parishioners, not the members, the leadership. The Pope, Pope Leo, we should perhaps be a little less fearful of Islam. What? Now, this is a guy who opened up an entire prayer wing of the Vatican for Muslims. Don't believe me? About how much this guy loves Islam? Here's the Pope visiting a mosque and bowing to Allah. We get the...
got the product. We got the tool.
Every one of these popes in a line, all of them, they're all disgusting. All of them. I have no problem with people who worship Jesus. I don't care if you're Catholic, Presbyterian, Lutheran, Baptist, Methodist, Wesleyan, or whatever that's called. I don't care what you claim to be. You follow Christ, you're my brother or sister in Christ. You know who hates the Pope more than I do? Catholics. Ask them. They're ashamed of the leadership of their church. Like we're ashamed of the leadership of America, but we love the country. That's what I'm saying. I love this country to the core. I would die for it every single day of every week. But I hate our leadership. They're corrupt and they need to be in prison. Same thing with the Catholic Church. But what does Keir Starmer say? Islam isn't the problem. Islamophobia is the problem, he said just the other day. Islam is not the problem. Islamophobia is. That's what he said. All right, before we get to the last section of today's show, we are going to check on the price of silver and gold today. Well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Silver is down, and it's still $80 an ounce. Just shy of $80 an ounce. That's how much it went up with all the news of the economy lately. Again, what do you think is going to happen when it all comes back to the way Donald Trump wanted it to go? Let's check the price of gold today. So silver's just shy of 80. Gold is $4,819. And it's down, by the way. GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Go to GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Get your 2026 info guide for free. Request your stuff. I'm telling you right now, folks, over $6,000 an ounce for gold, in between $200 and $300 an ounce for silver by the end of the year. I'm not only saying that, every gold enthusiast out there is saying that, even with what happened in Iran, and especially now that they're seeing that the economy is so strong. Okay? GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. That's GoldenCrestMetals.com/LFA. Now, getting back to these sickos in Washington, D.C. Eric Swalwell. The DA and Los Angeles County has opened up a criminal investigation now, an actual official criminal investigation against Eric Swalwell. And here's his lawyer right after she did the press conference yesterday, joining News Nation.
Conference a few hours ago, you said you were headed to the LA County Sheriff's Office to file that police report. We just got news from the LA County District Attorney that they're investigating. Fill us in on what we missed.
Yes, Lana and I went over to the LA County Sheriff's Office, as we said we would. That's the agency that has jurisdiction for West Hollywood, where she says her incident occurred. We sat with a detective and two other officers, and Lana answered all of their questions, went through all of her story in detail, discussed evidence. We turned some of the evidence over. There is more that she is gathering, and she will be turning over the rest of it. We are fully investigating with the Sheriff's Office.
I was watching her interview, and it's completely harrowing. Your client outlined allegations of drugging, rape, choking. What is the strongest evidence you have right now supporting the client's claims from 2018?
Well, she has a couple of individuals who she told at the time what happened. She has a photo that we showed at the press conference of the two of them together. Mm-hmm. So I don't think he can deny ever knowing her or ever meeting her. There's the photo. She has text messages with him setting up one of the encounters between them. She met him, she says, 3 times. The third time was when this terrible incident occurred, and they never met up again after that. She later, a couple of years later, I think it was in 2021. She went to a sexual assault center where she received extensive therapy for what she says happened that night with Eric Swalwell. She got EMDR therapy, which is the kind of therapy that's very effective for sexual assault survivors. And she talked about him a lot there in that therapy. So there's a fair amount of evidence. I've been doing sexual assault cases for a long time. I would say in this case, there's a pretty significant amount of evidence to corroborate her claims. And then, of course, I always want to tell people a woman's testimony in court is evidence. And some people have been convicted just on a woman's testimony. So I don't want survivors out there to think they have to have a mountain of evidence to come forward, although it certainly does help.
I don't like that, by the way. I don't like that a woman's testimony is evidence. I guess evidence could be, but proof, no. And people have been convicted on that. I don't like that. I want to see proof, or else anybody anywhere can do that. Here's Eric Swalwell's attorney, again, on News Nation, this time talking to Chris Cuomo.
It's not behavior. It's not about appropriateness. These are serious crimes.
Mm-hmm. Undoubtedly. I mean, I don't dispute the severity of what is being alleged here. You know, being alleged that he committed rapes, one person was allegedly drugged. But the issue, and that underscores sort of why we can't hash this out in the court of public opinion and why I'm here. Because as you know, Chris, you know, it's not my style to, you know, litigate my own cases in media. But I'm here because these allegations are false, and he's been advised not to make any statements, so I'm doing that on his behalf.
How do you deal with the fact that the congressman would have been the first one to say the women should be believed?
That is who he is. Remember, he was a prosecutor before he was a congressman, before he, you know, for 20 years was a public servant. That is who he is, and I don't care if you don't like him. I don't care if you are passing judgment because of inappropriate sex or immoral sex. The issue that we're talking about here is whether it was unconsensual sex that is criminal sex. And, you know, two adults consenting, which is our position, is not against the law. And so what I say to jurors, I'm going to tell your audience, regret is not rape. So the fact that, you know, a day later, years later or whatnot, you maybe had shame around what you did, or maybe you were in a relationship and shouldn't have done what you did, doesn't make it rape.
Do you feel any differently?
No, you might be right about that. And I will agree with you that just from a woman's testimony alone, that shouldn't be enough. Look what happened with E. Jean Carroll and President Trump. But there is sufficient enough actual evidence to say that it did happen, right? I mean, a physician saying that, you know, she's showing all the signs of somebody that went through that, a psychiatrist saying the same thing. Now, again, she could be lying, you know, joining a sexual assault group to deal with it afterwards. Like, all of that stuff is going to be, all that stuff's going to be brought up, and he's going to get convicted of it. He has to. Here's Hakeem Jeffries running away from, did you tell him to resign or what?
Push Swalwell to resign. Did you push Swalwell to resign?
Member conversations that I've had will remain private.
Why did you call for him publicly to resign, given these allegations?
He's made the right decision.
And what about Trifolis McCormick? Should she resign?
Thank you, everyone.
Didn't want to answer questions, had to get out of there as quick as possible. There's no way he could spin that to President Trump. What's he going to say? President Trump and the MAGA Republicans have created an environment where the country doesn't know where its morality is. When you have a immoral dictator in the White House, President Trump, who's giving his cues to America and they don't know which way is up, what do you expect members of Congress to do? The MAGA extremist Republicans are to blame for all of this. You guys want to see how nervous Ruben Gallego was? Told you I was going to play that for you, didn't I? Watch his fidgety, coke-headed cartel ass.
It was just very. It was flirty. That was flirty.
And that was when? About what year was it?
I mean, that was through. We've heard that. We've heard that throughout.
Senator, you just said. Thank you so much. I want to clarify because in the beginning,
I know we'll go back there. Yeah.
In the beginning, you said when you first heard these rumors a few weeks ago, that's when you called him. Then you said you've heard these rumors for years. So which one is it, Senator?
So I heard rumors of him being flirty.
And that wasn't an issue enough for you to not trust him to watch your kids or be close with him?
Because, you hear this, and then when you're close to somebody and you know his wife, you see this. You see that relationship. You know that, it maybe just isn't true.
Have you asked him about it prior to this few weeks?
I asked him about it a few weeks ago when it started coming up online.
Why wouldn't you
Yes.
ask him about it if you're running his campaign, sir?
Look at him bouncing all around.
It was flirty. That was flirty.
He bouncing all around. Doesn't know what to do. Doesn't know which way is up. It was flirty. It was flirty. It was flirty. It's flirty. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to do it for us here on Lfa TV's Live from America. But don't worry. I know a lot of you, as soon as I'm done, you go about your day. I understand that. But if you don't have anywhere to go and you don't have anything to go do, then might I suggest staying and sticking around for our Will Johnson, who's coming up next here on Lfa TV? Because he is. Culture Wars. Will Johnson coming up next. And I guarantee you they'll hear this, Eli. I guarantee one thing about Culture Wars. You will hear the word demon crap within the first 10 minutes.
I mean, yeah, you might hear it once or twice.
Because that's what they are. They're demons. Demon craps should be. There are right ways, ladies and gentlemen. And there are wrong. JT Lerb says he's a coked up fag. Yeah, he is. He absolutely is a coked up fag. It was great to be here with you guys today. I appreciate it. Big shout out to Ben Bergquam for coming on the program. Stay tuned for Culture Wars. Will Johnson next. There are right ways. There are wrong ways. There's only one. If that was Gallego, if he was saying it, that's what he'd be doing. And there's only one Yahweh, ladies and gentlemen. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high. Because you are a child of God, and no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family and your friends close. Keep your pets close too, because Haitians will eat them. And whatever you do, never, ever, ever stop spreading the gospel. All right? God bless you guys. Will Johnson, next.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. Rebirth of America. It's been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. No way. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. Long as I'm living and breathing.
What's going on, everybody? What's up? What's up? What's up? Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Will Johnson, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's get in it. Let's go. Let's go. What's up? Oh, Eric Swalwell. You know, I've constantly talked about how they will protect each other. They will protect each other as much as possible. Anytime you have one of those on the left that is fighting for the evilness in the world, they will fight for each other. But this time, they can't avoid it. They can't stand by Eric Swalwell any longer. Let me ask y'all a question. Do you believe that they didn't know anything about it? They didn't know anything about Eric Swalwell when he was raping these women. He was roofing, giving these women roofies. You know, I guess that's how you say it, roofie, right? I mean, I've never seen it. I remember when I was a kid, they used to talk about the Spanish fly. You ever heard of that? Spanish fly? You put that in a drink. I'm like, what? Spanish fly? I never heard of it. I guess Bill Cosby was using some Spanish fly, but he went a little bit further. So did Eric Swalwell. But now they're actually looking at even doing criminal charges against Eric Swalwell because of his tactics, because of what he was doing. Now, they all knew about it. They knew about his extra external marital affairs even ever since Fang Fang, they knew about Eric Swalwell. And they're all trying to act like, oh, we didn't know. We didn't know. We didn't know about Eric Swalwell. We didn't know anything about him. We didn't know that he was doing this. We didn't know, had no idea. And here's Adam Pencilneck Schiff. Listen to what Adam Pencilneck Schiff has to say about Eric Swalwell now. Oh, my goodness. This is, look, I asked Eli to create a thumbnail. And I mean, come on, man. This is so good. Dems death bus. They're trying to run this. They're about to run this dude down. They're about to run Eric Swalwell down. He's done. Can you imagine being Eric Swalwell, where you've been on and you've been talking to all of these people, Nancy Pelosi, Adam Pencilneck Schiff, Hakeem Jeffries, all of these people saying that they were on his side, that he was a champion, and they were all looking at him to lead the charge for the liberals in California. He was going to be governor. They're like, he's going to be it. So now they're trying to distance themselves away from Eric Swalwell. Why? Why? Because it's making them all look bad. They all knew about it. Listen to how Adam Pencilneck Schiff throws Eric Swalwell under the bus. Run this dude down. Run them down. Listen.
Do you still have questions about who knew what when about his behavior?
Do you have any questions about who knew what when? The very reason why she's asking that question is because she's trying to help him out. She's trying to put it out there. So go ahead and tell everybody that you didn't know that Eric Swalwell was doing this to women. That's all that Jen Psaki's doing. Watch, she's not going to bring up the slush fund. You know, Congress has a slush fund, or they used to when they would rape people, assault people, that they would just go in, here's $100,000, shut up about it. Here she is asking him about, you didn't know anything, right?
Do you still have questions about who knew what when about his behavior?
Well, I don't know what others may have known. I can tell you that I certainly didn't know that he was involved in any conduct along the lines of what has come out since Friday. And if I had, I wouldn't have gone near him with a 10-foot pole.
Okay, I have to address something here. Now, last week, I mentioned that I was coming in hard. I wasn't even thinking about it, I was just coming in real hard and strong, not anything sexual, but, someone took it there. Not me. Someone took it there. But Adam Schiff said he wouldn't touch Eric Swalwell with a 10-foot pole. You think he might touch him with a 2-inch pole? Since we're going there, a 2-inch pole, not a 10-inch, but maybe a 2-inch. Okay, I'll stop. If Shannon was here, she'd go, oh, Will, stop it. Okay. Listen to him. Pencil neck.
Along the lines of what has come out since Friday. And if I had, I wouldn't have gone near him with a 10-foot pole. I think there are many people in Congress as shocked as I am. Maybe I'm just not plugged into what others are if they've heard more. But I just feel shocked and betrayed and sickened. And I think a sense of grief about all of this.
Really?
But
now, look, pencil neck, Pinocchio, 100% Pinocchio. Thank you so much for the comment. Y'all can see it down there, right? The Pinocchio. This dude is known to be a liar. So we're supposed to believe all of a sudden Adam Pencilneck Schiff is telling the truth about he didn't know anything about Eric Swalwell. I mean, Jen Psaki, ask him about the slush fund. Ask him about the slush fund. How much money, taxpayer dollars, mind you, did Eric Swalwell shovel out during his tenure? How much slush fund went out the door? Do you know the answer to that? Did Eric Swalwell have a slush fund? Adam Schiff, do you have a slush fund? He'll probably come back and say, nope, I don't have a slush fund because we all got rid of them. We got rid of it. This dude is lying. This dude is straight up lying. No one believes this dude.
My paramount feeling is that I'm grateful these women came forward. I'm grateful that they did so when they did. It prevented our state from making a potentially terrible mistake.
So it wasn't a mistake with Gavin Newsom? That wasn't a mistake. And they're trying to implement the same thing. I'm going to try to get to a little bit of that later on. I mean, come on. They got away from a grave mistake by going with Eric Swalwell? Are you kidding me? They knew about this dude.
And certainly if I had known what these women have to say, I wouldn't have gone near him with a 10-foot pole, as I said.
Maybe a 2-inch pole. 2-inch. Maybe a 2-inch pole. Maybe he'd have done that. Stop it. Stop it. I didn't do that. My whole meaning was completely innocent. I was completely talking about something else. I didn't bring it up that way. But nonetheless, it is what it is. This dude here, listen to him. Look, I know you've seen some of this. Some of y'all seen this. Some of y'all haven't seen this, but I'm going to share it with you. Listen to how they're getting all chummy with one another. I mean, if you can see Adam Schiff's hand, he's probably like stroking himself over this dude. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to go there again. But this is wild. This dude just got thrown under the bus. I mean, completely by the dude that was just stroking his ego, everything.
As I said, if you've just joined or you're came in late.
Yeah, for everyone who just joined and came in late, we're talking about Eric Swalwell, Pencil Neck Schiff, their buddy, all chummy, and Adam Pencil Neck Schiff knew exactly what he was doing here. They all know. Let me ask you a question. And it's been 11 minutes, 7 seconds, 8 seconds, probably a little bit different by the time you see it. Demons protecting demons, which are democrats. There it is. I said it for Jeremy. They know. You can't tell me that demons from the pits of hell don't know about other demonic demons doing evil things. They know what they're doing. They actually encourage it. Just don't get caught. Because if you hurt us, we got to let you go. We got to let you go.
Senator Adam Schiff, a friend, a partner, endorsing our campaign.
Well, first of all, let me say how proud I am to support you, Eric.
So proud, so proud.
And, before you got in the race, it was fully my intention to probably stay out of the race. A lot of friends are running. A lot of very, capable people are in this field who, I have great respect for. But there are a couple things that compelled me. One is that when you got in the race, here was somebody that I'd worked with for over a decade, who I had seen stand up to Donald Trump and stand up to all his MAGA allies, no matter what they threw at you, Eric. And they're attacking you again now because they fear that you'll be successful in this race, and they don't want a powerful person in the governor's office once again to stand up to this president.
We'll get through.
Oh, really? I mean, Mr. Pencil Neck. Now, he was saying that, and maybe I should have played this in a different order, but
wouldn't have gone near him with a 10-foot pole, as I said.
He wouldn't go near him with a 10-foot pole. But back then, he was like, oh, yeah, I love you, Eric Swalwell. I love you. I don't care what y'all say or who's denying it. This dude knew what Eric Swalwell was doing. Ever since Fang, they've known. All of them doing it. Adam Pencil Neck, he lies through his teeth. They've been doing all of per capita. And you know what? It's not just men. You know what? This is the thing. And Jeremy kind of touched on it a little bit too, how, women come out and they say, oh, look what they did to me. Look what they did to me. That's evidence enough. Put them in jail. Right? That's evidence enough. Put them in jail. We hear it all the time. But they never talk about women actually doing this to men or even to other women for that matter. You never hear about women doing it, or it's very rare. But women, they use their power position too to do it.
Through this, we're better than he is. And you often like to quote our colleague Elijah Cummings, the late Elijah Cummings, who would say, we are better than this. And that's just how I see our state, and that's how I see our country.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. During the first impeachment trial, and you did such a magnificent job in the second one, I made an appeal to my fellow senators that we could not leave a man like this in power. First of all, we had proven him guilty of what he was charged with, but this was somebody who couldn't tell the truth. He was just incapable of telling the truth. He did not know right from wrong, and he was fundamentally indecent. And it wasn't that the senators should remove him because he was indecent and he couldn't tell right from wrong and he couldn't tell the truth, and those things didn't matter all to him, but because they mattered to my colleagues, I appealed to them that he is not who you are. Well, sadly, there are plenty of them who I guess he is who they are.
I mean, you can't make it up. This dude is absolutely ridiculous. Sorry for the black screen there. I'm not sure why we got that going on like that. My lower third's acting up. But this is it. Adam Pencil next year, losing his mind. Now that, you know what, I think he's more upset that Eric Swalwell got caught than he is the fact that Eric Swalwell was doing it. I think that's what he's more upset with. He's not upset with the fact that Eric Swalwell was doing it. I'm telling you right now, he could care less that Eric Swalwell was doing it. He could care less. The biggest problem here is that it's going to end up possibly causing them to lose the governorship in California. That's their main butthurt about all of this. Think about what I'm telling you. They could care less that he was doing it. I'm telling you, you can't tell me that these people that are all about that's 100% about mutilating kids, they care about Eric Swalwell roofing a female to rape her. You can't tell me that they're concerned about it when they're trying to mutilate children. You can't tell me. And I know I bring it up all the time, but that's a great comparison. You can't tell me that they're upset about him raping these women when they've known about it for years. Nancy Pelosi was asked a question about what did she know when it came to Eric Swalwell. She was asked the question, well, what did you know? When did you know it? Did everybody know it? And of course, she was like, nope, didn't know anything. Didn't know anything. I didn't know what was happening. Didn't know what was going on. Don't ask me about him. Throwing him up under the bus. We're like done with you because you're hurting our possibility of winning and keeping California a socialist communist state. Oh no, Eric Swalwell, you got to go. They're upset with this dude.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up to or what the allegations.
Some of the Democrats turned it blind. Oh, no, that's not true. Not true. Don't say that. Don't you say that. And drinking. She got whiskey. She got some vodka right there in the cup. That's not water. You see, immediately she come up. Nope. That's not true. That's not true. Listen, I'm going to play it one more time and let it finish.
Some Republicans and others are saying that Democrats turned kind of a blind eye, that they knew what he was up to or what the allegations.
That is absolutely positive. It's true that they may say that, but it is absolutely not true.
You had no idea?
None whatsoever. None whatsoever. I had none whatsoever.
What happens in California now? He was in many of the polls, the leading candidate.
Yes, he was.
That's gone. There's an army of candidates out there.
See, I told y'all, this is what it's about. They're so concerned that this came out with Eric Swalwell. They're so mad that he could be the reason why they lose California. And if they lose California at the governorship, that means if they get a Republican governor and the rest of the people in the state realize what's happening, and they give it to the Republicans, not these log cabin Republicans, because these log cabin Republicans in the state of California, they're nothing but a bunch of hoo-hoo, hoo-hoo. Y'all know what I'm talking about. But they could possibly change and fix California. And they're mad. I told you, they're so angry about it. And that's why she's like, nope, nope, nope. You can tell Nancy Pelosi's so agitated with Eric Swalwell right now.
And California has this quirky law, because it's ranked primaries, right? Where you could end up with 2 Republicans on the ballot.
Well, it is.
How does that?
I agree that it is a quirky law. I do not agree that there'll be 2 Republicans at the top.
Well, last time I looked at the poll numbers, the 2 Republicans were leading in the state of California. Eric Swalwell was designated to win the governorship in California. He was designated to win it. This is the reason why they're so mad at him. And you know what? I believe, this is just my personal opinion about this. I believe that Katie Porter, is that her name? Katie Porter? I believe that she was the one that gave this the push. Because I didn't even know, me personally, because, they didn't give that information to us. But I'm under the impression that Katie Porter, the other one, the female, that she's a mean, nasty demon crap, running for the governorship. Eric Swalwell was beating her out. And she brought up, and I should have got the clip for you. She brought up the fact that Eric Swalwell has all of these allegations with different women. And I'm like, what is she talking about? And then all of a sudden, boom, which leads me to believe that she's known about his external marital affairs all of this time. She's known about it. For me, she was the one that broke the news, and she was on MSDNC, and they were like, or either CNN is one of them. But she was on there talking about, I think his affairs might end up hurting him. And I'm like, what is she talking about? And then boom, everywhere, Eric Swalwell in trouble. And what I was telling y'all just a second ago on how they knew about it, they've all known about it. Listen to what they say here on the Communist News Network about Eric Swalwell doing his extra activities.
Campaign trying to show that he's got momentum. Now, let's be clear, Anderson.
Let's be clear. And none of them are going to disagree with him. Let's be clear, Anderson. Mr. Anderson. For those of you that watch The Matrix, different Anderson, though. This one's not Neil. But anyways, listen to this. Let's be clear, Anderson.
Campaign trying to show that he's got momentum. Now, let's be clear, Anderson. This thing has been an open secret and whispered about amongst the campaigns for months that this Swalwell thing could break. And we have both talked to campaigns who have said off the record, part of the reason that they stayed in the race, even though their poll numbers were low, was that they were expecting that there could be this big story that breaks about Eric Swalwell that knocks him out of the race and that gives them all a fresh start.
Oh, snap. Right there. And this was the other day on the Communist News Network. They were like, yeah, we all knew about it. They were just like, it's probably going to come out. They're holding on to it because the demons know what the other demons are doing. And if the demons can use it against themselves, they would use it because these are nasty people. He should have never been sitting in Congress if they knew about what he was doing years ago. Eric Swalwell has been a congressman since 2013. Over 10 years, 2013. Dude has been in Congress and he's been abusing and raping women ever since. And they've known about it. An open secret. Kevin McCarthy was even talking about how a sleazeball Eric Swalwell was when he was the House Speaker. He was talking about Eric Swalwell then. They've known about this, people. The Republicans knew about Eric Swalwell. The Democrats knew about Eric Swalwell. The Independents. And I'm going to even go as far as even Anderson, Gay Cooper, and all of the other liberal media. They knew about Eric Swalwell. They said nothing because he was against Trump and because he was saying all this nasty stuff against Trump. So they said nothing. They kept tight-lipped about it. Here's a Fox News report. But you got these two idiots here talking about Eric Swalwell, acting like, oh, we didn't know anything about it. They're all acting dumb. They're really not acting, but they're all acting dumb, acting like, well, we had no idea that Eric Swalwell was raping women. But when they make up the allegations and lie about President Trump doing it, hashtag believe the woman. No evidence, no proof. None at all. Don't need any. If you're saying and you're trying to blame President Trump for rape or any Republican, Brett Kavanaugh, et cetera, you don't need proof. All you need is hashtag believe the woman. That's all you need. They don't care about the rest. These two idiots here, Dumber and Dumber, same thing. Oh, we didn't know anything about it. They all knew.
And ultimately, the right outcome here with multiple members of Congress leaving yesterday, but just felt a sense of disgust, to be quite honest. And
I had no idea until I read the San Francisco Chronicle article when it was published.
Oh, my goodness.
And I believe Representative Swalwell did the right thing by resigning.
You saw that. You know why? Because Knives Out. Politically, legally, they want to know who knew what when on Capitol Hill. Those are some serious crimes. Yes, politically damaging for Swalwell, but the criminal part about this, one congressman saying we were best friends, Gallego, and then the first thing out of Ted Lieu's mouth was, I didn't know anything, I learned it from the press. I mean, you can imagine that's the talk among those people right now who are close to Swalwell. Steve Hilton.
Like, oh no, you got to go. The house of cards is crumbling. And who else knew about it? I mean, so picture this. If I commit a crime and all of you sit there, watch me. Let's say right now I'm committing a crime on camera. Let's go, Trump. Let's go, Trump. According to the left, I'm committing a crime. Being a black man, dreadlocks, supporting President Trump, it's a crime. Okay? You all see me committing a crime. And then you don't report it. You know about the crime. You see me doing the crime every single day supporting President Trump, but you don't report it. Are y'all reporting me? Right? Again, according to the left, I'm committing a crime. So what happens to the people when they commit the crime and they see them committing a crime and they don't report it themselves? That means they were in on it. They were complicit. I think all of you right now watching me commit this crime, you're all complicit into me committing this crime. And you're committing the crime with me of supporting President Donald J. Trump. Are y'all okay with it? I'm okay with it. If it's a crime supporting President Trump, then I'm a criminal. 34 counts. I got 34 counts of charge for supporting President Trump. Stupid liberals. You can't make it up. Liberals are stupid. But that's exactly what this is all about. They knew about his assaults on women. And they did nothing about it. What a bunch of hypocrites. As I mentioned, they'll make up stuff and they'll blame President Trump for it. And it has to be true because it's Trump. It has to be true because it's Trump. No proof, no evidence, no nothing. I used to give this analogy saying that President Trump murdered somebody. And then they asked the question, well, who did he murder? We don't know, but we know he murdered somebody. Has there been a crime scene? Nope, no crime scene. Is there, the crime scene with the chalk laid out or the tape of the body? Is there a missing person report? Nope, nobody's missing. Is there a murder weapon? Nope, no murder weapon. But we know that President Trump murdered somebody. We just don't know who yet. This is exactly what they've been doing. But against President Trump, he did all these terrible things. No evidence, no proof. But when come Eric Swalwell and the rest of them, actual tangible proof, they all act like, well, Trump. He got to go. So I just played the two idiots for you, saying that they had no idea that Eric Swalwell was doing this. None at all. Had no idea that he was doing this. They all act like they're, completely idiots when they are completely idiots, but they're all acting like they're completely dumbfounded when it comes to what Eric Swalwell was doing. Complete idiots. And then, because of Eric Swalwell, in the same press conference that those two idiots were having, they went from talking about Eric Swalwell to talking about the Pope. This morning on Rise Up, I talked about the Pope and talked about President Trump, and I talked about so many other things as well. Talked about the false prophets. But they're going to deflect from Eric Swalwell because Eric Swalwell is becoming a stain on their party. He's becoming a major problem. This is the reason why you have Adam Pencilneck shift. You can see the anger in him. Nancy Pelosi, the anger in him. Because he was the front runner. They were going to hand him the governorship in California. And still to this day, as I mentioned, I believe that it was the Democrats that did this to him. They've known about it. They've been sitting on it. I'm like, oh, well, it's politics. You got to go. And the reason why he's stepping down, resigning from Congress, is because he steps down, then it all goes away, right? Which is sad, because what about the victims? What about the victims? The people that he actually sexually assaulted. So what it's telling us is that if you want to get away with crime and you want to be above the law, all you have to do is become a congressman or a congresswoman. That's all you have to do. And then you can break the law and nothing will happen to you. And if you get caught, then you just resign and then you go live your life. I'm pretty sure Eric Swalwell was doing insider trading like the rest of them. So he's going to be fine, like Marjorie Taylor Greene walking away with $30+ million. She's going to be fine. The rest of us in the country, we're hurting. But they're going to be fine. He's going to be fine. He should go to prison for what he's done. 100%. He should go to prison. Without a shadow of doubt. I'm going to show you these two idiots, how they switch from Eric Swalwell talking about the Pope when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15. And in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you're going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Now, I happen to be Catholic. I chose to get baptized in college. Turns out when you do that, you have to take a whole series of courses on the Bible. And it's very clear that when you look at the Bible, there's a lot of themes, but 2 of them are that you do not have false idols, and second, you do not mock God. And so Exodus 23:3-5 says, "You shall have no other gods before me. You shall not make for yourself an image in the form of anything in heaven above or on the earth beneath or in the waters below."
Okay, I got to stop it there. And I started to get some images. I remember having a conversation with one of my family members. And my family member has since left Earth. And I remember years and years ago having this conversation. And my family member got upset with me based on what he just said. The Catholic Church, and again, I'm not here bashing people who are Catholic, and y'all can say, Will Johnson, it's not true. I can show you images of it. But there's a statue at Saint Paul or Saint somebody. I can't remember. Okay, don't hold me to it. But there's this statue to where people will go up to the statue and they've been rubbing the feet on this particular statue and even kissing the feet on this particular statue, to the point to where this statue that's made out of metal, the toes have been worn off of it because so many hands and so many lips have kissed the toes on this statue. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? I'm pretty sure somebody knows what I'm talking about. It blew my mind when I saw this. And I shared this with my family member that I dearly love so much. And they got upset with me. I said, look, this is what the Catholic Church, they showed a long line of people every year, that long line of people going up, touching this statue and kissing the feet of the statue. And he's sitting there saying, don't have any idols. Don't build any idols. And again, this is not, I love my family members. I'm not here. It's just something that the Catholic Church does. And he's sitting there saying, which make him a hypocrite. President Trump didn't put the picture out there again, trying to make himself be an idol, trying to make himself be Christ-like. He didn't. That wasn't his motive. And they, you know what? Like I said yesterday, they are writing this, trying to drill it in to get you and I as believers in Christ to reject President Trump when these people still want to mutilate children. I know I go right back to that every single time, but let's get down to earth here. These sick individuals, perverted, demonic people targeting our children, and they're upset because President Trump put a meme out there mocking the Pope, which look, mind you, people in the Catholic Church idolize this dude. They really do. There's a time where the Pope will ride around in this thing, and they used to carry him around, but now he gets in this little vehicle and he rides around, and it had bulletproof glass on it so no one can shoot him, right? And he rides around in the middle and everyone's reaching for it. Reminds me of the golden calf. I'm just saying. That's what it reminds me of. So he doesn't have a clue what he's talking about. He's just trying to make it to where we want to reject Trump. Trump is not my pastor.
In addition to attacking the Pope, Donald Trump posted an image of himself like Jesus.
Listen,
he should not be making a false idol of himself.
Oh my goodness,
no one should be worshiping Donald Trump. He needs to apologize for that deeply offensive post.
Oh my goodness.
And then you got J.D. Vance
going
Vance. Around, who just lies like water. So he just lies all the time. And so when asked about Donald Trump's Jesus post, J.D. Vance says, oh, that was a joke.
Yeah, it was.
Well, this is what the Bible says about that.
Oh, tell us what it says. Tell us what it says. Now listen how he takes scripture. Now, any other time, these Democrats will talk about doing away with the Bible. They will even say that the Bible is hate speech. The only time they care about the Bible, the only time they care about the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, is when they can weaponize it against the American people. Here's a prime example.
Galatians 6:7 says, do not be deceived. God cannot be mocked. A man reaps what he sows.
What does that got to do with J.D. Vance saying that the meme was a joke? Mocking the Pope. What does that got to do with anything? President Trump wasn't trying to deceive anybody. He was saying it was a joke. And President Trump realized how people were perceiving it and deleted it, took it down. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to take it down because people are not getting the joke. I've taken stuff down before. I'm like, okay, people are not getting what I'm trying to say here. I just delete it. I just go ahead and delete it. This dude is a total hypocrite. But you know what he doesn't talk about? He doesn't talk about the Pope signing this ledger, this book, saying that Catholicism, the Catholic Church, and the Muslim culture are now one. Yes, you heard me correctly. This was the caption on this. They were saying that they came together, saying that these two religions are now one. Y'all can't tell me that we're not living in the last days. This has never happened before, to my understanding. This is exactly what they were doing here. signing this book. And I'm like, dude, biblical events happening right before our very eyes. They're happening right now. And there's still a lot of people wanting to deny what this Pope is doing. Now, to be clear, this Pope didn't initiate this. He didn't start it. The Pope before him initiated this with the Muslim Islamist state. The Pope before him did this. This is why they recorded this. This is the reason why they put this on video, because this is them saying that the Islamic state, Muslim community, and the Catholic Church are now one. Go look it up. I was talking about the URI, United Religion Initiative. That's what this is about. They need to get all of the religions of the world to come together so they can stop wars, per se. They're doing all this together because the URI, United Religion Initiative, is being led through the United Nations by the Catholic Church. The Pope is the head of it. So now he's trying to bring them all together, every single religion on the planet, which tells us in the last days that the Antichrist will have control over all of the religions on the planet. Only true believers, Christ believers, will not follow along with it. This is exactly what they're doing here. And of course, these evil people up on Capitol Hill say nothing about this. Nothing about this. For them, they're saying, oh, he's bringing peace. He's showing compassion, love, inclusivity. This is what he's doing. Come on, people. And then people get upset with me because look at what the Catholic Church doing. And then I can't go along with it. If you are Catholic, I'm sorry. This is not me doing it. This is not AI. This is not AI. There's been other videos with this particular Pope here praying in Arabic. Now, there's nothing wrong with praying in a different language. There's nothing wrong with praying in different tongues. Right? There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not hating on the language, but the reasoning behind it, he's doing it to appease to the Muslim Islamist state. That's the reason why he's doing it. Pure evil. Pure evil. Listen to this one. This is a report. Somewhere, I'm assuming that this is somewhere overseas because of his accent. But listen to what he says about the Pope and the Islamic State.
For the first time in its history, the Vatican has set aside a prayer room for Muslims inside the Apostolic Library.
Did y'all hear that? The Apostolic Library, if I'm saying it right. They set up a prayer location for Muslims at the Vatican after he signed this. Are y'all seeing biblical events taking place? I don't know how else to, what do you do? Look at this. Look at this. Now, I'm going to let it finish playing. It's a short clip. Listen to this. Listen carefully. Listen what the Catholic Church did.
For the first time in its history, the Vatican has set aside a prayer room for Muslims inside the Apostolic Library, a move that has sparked wide debate across media and social platforms. Deputy Prefect of the Vatican Apostolic Library, Don Giacomo Cardinali, said the decision came after several visiting Muslim researchers requested a small space with a prayer rug to perform their prayers. He noted that the library houses remarkable ancient Quranic manuscripts, along with extensive collections of Arabic, Hebrew, Ethiopian, and Chinese heritage, and the oldest Japanese archive found outside of Japan. Founded in 1475, the Apostolic Library is among the world's oldest, containing about 80,000 manuscripts, 50,000 archival documents, and nearly 2 million printed works, in addition to coins and engravings accessible to researchers of all faiths.
So here it is. The Catholic Church, first time in history, set up a prayer room at the Vatican for Muslims, so that Muslims can pray to a false god. You know, in Mecca, they have this square block thing where they go there and they all circle around the square block thing. Have y'all seen it in Mecca? It's like they say it's the center of the world for them, right? And what they do is they pick up little pebbles. They have a handful of little pebbles, and they throw the pebbles as they walk around it, like zombies. You know, they're just walking around it. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, throwing rocks at it. You know what that square thing represents to them? Which is, again, mind-blowing to me. That square block in the middle of Mecca represents Satan. Why would you have a representation of anything? I don't care if it's a block. I don't care if it's a booger. I don't care if it's a pile of donkey democrat dung. Why would you have anything that's representing Satan in your most holy place on planet Earth? Y'all help me out. So they're worshiping Satan and they're throwing rocks at it. That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly what they're doing. And then the Vatican is going to have a prayer location so they can worship this Satan, the Satan that was thrown out of heaven. That's who they're worshiping. Now, look, they know who the true living God is. They know the God of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. They know who God is, but they reject what God is all about, and they end up worshiping Satan. See, most people don't even talk about it that way. They reject the true living God. They reject the fact that Jesus Christ died for all of our sins. They reject it. And earlier this morning, if you saw it, you know, I played the clip where Mike Johnson was talking about where President Trump put that post out there, and he said he talked to President Trump, and President Trump was, you know, meaning for it to be a joke, and he said, yeah, people are not taking it that way. So President Trump took it down. President Trump didn't argue. You know what? Okay, I see your point. I'm going to take it down. So he took it down. So, of course, because how the Democrats are, they're not wanting to let it go. They're not going to let it go because they want people to stop supporting President Trump that are believers in Christ. Here, they're asking Mike Johnson questions about that very thing. They're gonna run it as long as they can. We got to get it. It's like Satan trying to convince people no longer to believe in God. So Satan is on his game, and the Democrats, the liberal media, they're doing the exact same thing. Get everybody to stop supporting President Trump because now President Trump is supposedly mocking God. When these people reject God every single day, they don't even believe in God. They were like, why do you believe in God? They say you're crazy for even believing God.
Speaking of Eric, good question. Last night, Vice President Vance said
I know it's kind of hard. He's asking the question about J.D. Vance talking about the Pope last night when he was on stage.
Listen, I'm not one to criticize clerics and religious leaders. We defend free speech, and we certainly defend the right to the free exercise of religion. And, you know, a pontiff or any religious leader can say anything they want. But obviously, if you wade into political waters, I think you should expect some political response. And I think the Pope's received some of that. I was taken a little bit aback, just honestly, frankly, by something that was said. I think he said it several days back that something about those who engage in war, you know, that Jesus doesn't hear their prayers or something. It is a very well settled matter of Christian theology. There's something called the just war doctrine. There's a time to every purpose under heaven. I think what the president's comments, what the vice president's comments reflect is their understanding deep in the, the skiff and the classified briefings of the stakes that are so high and the situation that we're facing and the fact that you had the nation that was the largest sponsor of terrorism now having had that ability taken away from them. That means potentially millions of innocent people will be able to keep their lives and not be killed by terrorists. That's a good thing. That's what's come out of this. Okay. So I don't want to engage in a theological debate with the Pope. I certainly respect the Pope. I would just say that these are matters that people of good faith and good sense can debate and think through, and I think that's what that reflects.
Right.
Yes.
I mean, it's like a no-brainer. It's like a no-brainer. But how many times has the liberal media brought up this?
We see that the Christians celebrate the so-called birth
of Isa alayhi salam, which is a pagan holiday.
So he's upset because we celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. He's upset. Now, Jesus wasn't born in December. They moved it to December to get people to go out and shop. I mean, I don't agree with that. But I'm going to recognize Jesus Christ. And I don't think Jesus can come down and say, you know, you got my birthday wrong. You got the birthday wrong. Do you think he's going to be that petty? I don't think so. We acknowledge Christ. But they don't say anything about this.
These rogue liars make claims against Allah Jalla wa Ala that are mind-blowing. So much so that hearts turn away from. The beginning of every Gregorian year, they make the celebration claiming that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has a wife and a child. How can...
So, there's no way that God could have a child, is what he's saying. No way that God could have a son to save us all. There's no way. But they don't say anything about this. Nothing. What I mentioned earlier today on Rise Up is that one thing that I've noticed is that the media today is talking about God. When it's like a big no-no, we don't talk about God. We don't talk about, religion unless it's against, Christianity. Then they're okay with it. Like they have no issues with Madami coming in, being Muslim. But if you're a Christian believer, a Christian figure that goes with the true word, then they have a problem with you. We don't want you bring your religion into this. But did they say this about Madami at all? Absolutely not. This did not say this about Madami at all. Not at all. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about when we come back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
The vice president, who is Catholic and has a book coming out about his conversion to Catholicism, said that Pope Leo should stick to matters of morality and let Trump stick to dictating American policy. And I also just wanted to play for you something he said this evening. He was at an event in Georgia as well. But did you want to speak to that first?
Just imagine this. He's a newly converted Catholic. Mm-hmm. Already directing and instructing the Pope about how to be a good Pope. The Pope is doing exactly what he ought to do as a voice for faith. He is a worldwide leader of faith, calling us to peace, calling us to seeing the humanity in each other, hoping that cooler heads will prevail and that the world will be safe for all of God's children. Imagine that, J.D. Vance.
Now, this is like us watching a movie. This is like us watching an end-time movie. We have these people that are truly deceiving people to believe that what the Catholic Church is doing is wonderful, is great, because they're against President Trump. It's like we're watching the end-time movie, and you and I, we're the stars in all of this. And he's upset because J.D. Vance told the Pope to stay in his lane. Stay in your lane. But they don't want the Pope to stay in the lane. Now, if the Pope was in support of President Trump, they would be angry. If this Pope was in support of making sure that we have secure borders and making sure that children are protected, they will be angry with him. Here's Warnock, or what I like to refer to him, Warlock, when he went to Minneapolis, Minnesota. Listen.
Earlier this week, I traveled to Minnesota. In a real sense, I had to go. Because as a pastor, I believe in something I call the ministry of presence. Sometimes it's important just to be there, to show up. And as I stood on the ground where Renee Good lost her life, where Alex Preddy was also shot down in cold blood, I felt like I was standing on holy ground.
Did you hear it? This dude upset with J.D. Vance telling the Pope to stay in his lane, and this dude is saying where Renee Good and Alex Preddy died is holy ground. Did you know in Minnesota that they do this one? It's the largest Wiccan, which is a religion. They do voodoo dolls, all of the evils. It is the capital of it in the United States of America, Minnesota. Did you know that? And he's calling that holy ground. Listen to the reason why.
Ground consecrated by their blood.
Oh! Consecrated by their blood? Are you kidding me? And this dude calls him a pastor of what? Satan, of course. Satan, of course. This stuff you can't make up. You can't make it up. And you know what? He scrubbed this from the internet. Because I went out there trying to look for it. He scrubbed it. They scrubbed it for him too. They tried to remove him saying this because they don't want Christians hearing what he just said. That Alex Preddy and Renee Good blood consecrated the holy land in Minnesota. I mean, dude. I could false prophet 100%. When I first heard him say this, I said, dude, you can't make it up. You can't make it up. Can't make it up. Let me change it up really quick because we're going to run out of time. Look at this. I'm so thankful that this woman is not in the White House. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Jesus. Evil woman. Listen to this. She says that she's better than anybody who's ever ran for the office. Better than anybody.
That is
And-
a decent. That is a decent
but-
resume. But go ahead.
But there, well, some people have actually said I was the most qualified candidate ever to run for president.
I like the some people say. Very nice. But go ahead.
Look, oh, you didn't hear that part? I like how you said some people say.
I like the some people say. Very nice. But go ahead.
I'm just speaking fact.
Yeah.
I'm just speaking fact. She got a little irritated about it. I like how you say some people say, because not everybody, not everyone who are actually thinking, not people with two brain cells, not social distancing from one another. I'm so thankful that she's not there. Oh my goodness. I can't even imagine what the world would be like right now. Ooh, wee. Shake it off. Shake it off. Let me share one more clip that's off the wall here. This is, I think, if I'm not mistaken, this is in Minnesota. Don't hold me to it. But listen, the guy right here is a Republican. Listen to what he says and watch the reaction. If you come into the United States of America illegally, you're an illegal alien. That's what the law books say. That's not demonizing anybody. You're an illegal alien. Plain and simple.
How many illegals are on Medicaid? Do you know?
Glenn, Senator Grenade, please, can we, when we dehumanize...
Well, it's not the...
Stop. I was shot 9 times because I was dehumanized.
Really?
I was shot 9 times because we allowed somebody to dehumanize human beings. I almost died twice, Glenn.
Yeah.
So I ask you once, please, do not say illegal in this committee. Because
Illegal.
It dehumanizes an individual.
Illegal.
And that's all I'm asking you from my heart.
Okay.
Thank you.
Illegal, illegal,
Senator,
illegal, 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 illegal. I said it, now what? Illegal. These people are illegally in our country. They should be deported. And, you know, that's another thing. The Pope, oh my goodness, how dare you do this? Illegal. Illegally here in the United States of America. And I'm going to say it illegally. Illegally. I'm so thankful we have President Trump in the White House and that witch never made it. I know you're happy about it too. We're all happy about it. Thank God. Thank God. All right, everybody. That is it for me. Wow. Time went by so fast. And I still have so much to share with you. Can't get it all out. Can't get it all out. But I'm glad to be here with you. And thank you so much for being here. If you haven't already, please bless us by hitting the thumbs up and share the video. Share the video. God bless everybody. Kevin Smith. Right here, Loud Majority on LFA TV, right now.
everybody. What is happening, everybody? Wednesday, April 15th, Tax Day 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you all so much for tuning in to Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Once again, it is Tax Day here in America, so if you want to save some time, if you want to save some money, just drop your tax bill off. If you're one of the people paying taxes like I was, save yourself some time, save yourself some energy, and just send it to the nearest Somalian family, and cut out the middleman. Cut out the middleman. But many people in this country did. Sorry about that. Did get a tax refund this year. We'll go over some of the data coming out. Many people took advantage of the no tax on tips, the no tax on overtime that the president had in the one big beautiful bill. So good stuff all around. Good stuff all around. Also, day 3 of the blockade in Iran, not really having the impact on markets that we thought it would. The price of oil hasn't really come down yet, but stocks continue to rise. Oh, I got something stuck on my nose here. All right, about that. God, I feel like Ruben Garrigo in an interview right now. Some dust or something in my nose. Also, let's see. Oh, yeah, Biden confuses some other black guy for Barack Obama. I didn't know you were allowed to say that, but apparently Joe Biden did it. A DHS employee is killed by an immigrant. And Judge Boseberg gets called out for basically just opposing whatever Donald Trump has to say. But before we get started, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. I definitely got something stuck in my damn nose. Happy Extension Day. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. Yes, happy everybody begged for an extension today day. How's everybody doing? Before we get started, guys, do me a favor. Head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. If you're watching on Facebook, do me a favor. Share the video out. Click that little @ button. Tag your friends. Tag your followers so that we can get the word out all over the place. Giddy up. Let's go. How is everybody doing? Very good. Say hello in the chat. Good stuff. Let's dive right on it. So today is tax day. Today is the day that everybody dreads all over America. The day your taxes are due. If there's anybody out there who hasn't yet paid their taxes, make sure you go and do that. You don't want to get hit with any of those late fees because let's be honest, you're probably paying too much already. Here was Carolyn Levitt on a little tax day update.
As we have seen this tax season, President Trump's working families' tax cuts have put a historic amount of money back into the pockets of the American people this year. On the campaign trail in 2024, President Trump looked voters in the eye and promised them he would sign the largest tax cuts in the history of our country. And on Independence Day last year, President Trump and congressional Republicans delivered, passing the largest tax cut in history for working and middle-class Americans, including no tax on tips, overtime, and Social Security. They also passed unprecedented tax relief for small businesses, farmers, workers, and families. With Tax Day officially here, the numbers prove these tax cuts have been nothing short of extraordinary. More than 53 million filers claimed at least one of President Trump's signature new tax cuts. The average refund this filing season is more than $3,400. The Trump administration has issued more refunds and larger refunds than in any year of the history of our country. And I will allow Secretary Bessent to break down the numbers in greater detail. President Trump and Republicans in Congress have always believed that the American people know how to spend their money better than the government does. But what the American people must not forget is that every single Democrat in Congress voted against these tax refunds. The media has largely omitted this fact and other critical details in their stories covering the benefits of the Trump tax cuts. If the Democrats in Congress had gotten their way and blocked President Trump's historic legislation, Americans would have faced the largest tax hike in history, nearly $4 trillion. The average taxpayer would have seen a 22% increase in their tax rates. Democrats in Congress have proven over and over again that they are the affordability frauds who believe the government should keep more of the American people's hard-earned money. This president and Republicans in Congress fundamentally believe that Americans deserve to keep more of their hard-earned paychecks. It's a clear contrast for American families to keep in mind.
And of course, those sorts of tax cuts that Carolyn spoke about right there will last long after President Trump has left office. Now, that's good because in terms of prices, obviously we all know gas continues to go up amid the conflict in Iran. It does give us some wiggle room in the joints because with the tax rebates coming in, people will obviously be feeling some sort of relief when those checks eventually hit your paycheck. See with Scott Bessent speaking of that a little bit after.
Good. Thank you, Caroline. I'm here to tell you that it has been a fantastic tax season. It has gone smoothly. It has gone efficiently from the point of view of the IRS, but most importantly, it's been a great tax season for the American people. Thanks to promises made, promises kept, through the working families tax cuts, the president has delivered the record refunds to the American people. More than 45% of the filers of the returns that we have seen have had at least one of the 4 president's signature policies. No tax and tips, no tax and overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and the deductibility of interest on auto loans for American-made cars. And I will tell you that one of those that Americans have taken is no tax and overtime. And it's the American way. If you want to work longer hours, you get to keep more of your money. And with that, we are seeing, I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding if they haven't already done so. Because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase, be on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year. So with that, we have also seen with the Trump accounts, we have had 5 million families file for Trump accounts for their children. 1.2 million of those are eligible for the $1,000 seed bonus. So we look forward to that picking up more and more. For those of you who haven't done it, it's easy to remember, Form 4547. You can do it while you're filing your taxes. You can do it at any point during the year. We think this is going to be transformational in terms of financial literacy. This is Financial Literacy Month, and at Treasury and all over the administration, we are working with the American people, with American families, not only to give them more of their money, but to show them how to invest it in a safe, smart, and sound way. So with that, I will turn it over to Kelly.
And look, I've long said that I think that these Trump accounts for young people are going to be one of the things that long exceeds or long goes on past President Trump's administration. Getting people involved in the market early is quite literally the most important thing anyone can do. I wish I had gotten a little bit more involved a little bit sooner, but you get in when you get in. As they say, the best day to start investing is, of course, today. Of course, that's not financial advice whatsoever. However, if you did get in yesterday, you would have seen a quite boom in the markets today, with the Dow Jones staying just about even, the NASDAQ being up almost 1.5 points, and the S&P 500 almost up a full point. Why I'm excited about that is simply because, look, markets have adapted to the turmoil in the Middle East. Markets have also not yet adapted to the fact that we are going to get a new Fed chair in the coming months. I believe Jerome Powell is up in May, and the guy that Donald Trump is set to put forward has already said he plans on cutting interest rates. Now, will the Senate confirm him? We'll see. I would assume they're going to, considering the last time they appointed, what the hell's his name? Last time they appointed him, it was done by unanimous consent, which means no one voted no. So there stands to reason that no one should vote this time, considering it is only slightly a job promotion. So if you're looking at your 401k today, if you're looking at any sort of investment accounts you are seeing all good things. All good things right now. Now, that's not necessarily trickling down yet to the cost of living crisis that many people are facing all over the country, and I wish the president would focus a little bit more on that, as it seems he's gearing up for another military incursion for no reason that passes, I don't understand why. It seems as though the president is getting ready to announce plans on overthrowing the communist government in Cuba. You guys know, I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am anti-war. I am anti-interventionist. However, if I'm going to have to go along with this for a little while, I'd like to finish one before we start the next. I don't think that's asking a lot. I don't think that one's asking a lot. I don't know. Silly me. But there is news on the affordability front, particularly for my friends here in New York. We'll get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, guys, hit the thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. There is some good news on the affordability front, particularly if you live here in New York, because, look, let's be honest, we are going to be taxed into oblivion over the next couple of years. We're going to make fun of Zoran Mamdani in just a little bit for his preposterous and asinine policies, but the President of the United States and EPA Administrator, soon to be Attorney General, Lee Zeldin, has decided today, broke ground on a new natural gas pipeline that will bring jobs and affordability to the state of New York. Now, Lee Zeldin campaigned on this very heavily when he ran for governor. Now, as EPA Administrator, he can get this done. It is expected to provide enough homes to serve around 2.3 million New Yorkers. Now, with the cost of living going up virtually all over the place, this is actually a nice little, I don't know, it could be a nice little reprieve. Also, it will create an untold amount of jobs. Why does that matter? Well, over the course of the last several days, we've seen oil tankers and natural gas tankers coming over here to America empty. Why is it empty? Because now we're going to begin exporting some of this stuff around the world now that the Strait of Hormuz is completely closed. Here was Lee Zeldin talking about that.
Well, this certainly hits home for me personally. I'm a Long Islander and New Yorker, and for a long time, Long Islanders, downstate New Yorkers have been talking about the need for more natural gas. Well, President Trump made it, as Secretary Bergquam pointed out, he made it a top priority when he first sat down with us, the National Energy Dominance Council, after he was sworn back in, and he wanted to get NESE over the finish line. And here we are, we're talking millions of downstate New Yorkers being able to have access to this natural gas. Now, in New York, they have banned the extraction of natural gas, so that's why we have to go to Pennsylvania for natural gas. We really should be looking at New York. And in New England, by the way, there are millions of New Yorkers that want this natural gas. And that's why we have been advocating for another pipeline called Constitution Pipeline to get built to deliver natural gas from Pennsylvania to New England. President Trump is a builder. He wants to build pipelines all across America. NESE should be the start. It shouldn't just be a one and done. But this is a pretty big one to celebrate.
I don't know. It looks like an attorney general to me. I'm just saying. But the pipeline, which is on track to be serviced by the fourth quarter of 2027, is an expansion of an existing pipeline that stretches across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and New York. So it's not just going to impact us, it's also going to impact everyone in New England, which is good because we all know that everyone in Boston can't go outside when it snows because you all might freeze to death. So, exciting stuff. Exciting stuff from our future Attorney General. Current EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, just in case you guys haven't figured out where exactly I'm putting my finger on the scale for that one. But I want to focus on this. A pipeline that will deliver natural gas by the end of 2027. I want you to focus on that number. End of 2027. So even if we'll go to the very end. December of 2027, a pipeline that will provide energy to Americans all the way from New England to the western tip of Pennsylvania. We'll be on track by 2027. Now, why do I keep saying the end of 2027? I mean, it's not happening right now. Some people are saying, why 18 months? What are we doing here? Well, you should consider yourself lucky. Why should you consider yourself lucky? Well, it turns out, when we get back to other New Yorkers, we must focus on none other than Zoltan Mamdani, who made a gigantic announcement yesterday. Some would say huge announcement yesterday. Remember, a pipeline that is going to provide energy to 10 states. After we're going to have to get through all the environmental people losing their minds. After that, we got to make sure we get into that. We got to make sure we get into that. Well, Zorhan has decided to announce his free grocery store in New York City. His city-run grocery store in New York City. Remember, oil pipeline, 2027. Zorhan Mamdani's first city-run grocery store should be opened by the end of 2029. That's right. So Republicans are setting up a way to power millions of homes across 10 states that will be open in 2027. But Zoltan Mamdani says that he won't be able to get a grocery store opened for another 3.5 years. A 9,000 square foot grocery store, mind you. Now, 9,000 square feet sounds like a lot until you realize that if you go to your grocery store, wherever the hell it is you may live, Publix, Stop and Shop, I don't know the names of any other grocery stores around the country, that's probably like 50,000 square feet. But Zoltan says that this 9,000 square foot grocery store will not be opened until 2029, and it will cost $30 million. It will cost $30 million $30 million in 3.5 years to open a grocery store on land the city doesn't have to pay rent on. That's right. Mayor Mamdani admitted on Tuesday that the promised lower prices at his city-run grocery store will only be on a few items. The so-called basket of goods has yet to be decided, but likely will be bread, milk, and eggs. That's right. So what he's going to do at the city-run grocery store, you ready for this? He's going to overcharge you on some items so that he's able to lower the cost of milk, eggs, and bread. Not that that's going to matter, because everyone's just going to steal it anyway. Beyond the essentials, Beyond the essentials, the stores will also sell foodstuffs and items. Obviously, officials said that they will aim to make those low cost as well, but may not be able to achieve the discount. Oh, man. That's great. The store will be open in 2029, Mamdani said. The reason that we're announcing it first is because, unlike other stores, this is going to be built from the ground up. Hey, idiot. Everything is built from the ground up. You can't build from the sky down. The hell does that even mean? One more broken promise. Look, just when it comes to Zoltan. A lot of people criticize him because he's a communist. And a lot of people criticize him because he's an Islamist.
And a lot of people criticize him because he hates Jews. And a lot of people criticize him because he's never had a real job in his life. But I don't think enough people criticize him for being really, really dumb. Just dumb. I mean, look, communism is an ideology. Islamism is an ideology. But really at the core of it, he's just dumb. He's just not a bright guy. By all accounts, he's functionally retarded. And that is a medical term, so you can't get mad at me for saying it, because it actually has a meaning. It means somebody that can occupy the current day. They can go out, they can tie their shoes, they can go to work, they can hold a job, they can do little things. But when it comes to second level thinking, they really can't get to that. They really can't drill down a little bit. It's a medical term, so if you're watching this, prepare to clip this. Just know I don't care, because I read the DSM, and it's in there. Functionally retarded. The funding still requires approval from the city council. So, not only is the grocery store going to cost $30 million and take 3.5 years to build from the ground up, because apparently Zoltan thinks that you can build from the sky down. But the New York City Council still has to approve the damn project. So this still isn't happening. I mean this. In the first 110 days of his administration, he has accomplished nothing. He has accomplished nothing. He has done nothing. As a matter of fact, the only thing he has done in many cases is actually the opposite of what he intended. The buses are not free, they cost more, they are not fast, they are slower, crime is down, homeless people are freezing to death, no city-run grocery stores. We're considering renting out the tombs underneath the Brooklyn Bridge, which are open cement slabs, like we're living in the Middle Ages. But hey, hopes and dreams, guys. Many of the grocery executives in New York City were completely taken aback by the projected $30 million price tag, with some pointing out that a typical 15,000 square foot store without elevators or escalators would cost under $10 million to build. At least two existing properties, one that is 33,000 square feet of rental space and the other with 15,000, are currently up for sale down the street from this proposed grocery store for $15 and $7 million. So there's a grocery store down the block from where Zoltan wants to put this grocery store that is twice as big and is selling for 20% of the price. Boy, if that doesn't describe communism, I really don't know what does. Wow. Oh, America, don't be like us. Don't be like us. Learn from us. Learn from New Yorkers. Learn that we have a certain arrogance here in New York. I think that would be fair to say. I think I emote that a little bit. But. Sometimes we just, we go above and beyond to describe to the rest of the country how bad things could actually get. How bad things could actually get. Wild times we're living in. Wild times. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second because there is more news that I want to make sure that I get to. We have to make fun of Joe Biden for what he did yesterday. We also have to get to day 3 of the blockade. A lot's happening in the news. We're going to make sure we get to all of it today. Before we get to that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armra Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not gonna lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armra Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armra Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armra Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That's tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So we're on day 3 of the blockade of the Strait of Hormuz. Look, as long as this war doesn't continue to escalate, I guess I'll take the blockade as a good enough result right now. But look, this can't go on forever. This absolutely can't go on forever. Here was Fox News talking about it this morning.
Appears to be working and according to plan. Preventing ships from accessing Iranian ports, which leads to two things: build up the pressure on the Iranian regime and starve it of much-needed income. So that's where we start. Good morning, everybody. Midweek here. I'm Bill Hemmer, live in New York City. Morning to you.
Yes, and reports are that the economic pressure is being felt by the Iranians. I forgot. I'm Dana Perino, and this is America's Newsroom. I was so ready to get into the news. Let's start here. So U.S. Central Command says that U.S. forces are maintaining their naval superiority in the Middle East. Commander Admiral Brad Cooper posting in part: in less than 36 hours since the blockade was implemented, U.S. forces have completely halted economic trade going in and out. And the numbers spell out the impact, with estimates that the blockade could cost the regime $435 million every day.
So meanwhile, President Trump laying out why Operation Epic Fury started in the first place, sitting down with Maria Bartiromo at the White House.
I had to divert, because if I didn't do that, right now you would have Iran with a nuclear weapon. And if they had a nuclear weapon, you would be calling everybody over there, sir. And you don't want to do that.
Well, you keep saying was. Is this war over?
I think it's close to over, yeah. I mean, I view it as very close to over. You know what? If I pulled up stakes right now, it would take them 20 years to rebuild that country. And we're not finished. We'll see what happens. I think they want to make a deal very badly.
And Matt Finn is live in Dubai. And of course, the Gulf region has some thoughts as well, Matt.
Yeah, they certainly do, Dana, and it's the third day of the American blockade here on the Persian Gulf behind me. So far, no reports of any major incidents, but on the topic of the 2-week ceasefire that we're in the midst of, a short while ago, a senior U.S. official telling Fox News that the United States has not formally agreed to an extension of the ceasefire. There is continued engagement between the U.S. and Iran to reach a deal. Now, a short while ago, also, the BBC reported that the Iranian military is threatening to block shipping in the Persian Gulf, the Red Sea, and the Gulf of Oman if the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports continues. The U.S. says it's not allowing any ships in or out of Iranian ports in the Strait of Hormuz, but it is allowing other ships to use the strait. CENTCOM Commander Admiral Brad Cooper writing in full, a blockade of Iranian ports has been fully implemented as U.S. forces maintain maritime superiority in the Middle East. An estimated 90% of Iran's economy is fueled by international trade by sea. In less than 36 hours since the blockade was implemented, U.S. forces have completely halted economic trade going into and out.
Yeah, look, I mean, Iran is going to have to crack at some point. The big question is going to be what will China and what will Russia do to supplement them the longer this blockade goes on for. Look, I hope they can work it out soon. I really do. I would like to see, as I said before, the way the markets have responded to this sort of thing, I think that if these oil prices begin coming down and we get a Federal Reserve rate cut, we could see historic rises in the market coming any day now. So, or at least over the course of the next 2 or 3 months. Also, let's be clear, we all know gas prices have gone up. The closer we get to the summer, they're going to go up on their own. So where are we going to fall? Because how quickly do Americans freak out the minute they start seeing $5 gas in red states? Doesn't matter who the president is, gas prices go up in the summer. So with gas prices in flux right now, we could certainly use a little bit of a reprieve from that. Certainly use a little bit of a reprieve from that. One more thing we could use a reprieve from is what's been going on with some of these ridiculous judges. Obviously, you guys have heard about Judge Boseberg, whatever the hell his name is. He seems to, and this annoys me on a very serious level, these federal judges that think that like they have some sort of power to control exactly what the president of the United States does, based on ideology, not based on the law. Well, this judge just received a very serious smackdown from a federal appeals court that basically told him to leave the president of the United States alone, which is kind of an odd sentence when you think about it. But here was Fox News on that one.
Immigration policies. He's been going back and forth in regards to deportations. And an appeals court yesterday, it was divided, but they did rule against Judge Boseberg and said this: the district court proposes to probe high-level executive branch deliberations about matters of national security and diplomacy. These proceedings are a clear abuse of discretion. Can you explain to everybody what's going on here? What's the plain English version?
The plain English version is that a federal appeals court just told the chief judge for the D.C. federal court system to stop harassing the Trump administration. That's really not an oversimplification. They accused this judge of abusing his discretion, of engaging in an improper, inappropriate investigation, of basically meddling in the executive branch's ability to make decisions on national security issues. And this all stems from that incident that I'm sure a lot of us remember when the Trump administration deported members of Tren de Aragua to El Salvador. A judge said, turn that plane around, or, you can't turn them over, bring them back. And then they didn't. And this judge found them in criminal contempt for not complying with his order. This federal appeals court pretty much smacked him down and said, you were wrong to hold them in contempt. They didn't even violate your order. And now we're going to issue something called a writ of mandamus, which is an extraordinary remedy that is the court ordering another court to do something because the government has no other option.
Right. Well, you know what? No one does plain English legalese like you do, Carrie Urbahn. We're grateful
And
to
of
have
course,
you on.
that's not the first time that this judge has done stuff like this. When Judge Jeanine Pirro attempted to look into the Federal Reserve and how much money they spent on a remodel of the Federal Reserve building, this same judge told the administration that they could not investigate the Federal Reserve in any way, not only about this one particular case, because that's what the administration is attempting to do here. They're not looking to investigate Jerome Powell for like malfeasance on the way he's handled the Federal Reserve. They're looking into him on the way he's handled like construction improvements on the Federal Reserve building. And this exact same judge said that they're not allowed to do that.
Including cost overruns is a grand jury subpoena. Today, however, in Washington, an activist judge has taken that tool away from us. By inserting himself and preventing the grand jury from even obtaining, let alone hearing evidence, he has neutered the grand jury's ability to investigate crime. As a result, Jerome Powell today is now bathed in immunity, preventing my office from investigating the Federal Reserve. This is wrong, and it is without legal authority. In June of 2025, Jerome Powell testified before the Senate Banking Committee, making, quote, questionable statements that did not comport with publicly available documents. And that was regarding the atrocious cost overrun, including cost overruns, is a grand jury subpoena. Today, however, in Washington, an activist judge has taken that tool away from us. By inserting himself and preventing the grand jury from even obtaining, let alone hearing evidence, he has neutered the grand jury's ability to investigate crime. As a result, Jerome Powell today is now bathed in immunity, preventing my office.
It's wild. So now they can't even look into whether or not he pissed money away rebuilding the Federal Reserve. Some of these activists try, and I don't know what the House is doing. I mean, they're not doing anything when it comes to these judges. And quite frankly, I think this crap, I don't want to sound like I'm just out here berating elected Republicans. I would just like them to do something, anything. Because judging by all available polling data, things are not going well as we roll into the midterms. Things are not going well as we roll into the midterms. So they better get this stuff out of the way now, because I don't know if they're going to have the amount of pull they think they're going to have come November or January, I guess, for that matter. Wild stuff. More wild stuff. Turns out, over the weekend, a Department of Homeland Security employee was murdered by an immigrant. This time, an illegal immigrant. That's why we shouldn't have immigration at all. But yeah, just, another day. Another day. Also, Nick Shirley speaks out against the law that is being proposed in California, preventing him from exposing fraud. They are so afraid of this kid. It is absolutely bananas. We're going to get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed, because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So, Nick Shirley, literally, they are so afraid of this guy. It is bananas. A new law in California. You ready for this? A new law in California could punish people for exposing government fraud. Wait till you see how just intertwined this crap is. As California's Attorney General Rob Bonta celebrates the dismantling of a $267 million hospice fraud scheme, critics are sounding the alarm over proposed legislation they argue could punish people for exposing the fraud within their own communities. State Senator Mia Bonta, the Attorney General's wife, talk about double dipping, has introduced Assembly Bill 2624, which is entitled, you ready for this one? You ready for this? Privacy for Immigration Support Service Providers Act, or as it's being dubbed by many critics, the Stop Nick Shirley Act. It would expand existing safety and privacy laws for people working in immigration services. The proposal would establish a program to keep residential addresses confidential and would also impose steep penalties for doxing these service providers. Victims, y'all ready for this, could seek $4,000 in damages, while those who post the information may have to face $10,000 worth of penalties for exposing the fraudulent video. So if Nick Shirley posts another video exposing all of the fraud, he may face a $10,000 penalty in the state of California in a bill proposed by the Attorney General's wife. Here was Nick Shirley commenting on that one.
What do you think? Is this the Stop Nick Shirley Act in California?
Yeah, they're trying to make it so citizen journalists or just average Americans who are going about seeing what's happening inside their community, they're trying to scare them from talking about potential fraud taking place inside of these communities. And think about it. They're literally willing to impose a $10,000 fine or imprisonment if you go and seek to find out the truth about a location that could potentially be fraudulent inside your own neighborhood.
Nick, let's just kind of play out that hypothetical. So whether you were in Minnesota, you also went to California, you would go up to the Quality Leering Center, a clearly fake daycare in Minnesota. There's your shirt. Yes, always on. And you would attempt to see if there's any children inside, right? And somebody comes out and talks to you. And now that person who's there possibly committing fraud could file a complaint in California that Nick Shirley is harassing me online, right? That's how it would work in effect, and then you would either see a year in jail or a $10,000 fine?
Correct. That's what it sounds like. And it sucks because inside these states like Minnesota and California, they've been proven to let fraud take place inside these immigrant communities. You had the Somalians in Minnesota and the Armenians in California, and they're trying to protect these people who are committing this fraud. They're stealing millions upon millions of dollars. And it just makes you wonder who their donors are. Who are their donors? Because why would they create this bill to then try and make it harder to expose fraud?
Yeah, that's a great question.
And look, even if there is no actual fraud, no actual stealing taking place, which we know there is, we know that none of these facilities are doing any of the proposed are doing any of the services they purport to be doing. What if they are doing it? What if some money is going towards things that many members of California, many Americans would find to be wasteful? Like, let's just say, and this is a total hypothetical, let's just say there was an illegal migrant who received fake breasts due to their trans ideology. Many people would say that sort of thing is maybe not what the American taxpayers ought to be voting for. But then members of the radical left, they'll sit back and they'll say, that's not happening. You're fear-mongering, your phobia, you're just making things up.
What is your name again?
Jacqueline.
Jacqueline. This is the first time I live in a shelter.
Yeah. A lot of Latino here, so definitely some are migrants or undocumented.
I think, and me as a trans woman,
Yeah.
I feel safe.
Were you able to get the hormones or,
Yeah, I see that with my doctor.
So Medi-Cal, you got the breast implants?
Yes.
Wow, taxpayer funded. So here in California, they gave you the breast implant here?
Yes.
Free?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congratulations. Do you feel like that's a good benefit for other migrants here in California?
Yeah, even though you're undocumented, you can get it.
Did you do bottom surgery?
I'm waiting for that one.
Wow, you're waiting for bottom surgery. Okay. Are you happy with the results?
Yes.
I don't know. Maybe not the best use of taxpayer dollars. You know what? I'll even throw you a bone, California. Go ahead and give fake breasts to all the American citizen trans people. At least then you'd be focusing on Americans. And look, I mean, when people on the radical left say that the world is laughing at us, they're talking about that. Can you imagine breaking into a country, living here illegally, and then getting fake titties paid for by that country? We're not talking about diapers. We're not talking about formula. We're not talking about milk. We're not talking about food or bread or housing or even health care. Breast implants. And let's be clear, I'm a huge fan of those. Maybe not on him, but, in general. I would say the overwhelming majority of them, I'm a huge fan of. But, maybe that could be some of the waste that we're putting out there into the world. I don't know. What the hell do I know? What do I know? I'm just a right-wing extremist. I'm just all the things they say about me in the press. What are you gonna do? I tell you what, though. One thing I was incredibly confused about is what Joe Biden did yesterday. I was very confused by this because I was rightly told that you were not allowed to do this as a white. But Joe Biden apparently gets away with it because he's a delusional old man. Well, over the weekend, or over the last couple of days, Joe Biden, for some reason, got a portrait of himself unveiled at Syracuse University, where he looks dashing and completely coherent. And then he did this, which I didn't think you were allowed to do. When giving his speech, he said that some random black guy looked like Barack Obama.
And by the way, I always want to turn around to one guy and say, Barack, what are you doing? Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. Come here. I feel like he should be standing to the right and I should be standing to the left. Hey, doesn't this look at Barack? Anyway, as I say, you've done good, fella.
Well, I tried.
First off, all right, question, then response. Did Joe Biden just say all black people look alike? Also, that guy doesn't look like Barack Obama. He just doesn't. He just doesn't look like him. I mean, I don't know. Am I crazy? I don't think that guy looked like Barack Obama at all. He had the same haircut. That's about it. But apparently, if you're a Democrat, blatant racism and stereotyping, totally okay. Totally okay. I don't know. Is it racist for me to question whether or not Joe Biden was being racist in the racist thing that Joe Biden did? I'm sure someone will let me know at some point. I'm sure somebody will let me know at some point. Before we keep rocking and rolling here today, guys, do me a favor and hit that thumbs up button. Share the video out all over the place. We are rocking. We are rolling here. We got 6 minutes left. Before we keep going, let me look through the chat. I'm curious what everyone sees. Carla KMG. I really should have put the I got to tell you, I really should have put the live chat up when I was talking about the government paid for breasts. Seems like you guys are having a little bit of fun with that one. Let's see. Here we go. A lot of people, we pay for fake tits and our small businesses are screwed. There you go. You know, it'll just, all right, there we go. Boom. It seems like some people in the chat would love a pair. Let's see. I really should have put the chat up when you guys were doing that. We could have had a little bit of fun with it. Before we keep going, guys, head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. That is your home base, your mothership, your landing pad for all things LFA TV related. Check out the LFA TV store. And while you guys are there, consider becoming a monthly donor over at LFA TV. That is how we keep the lights on over here. Every little bit helps. I can promise you that, guys. This is user-generated content, and we cannot do it without your support. So head on over to lfatv.us. That's lfatv.us. So an absolutely tragic story. A DHS employee was shot and stabbed to death by a criminal immigrant who got naturalized under the Biden regime. Now, look, I know it's a day ending in Y, so we've got to make sure we get into how important it is to discuss how another person who had no right to be in this country in the first place has now killed another American citizen. The Department of Homeland Security employee has been identified as one of two people killed in a series of violent attacks in DeKalb County, Georgia. The DHS says the 26-year-old naturalized U.S. citizen was from the UK. Mark Wayne Mullins said on Monday the DHS employee, Lauren Bullis, was brutally shot and stabbed to death by... All right, look. There's no way I'm even going to attempt this name. I'm just not going to attempt it. I'm not even going to attempt the name. He has a criminal history, which include, of course, which is how you know he got naturalized under the Biden administration. He has prior convictions for sexual battery, battery against a police officer, obstruction, assault with a deadly weapon, and vandalism. These acts of pure evil have devastated the department, and my prayers are with their family, said Mark Wayne Mullins. Well, here's the story from DeKalb County.
Police say 26-year-old Ola Olakatan Adon Adel is the man behind 3 different shootings in DeKalb County. 2 women are dead. 1 man is in critical condition.
In Brookhaven, he's been charged with aggravated assault and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. What we know now is that this individual was involved in an incident in DeKalb County, followed by an incident in Brookhaven, and later another incident in DeKalb County.
So here's the timeline. It all started around 12:50 Monday morning when DeKalb County police found a woman shot multiple times outside the Checkers on Wesley Chapel Road. She died from her injuries. Then almost 2 hours later, Brookhaven police responded to this Kroger on Peachtree Road to a 49-year-old man shot multiple times while sleeping outside the shopping center. He's in critical condition. And the third shooting happened 4 hours later around 6:50 on Battle Forest Drive. The DeKalb County police found 40-year-old Lauren Bullis shot and stabbed. She died. Fox 5 talked to a witness at the scene.
I looked across the street. It was a lady laying down and a man over her. So I'm running, and my daughter was like, no. I get back because we heard shooting, but my instinct was to try to do what I could do to help her. And so after that, we kind of look at each other. He took off going up the street.
Yeah, that's right. A guy who had a previous conviction for sexual battery against a cop, is allowed in to America, allowed to be naturalized, and then goes on to kill 2 people and attempt to kill another one. But remember, guys, Orange Man bad. Orange Man bad. Absolutely bananas. Absolutely bananas. But we got about a minute left in the show today, so let's have ourselves a little bit of fun with a absolutely horrific story. Fun with an awful story. Eric Swalwell, who appears to be an aggressive sexual deviant and monster, based on all reports. Now a 5th woman has come forward against him, and I'm sure she will not be the last, because nobody ever gets caught doing this sort of thing the first time. Well, he's had very interesting things to say about one Stephen Miller, and Stephen Miller decided to have a little bit of fun at Eric Swalwell's expense on Jesse Waters last night.
Has he been following that?
Why, has he had a bad week, Jesse? I haven't been watching.
You might be busy with bigger matters of war and peace.
Couldn't have happened to a better person. But look, here's the most important thing, if we have 10 seconds on this, and I'm sure you would agree with this. The most important part about this story, and look, Swalwell is a scumbag. He is a terrible person, the worst of the worst, the lowest of the low, the most dishonest of the most dishonest. But the real story here is how the Democrat Party controls its members through blackmail. It's got a blackmail file on all of its politicians, and it uses them to leverage and control them until it's time to release it. That is how sick and twisted the Democrat Party is. That's the next thread we've got to pull out here, Jesse.
All right, it's a danger.
And he's absolutely right. There's no way elected California Democrats didn't know. There's no way. If you've spent 5 minutes in politics, you know that to be the case. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. I will catch you guys all back live tomorrow. Hannah Faulkner is coming up next right here on this network. Until tomorrow, everybody, stay loud.
Welcome back to LFA TV Live with Hannah Faulkner. I cannot believe it is already Wednesday. We're already halfway through the week, but I am so excited to be spending my Wednesday afternoon here with you all. If this is your first time joining us, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble. Share this with your friends. If you have a friend or a family member or someone who watches LFA and you know they watch LFA, but they don't usually turn on in the afternoon, go let them know, because we have a very special guest joining the show today, Alex Newman. He is one of the most brilliant and knowledgeable minds in the conservative movement. He is a father of 6 kids. I actually met him when I was on the Reawaken America tour with General Michael Flynn, Clay Clark, Dr. Simone Gold. So many patriots participated in this tour. There were literally countless speakers on the Reawaken America tour. And if you were ever at any of those conferences, ever at any of those events, you know that the energy was electric. There was no other conference, no other event like it. But I met Alex through the tour. I was really impressed by his knowledge on past communist regimes and really this infringement upon our Christian heritage in the United States of America and how they wanted to take that away from us. Well, Alex Newman joins us today to specifically talk about the UN Climate Summit. He has been going every single year to the United Nations Climate Summit, and he has something very interesting to share with us today. He found something that is actually very startling because these globalist organizations, specifically the UN Climate Summit and the World Economic Forum, they have been pushing a religion. Now, for decades, boomers, Gen Xers, and really just this generational lie that, you know, we don't need to infringe our religious beliefs upon other people. We don't need to talk about our religion in public. Because, you know, that's something that you do in private. Well, that's not what the globalists think. That's not what the pagans think. The pagans are very open that they hate God. They love the religion of humanism, and they will push it onto us any chance they get. Well, he noticed this. It's literally satanic at the UN Climate Summit. So he's going to be joining us to talk all about that today, as well as this war on homeschooling in the United States of America, specifically in these Democrat-led cities. Connecticut, New Jersey, Maine, and a few other states are cracking down on parental rights surrounding homeschooling. So especially if you are a homeschooling parent, you should be alarmed that the government wants to infringe upon your right to educate and school your children. They want to tell you what to teach your kids. They want to show up to your home. They want to go through your files. They want to make sure that you're educating your children because they don't trust that you know more about your children than they do, which is why they encourage you to send them to these state-sponsored indoctrination camps. So first things first, if your kid's is in public school, take them out immediately. If you have a grandchild, get them out of these state-sponsored indoctrination camps that hate everything that made this country great, because if we truly want to save this country, we have to educate the next generation of children with a biblical lens and specifically through the truth of God's word. So we're going to be getting into all of that and more today. Again, hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following our X page, Lfa Tv US. My X page is Hannah F1776, and then of course my Instagram is Hannah Faulkner 1776. Before we get into a lot of the issues of the day, I want to go ahead and just give a shout out to several of the patriots in the chat. We've got Hazel Kitty said they want to make sure you are indoctrinating them. Absolutely. Coastal Drifter, we said, hi Hannah, will you be posting yesterday's episode separately to your channel? I want to share it. What did I have? Yes, all of my stuff is on my channel. So if you want to watch yesterday's episode, everything is on my channel. The one with Stephanie Nash, you'll just have to type into the search bar Hannah Faulkner and Stephanie Nash, and that interview will come up via the search bar. Anyway, so many patriots in the chat. J Tyler P. Dawn, who else do we have in the chat? Coastal Drifter, Deb, Paul, and Calpurnia, Sherry Welch, so many incredible patriots and LFA TV family members joining the show today. Well, before we get into any of the crazy issues, it's your daily reminder, your friendly reminder, your yearly reminder that it is IRS tax day, where the government is going to be taking our hard-earned money and putting it into things that we do not align ourselves with. This is a friendly message from my good friend Grace from Restoration of America. Take a listen.
Good morning to everyone except the IRS. If the government took this more seriously, we would all be better off.
There is no magic money machine. Every dollar the government spends comes out of your pockets. Every dollar the government gives to someone has to first be taken away from someone else. So it's our moral duty to make sure that we can justify every one of your tax dollars, that we spend them wisely and carefully, and just as important, fairly. Unfortunately, hardly anyone could honestly call federal budgets wise, careful, or fair.
Happy Tax Day. The only one who would call their spending wise, careful, or fair is the government itself. Wouldn't it be nice if the government respected the American people and their hard-earned money? Reagan's message definitely needs to be heard by the government and is synonymous with the principles and values that our country was founded on. We should be trying to get back to this place where government is more limited and there is less taxation.
Less taxation, less government control. Absolutely. Grace is a good friend of the show. She's come on as a guest several times, and I'm very grateful for her voice. She's young. She's getting married, actually, and living out the American dream in Florida. But that is your yearly reminder that it is National IRS Tax Theft Day, right? Taxation is theft. Anyways, so much to get into, but I want to start off by talking about IVF. Of course, we're always talking about controversial issues here on the show, but The Lion just released a new article all on delayed childbearing. A new study reports minuscule birth rate for women's frozen eggs. Now, what's interesting about this is that less than 2% of human eggs frozen for future artificial reproduction use result in the live birth of a child. So that's less than 2%. According to new data, the study also found that the number of women freezing their eggs nearly quadrupled from 2014 to 2021. Less than 6% of women, however, returned to use those eggs within 5 to 7 years, according to the study. The frozen eggs must be quote-unquote warmed for use in artificial reproduction to create an embryo for implantation, often through in vitro fertilization, IVF, which we've talked about many times here on the show. Less than 30% of eggs, however, warmed resulted in a live birth, excluding the eggs that remained perpetually frozen because the mothers never returned. And more than 1 in 5 women who returned for their frozen eggs left with 0 embryos due to the high failure rate. The woman who attained a successful embryo from their thawed eggs, however, did not all choose to immediately implant that embryo. Nearly 15% of these women froze all of the embryos they created, while 46% opted to freeze some and implant others, and 64% implanted their created embryos. The authors of the study say that the research marks a societal trend toward delayed childbearing as well as an increase in fertility awareness. One X account on X posted that the low rate of live births is surprising, considering that egg freezing is often touted as the solution to age-related fertility decline. Fertility extension seems very limited still, and women wanting a family would be better advised to find ways to start a family earlier. The average age of the women who froze the eggs are around 35 to 36 years old. It is possible that some reproductive technology actually leads to fewer births because of the false premise of this technology, leading women who want children to postpone motherhood too long. A Them Before Us child advocacy organization, Katie Faust, even criticized the way fertility companies target women, saying, of course, it's not a solution to infertility. Not only that, it's marketed to women when their fertility is at their peak, putting off their ability to have children naturally so that it can be sold back to them for hundreds of thousands of dollars. While the clinics profit millions of dollars for freezing eggs and selling them back to women, women suffer devastating emotional, psychological, and physical loss for believing that they can pause their fertile years. Egg freezing predators offer to harvest and store your eggs at no cost, but they keep 50%. Exploitation dressed up as empowerment. Director of Them Before Us, Executive Director Josh Wood, said in a post, I'm a big fan of Them Before Us. They're doing incredible work fighting back against the big fertility industry that is literally banking off of Big Pharma's failed solutions, quote unquote, to women. I mean, we literally put women on birth control from the age of 12, 13 years old because of hormonal issues. And then we wonder why they have so many fertility issues. We wonder why they can't have children. Everything they're doing from such a young age goes directly against the way that God designed them to live out their life. And then they reach 30 years old and they're like, well, maybe I actually want to get married, despite the fact that I spent the last 10 years going off to college, pursuing a 9-to-5 corporate career. I didn't really care about getting married. Well, most men do not want to marry a 30-year-old. She slept around. She wasted her life away. Most young men just don't want to, and I understand it. It's understandable. This is why our fertility clock is so high around the age of 16 to 20 years old. This is the way God designed it to be. Now, am I saying go get married at 16? I'm 18. I'm not married. Would love to be. But we have to stop putting off getting married and having children because our generations, our country, our civilization will pay the price. And we're seeing that already. I mean, the birth rate is at 1.6. That's literally near extinction. We're being replaced by foreigners and sacrificing our own children, our own American heritage for foreigners and for our own sexual gratification. It's sick. It really is. And it's directly against God's first commandment to mankind to go and multiply. But even further with that, I mean, if any of you guys are watching and you're like, well, you know what? I actually support IVF. I just want to play this video. Before I welcome in Alex Newman to talk about homeschooling and the war on children from the broad perspective, I want to play this video. Lila Rose actually put out this tweet saying, horrific, at 30 years old, Sasha discovered her parents weren't actually related to her. They were victims in an IVF embryo mix-up. IVF plays in the lives of innocent human beings. Families are left broken and hurting. The children suffer the most. Ban IVF now. And the sad reality is that there are so many stories of through the in vitro fertilization process, not only is it just immoral and not ethical at all, but you are seeing some insane cases where people are getting the wrong children. This is the result of playing God. This is the video. Take a listen.
It's always been Mum, my sister and I. Just the three of us.
Growing up in Coffs Harbour, Sasha Safransky never really felt like she belonged.
I came home, I think I was 7 or 8, and I sat down with Mum and my sister, and I looked at them and I said, I know I'm adopted, just tell me. You gotta just tell me. And I think they spent about 45 minutes convincing me that I was not adopted. And I just remember thinking, fine, okay, I'm not adopted, I'm just weird.
Years later, as Sasha approached 30, she wanted to find out more about her father's Polish heritage. She sent her DNA away to a genealogy tracing website. It found no link to Poland.
I just thought, no, they got the wrong spit.
But that wasn't the only surprise. According to the site, she had relatives she'd never known about.
I've clicked the matches, and then first thing, boom, full sibling, full sister. It wasn't just the sister, there was someone else that came up under that. It came up as a maternal aunt.
I see you're a close DNA match with me. Do you know how we are related?
They started chatting online. The new aunt also lived in Coffs Harbour.
Which was a bit like, oh, okay, weird.
Then came this message.
You wouldn't happen to be IVF babies?
I think the penny dropped. And I was just like, oh. There were words that I used. And then it all started to kind of sit with me for a minute.
Sasha and her twin sister were born in 1995 via IVF. Her parents struggled to conceive and went through multiple rounds.
I'd sort of given up. I'll just have one more go. I'll just try it one more time, and if it works, it works, and if it doesn't, then I think we're done.
On that final attempt, Sasha's mum, Penny, fell pregnant with twins.
All of a sudden, you've got these little babies. Not just one, but I've got two, gorgeous girls. My girls are everything.
But the DNA website connected Sasha to a different family. Sasha's newfound maternal aunt had further questions.
She asked, did you match with this person who was on the paternal side as well? And that's when I went, oh God, it's two. It's the egg and the sperm. It's embryo.
Further DNA tests confirm Sasha's new family tree. Another couple, also from Coffs Harbour, were the biological parents of Sasha and her twin sister. They had another daughter years later who showed up as Sasha's full sibling.
They just sort of said, there was a mix-up, Mum. We're not your biological children. I said, what? You know, what are you talking about? You know, I know you are. I was there. So then they tried to explain. They'd known for a while, and they'd tried to, hoping against hope, that what they'd found out wasn't right. So they'd had all the tests, and they'd had the DNA. And they said they're sorry, but they knew that they weren't mine.
Both couples had IVF through the same hospital, Royal North Shore in Sydney, in 1995. Only Penny's transfer was successful, which resulted in the twins.
I didn't think about any checking things and worrying about it, and is that definitely my embryo? And I don't know why you'd think otherwise. Well, now maybe, but back then, why would you think otherwise?
Both families have hired lawyers to investigate what went wrong and who was responsible, but they still don't have any answers.
If you have the ability to create life, you should have the ability to put it in the right person.
In the early 90s, the IVF clinic at Royal North Shore was public, run by the state government. But the local health district told 730 that in August 1994, a company called North Shore ART took over the hospital's fertility clinic. That's nearly a year before Penny's transfer took place. North Shore ART was later acquired by a company that eventually became part of Virtus Health, one of the country's largest IVF providers. In a statement, Virtus Health also denied responsibility.
Has anyone apologised to you?
No, because no one's owning up, no one's accepting responsibility for it, so no one's said anything to us.
The idea that this is being buck passed between a state government department and a private provider, while these families frankly languish without answers and without any support or counselling support, is completely unacceptable, and it's got to change quickly.
The New South Wales Health Minister Ryan Park declined to comment, with the spokesperson saying it would be inappropriate while inquiries continued. The Safranskis case is now the second known embryo mix-up where a child was born to a separate family. Last year, Monash IVF admitted a child had been born to a family they were not related to after an embryo mix-up in Brisbane. When approached by 730, Federal Health Minister Mark Butler said it was the first he'd heard of Sasha's discovery.
One of the real concerns that we've identified in the sector today, let alone the sector 30 years ago, is a lack of transparency around the mistakes that are made. The fact is, serious mistakes are not reported transparently, not even to me as Australia's Health Minister, and that's got to change.
For decades, two families lived side by side in Coffs Harbour, unaware of the connection between them.
Right over there is where the biological family are. So we were 15 minutes separated for something like 24 years.
Last year, Sasha took the short drive across town to meet her biological parents for the first time.
It's like walking into a house you've never been in but knowing where the light switches are. Like, I know how to talk to these people. They're not ready to speak publicly. There is no roadmap, there's no guide. For now, we're just still getting to know each other. It's kind of like a really awkward first date. Oh, look, pizzas. Here, kiddos. What did you order? What did you order? Which ones? My mum's still my mum. She birthed me. She looked after me. She's cared for me. I'm her daughter. It erases nothing, but it does change everything. And I just hope that we can all get to a point where we can heal. That's the way. Whoa!
The mistake that they made 30 years ago is just our life now. We just have to get on with it somehow. But it shouldn't be. shouldn't have to do that.
You listen and hear stories just like this, and this is a story that has happened so many times where parents will go into the in vitro fertilization process really just naive and maybe even hopeful to have a child, and then there's this massive in vitro mess up, and it's really, really sad for the kids. But this is what happens again when we start to play God, when we start to evade the natural laws of procreation. And obviously getting help for fertility issues isn't inherently a bad thing. It's not inherently a sin. But when we kill children in the process of attempting to create life, or we force children to answer questions that we can't even answer ourselves, that's when we have a problem, and that's when we're going to see consequences for our actions. But anyways, there's so much to get into. We're going to go on commercial break real quick, and then right after, we will welcome in Alex Newman into the show to talk all things the United Nations Climate Summit that just recently happened that he was at. There was a lot of paganistic things happening, a lot of dark stuff. You are not going to want to miss this episode with Alex Newman. He's up next. In the meantime, we're going to go on commercial break, and we'll be right back after the break.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Well, it's that time of year again, isn't it? My favorite time of year, fall. Oh, I love the leaves. I love the autumn smell. I love the pumpkins. I love it all right before the snow flies. But what I don't love that comes with the cold weather and the fall weather is the flu, are the sniffles, the cold. All those common cold sniffles that you get every year. And if you have kids in the house, little kids going to and fro school, and they're coming back and they're touching everything and they're bringing the bacteria and all those viruses home from school, you don't want anything to do with that. You want to be proactive rather than reactive. That's why we're going to talk about propolis today. You know what propolis is? Well, ladies and gentlemen, propolis is what works as a barrier to keep the beehive absolutely safe. And what am I talking about? Well, Beekeepers Naturals. Now, my wife really turned me on to this. This is an endorsement of my wife and then myself as well. Beekeepers Naturals, folks, that is exactly what this is. This is a proactive rather than a reactive, all natural, all clean alternative to big food and big pharma. You've got your Beekeepers vitamin C packs, which are perfect for on the go, right? You've got your Beekeepers Propolis nasal spray. A few shots up the nose, clears out your nostrils, cleans any congestion that you have, and it's all natural, and it's going to work as a proactive barrier to any of that unwanted bacteria getting in. How about the Beekeepers all natural Propolis immune throat spray? 3 or 4 pumps of that a day, and anything that you're breathing in is going to be either repelled or killed right away. That's the amazing thing about propolis, and that is the amazing thing about Beekeepers Naturals. And I got a 20% discount for you. What's better than that? 20% discount. Look, you can even get the throat soothing pops and the kids' prebiotic fiber pops, along with the throat spray, along with the nasal spray, along with the vitamin C packs. Folks, they've got it all, and it's an all-natural, clean, beautiful option for you to have in order to, get away from the big food, get away from the big pharma, and go more natural, especially with a 20% discount. How can you not go to Beekeepers Naturals today /LFA and get your 20% discount? Clean out your medicine cabinet today with beekeepers.com /LFA. And now back to the show. Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com /LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com /LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
Alrighty, everybody, make sure to check out our sponsors here at LFA TV. As always, when you shop and support with our sponsors, you are actively supporting us as the hosts, and we greatly appreciate your support. Without further ado, without me explaining anything else, if you're just now joining us, make sure to hit that subscribe button. But we are about to welcome into the show Alex Newman, an incredible patriot, father, husband. He is so well-versed on past communist regimes, the trends that we're seeing now in America, and what we should be really careful and keep our eyes open and peeled for when it comes to globalism and the future of this great republic. Take a listen. Alex, thank you so much for coming back on the show today. We were just talking off air about some mutual friends that we have, and I just love how really the movement, it just has grown substantially as so many young people are getting involved, really passionate about strong families, getting married young, and really reclaiming this republic as it once was a Christian nation. And so I'm really grateful for your family, and there's just so many patriots. It just fires me up. It encourages me just to know that there are so many people out there that are passionate about reclaiming America as a Christian nation and fighting back against all of this paganism. So I appreciate you coming back on the show today.
It's an honor to be here. Thanks for having me again, Hannah, and you're doing amazing work, so it's great to be here.
Thank you. Well, I want to go ahead and start off with the UN Climate Summit that you said, I didn't know this, but you said that you go every year. I don't know how many times you've been to the summit, but you just recently got back from the UN Climate Summit. Tell us a little bit about what happened. You just showed me their mascot, you said, for the summit as a whole, which is just so demonic. Talk about what you saw, what happened, and why should Christians specifically be on guard about what's happening in the climate world?
Well, thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I've been going every year with a few exceptions. Going back to 2009, I went to the COP15 in Copenhagen. And we go because it's critically important what's happening in these climate summits. This is the vehicle they're using to bring in global political, economic, and even religious control. And most Americans don't even have this on their radar because the fake media in America has figured out that the more they talk about it, the more angry people get, the more they call their congressman and tell them to stop with the climate nonsense. We don't want to pay higher taxes. We don't want to pay, money to the UN so that we can have better weather in 100 years. I can't believe anybody is dumb enough to believe that. So they figured out we better just shut our mouths and not talk about it. But everywhere else in the world, the climate hoax is absolutely central to everything. And it has been here too. It's just that they don't tell the American people what they're doing. So like I was in Paris when Barack Hussein Obama comes prancing, talking about how we're going to shut down these factories and shut down these energy production and shut down oil exploration so that we can save the climate. Meanwhile, the communist Chinese are like, hey, yes, that's wonderful. You do that. We will continue increasing our carbon footprint at least until 2030. We'll see what happens around then. So this is a huge story. And then Barack Obama came back and with his executive orders and decrees started shutting down literally our energy exploration, our coal mines, our power plants, which of course leads to, as he himself pointed out, skyrocketing energy prices, which of course shuts down our factories and gets them all shipped to China, which I think is a big part of the reason they're doing this. But I was just in the Amazon rainforest a few months ago for the COP30. And this was the most overt example of this that I've ever seen. There's a clear religious agenda, a clear spiritual agenda, and we'll get into that. But this was the official guardian spirit of the UN COP30. This is an actual picture. We took this, and you see they said it was a fusion of the Chinese dragon spirit and the Brazilian jaguar spirit, becoming this kind of guardian spirit of Mother Earth and the climate. And you can see it's got devil horns. It's got brutal looking fangs. It's holding the whole world in its hand and in its hands. And here you see the little peace doves. For those of you watching us and not just listening, you see the little doves flying off the earth. And so they had this big explanation of the symbolism. As far as I'm concerned, this is a satanic, demonic idol that these people are creating. And so one of the articles that I did for the New American about this conference was it became more clear to me in the Amazon than it ever had been before, because I've noticed the repaganization happening under the climate agenda, but they were never this blatant. So all over the conference, they've got events and side events and speeches, the plenary session where all the governments and dictators meet. And they're like openly starting off with these guys they plucked out of the rainforest, supposedly wearing, the head feathers and then the loincloth. And they're like, okay, well, dear mother goddess, spirit of the trees, whatever. And you have like presidents and kings like playing along with this. So it was very, very in your face this time around. And it goes back to what Professor Lynn White argued back in the 1960s. And this was even before the global warming hoax. It was actually even before the global cooling hoax, believe it or not. That's a long time ago. But his argument was that the reason we have this supposed ecological crisis is because of Christianity, because people read the Bible and believe that humans are somehow special, we're made in the image of God, that God put nature here for our benefit and his glory rather than for its own sake. And so his solution was, if we could go back to the old pagan values, where we eat each other and sacrifice children to demons. I mean, he didn't cite those things specifically, naturally, but then everything would be great and Mother Earth would be happy again. So, so that's coming out of the closet now. That, for me, it's incredibly significant because they got this three-legged stool approach. You've got the political angle. So, the UN brings in all the governments of the world. You've got the economic angle where the World Economic Forum comes in and brings the businesses, but then the religious angle, which nobody's focused on, which in my opinion is probably the most important.
Yeah, well, it's interesting because for decades we have heard this lie that we're trying to infringe upon people's, religious freedom, religious liberty in the United States of America, which that idea in and of itself just shows such a lack of historical literacy when it comes to our founders' original intent for religious liberty. I mean, the only religion really for the first original 13 colonies was Christianity. And when they said religious liberty, they were specifically referring to people being able to practice out their different denominations within Christianity because there was such a divide between various denominations. But regardless of that, even, you've heard for the longest time of, you don't understand the idea of separation of church and state. Well, I don't want your religion being shoved down my throat. And it's like, well, hold on. You're shoving your religion down my throat. I'm going to impose my religious morality, my beliefs, because I believe that this is what's going to make America great again. I believe it's what's going to restore America back to what our founding fathers intended this nation to be. And so, I really do think that Christians, especially boomers and Gen Xers, really took the bait and were like, well, okay, well, I believe in separation of church and state too. I don't want you to feel like my morality is being shoved down your throat, when in reality, it's like, actually, you both have a religious worldview. Let's debate these ideas out and see which one creates a more lasting and flourishing society. And your experience at this UN climate summit clearly portrays that they do not care one bit about imposing their religious worldview, their religion, onto the American people, and frankly, onto the world, not just to America, but to all of the world. So I guess, what is your message to, I feel like the older generations, the younger generations, at least the young people that I come in contact with, they're not buying the bait anymore, and they're really sick and tired of it. But the older generations, I see kind of fall prey or are a little bit more susceptible to the common claims of just don't impose your religion upon my life.
Yeah, and that's a function of multiple generations of indoctrination in the government school system that, by the way, also has roots completely in these people talking to their spirit friends. I mean, we can prove this. I just released a book recently called Woke and Weaponized, where we trace the origins of the government school system back to a guy who literally was talking to his spirit friends, wanted to abolish marriage and family, the church, and private property. So all this is very well documented, and that's how we got here. But you're absolutely right, Hannah. If you read the writings of the founding fathers, they were overwhelmingly Christian. There was a few who might have been, not quite Orthodox, but they were all Bible-believing Christians for the most part, with a few, even the ones who maybe wouldn't claim Jesus Christ as their personal Lord and Savior in private, still saw the world largely through a biblical lens. The Bible, of course, was the most quoted document. In addition to the Bible, they had other resources they were quoting. The most quoted legal scholar was an incredible individual who wrote commentaries on the laws of England. And if you read commentaries on the laws of England, again, the most quoted legal source in the founding fathers' writings, other than the Bible itself, he actually said very clearly that the laws of God, as revealed in the Bible, are supreme over all. Right? They're supreme over all nations, over all people, at all times, regardless of what you think. And to the extent that governments do not obey those laws, they are illegitimate. So Sir William Blackstone was a great individual, and he really helped lay the foundation for American jurisprudence. In fact, his commentaries on the laws of England was often called the bedrock of America's jurisprudence for centuries. And very clearly, he said the Bible, the moral code outlined in the Bible, is the supreme law. You take all of that, you look at just the basic history that anybody should know. Most of the colonies actually had established churches when the First Amendment was written and ratified. How can they possibly say that we wanted to get Christianity out of the public realm? In fact, civil government was ordained by God. The Founding Fathers understood that its purpose, according to the scriptures, is to punish evil, to be a terror unto evil. And that's what the Founding Fathers were talking about when, for example, in the Declaration of Independence, they said that God gave you rights and government must help you protect those rights. The way they got to that is, the Bible says government must punish evil. That's its purpose. It's a minister of God. God has already defined evil for us. Well, murder is evil. Therefore, you have a right to life, right? And therefore, government must punish the evil of murder. God said, thou shalt not steal. Therefore, you have a right to property. Stealing is evil. Therefore, government must punish and seek to protect private property and punish theft. So all of this was very, very widely understood, almost universally understood in the founding era. But now, thanks to multiple generations of dumbing down and indoctrination, you've got, as you pointed out, large numbers of Americans, who knows whether they're quite a majority, who believe that there's this magical separation of church and state. And so they get to impose their horrific morality, kill babies, mock the family, mock the creator. But Christians must stay silent and must stay completely away from the civil government, so that only they, the Satanists, the demon worshipers, the pagans, etc., can control the government. It's so utterly asinine. It's hard to believe that people could have been so deceived, but here we are.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, and even just the attacks on Christian parents and their rights as a parent, and the way that they would like to educate and school their children. I mean, just the simple realities of homeschooling. I mean, I was homeschooled my whole life. I went to kindergarten, and that was it. I'm the oldest, and my parents realized how corrupt and evil the public school system was, even in the Bible Belt of Tennessee. And so, since then, I've been homeschooled. All my siblings were homeschooled, their entire life. But we have seen, even in the Bible Belt of Tennessee, an infringement and somewhat of an attack on homeschooling parents. But even more so in absolutely blue, liberal, God-hating states like New Jersey, Maine, Connecticut. So talk about this, because I know that there's a lot of people that come across my show that watch the show that have grandkids that are homeschooled. They homeschool themselves as parents, young people that watch the show that are homeschooled. What should they be aware of? What should they be concerned about in these more liberal states? But honestly, the conservative states follow the legislation of more liberal states. Within 3 to 10 years, we get the almost exact same word for word legislation in our states that we have to combat. So what should they really be aware of and understand about specifically the attacks on Christian parents and homeschooling?
Yeah. Well, you and people like you, Hannah, are the reason why they are coming after homeschooling. we can't have all these well-educated young people who know our history and know their Bible and want families and want to protect the God-given rights of people using government. And so that's exactly why they are targeting the homeschool community. And of course, my wife and I, we homeschool our 6. We wouldn't trade it for the world. I did not have the blessing of being homeschooled as a child. And I think that's part of the reason I went so far off the rails before God pulled me off that very destructive, wide path. But what we're seeing right now is a full-blown war on homeschooling. And of course, as usual, the media won't talk about it. In Europe, it's being banned. In fact, my wife and I were living in Sweden when the regime banned homeschooling there. We literally saw them kidnapping homeschooled children from their families, threatening parents with prosecution, putting children in foster care. Thankfully, when they banned homeschooling, the vast majority of the families either left the country or went underground. The government didn't get any additional victims other than the ones that it kidnapped from their families. So we saw that happen in Sweden. Now France has banned homeschooling. Portugal's moving in that direction. The British are moving for heavier regulation. Adolf Hitler, of course, was the first one who came up with the idea of criminalizing home education. What? You can't educate your own kids. And so now this is coming to America. We see the latest attack comes out of Connecticut. Bill just moved through, was approved by the Joint Education Committee, so this is the House and the Senate in Connecticut, that will first of all require parents to get approval from CPS, from the Child Protective Services, if they want to homeschool their children. It will require them to provide what the legislation itself says is equivalent instruction to what's going on in the government schools. Like the government itself says less than 1 in 3 victims of the government school system is even proficient in reading, writing, or math. 17% of them are being sexually abused or facing sexual misconduct from the faculty at the school. 40% of them, according to the CDC's data, are persistently depressed and hopeless. 20% are seriously considering suicide, and 10% actually tried it in the last year. Anybody who would want to impose that on homeschoolers is completely out of their mind and cannot be taken seriously. And yet that's what Connecticut is trying to do right this moment under the guise of protecting children from their parents. New Jersey, same thing last year. They had a bill that would purport to require that parents get their curriculum approved by the state, that would require that the curriculum be aligned with the New Jersey state education learning standards, whatever garbage, basically Common Core with a bunch of weird sex stuff added onto the top. And it's like, this is coming. Like Illinois, they had the Homeschool Act where they were going to radically crack down on the homeschool community. Minnesota wanted to regulate where and when and how you could homeschool. This was just last year. So there's a freight train coming toward us, and it's even coming down from the international level, Hannah. I did some big articles on this. In fact, we broke the story in October of 2025, so just half a year ago. The UNESCO, that's the UN Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, released a report. People should read it. It's called Homeschooling Through a Human Rights Lens, literally prepared under the supervision of a North Korean communist. You could read it right there in the acknowledgments. A North Korean communist supervised the preparation of this report. They had a bunch of American collaborators like Elizabeth Bartholet at Harvard University's law school. And they said in very plain language, like you don't have to like read between the lines, it's all there. They said, if governments are going to tolerate homeschooling, they need to uphold the right of education of every child. That means we need mandatory registration. We're going to treat homeschoolers like sex offenders. We need mandatory home visits so the government can come and inspect and supervise your homeschooling. We need government to control and regulate not just the educational content, but even the values that are taught to children. They specifically condemn homeschoolers because usually the mom does most of the homeschooling and the dad typically makes most of the money. And they say that perpetuates negative and harmful gender stereotypes. So governments must actively get involved to prevent this. It's bonkers. But this is coming down from the equivalent of the Global Department of Education. And they're dead serious. So they're coming for us. We need to understand that. And as far as I'm concerned, this is a hill to die on. This isn't like something that we can compromise on. The answer is simple. No, you can't have my children. And there's nothing more to discuss.
Well, and I know there's going to be people watching this, and maybe they're from conservative states. Maybe they're from one of the states that you mentioned, and they're going to wonder, what can they do, right? They have the knowledge that this is evil, this is wrong, this is absolutely anti-American, it's anti-God, and it's anti-parental rights. It's very communist in its principle and its base, as you just laid out. But what can they do? They're just average, everyday Americans. They want to homeschool their kids. They want to raise strong warriors for Christ that are going to influence this country. But what can they do to ultimately protect their right to homeschool their children?
Well, I would start by saying if you have children in the government school system, get them out immediately. Like treat the building like it's on fire, grab your children and run forget the school board, forget writing a letter to your state legislator. You can do those things after your children are safely out of the burning building. Okay. So get them out. Find a program that you like. My wife and I, we use Classical Conversations, great program. The book I mentioned earlier, Woke and Weaponized, I wrote with the CEO of CC. It's a great program for people who want a classical Christian education with community of fellow believers. So first thing first, make the right decision. Get your children out. Next thing is we've got to prepare for this battle that is coming. In fact, it's already here. And so I would say several things. First of all, get involved with a group that is defending our interests. For homeschoolers at the national level, the big one, obviously the umbrella group is the Homeschool Legal Defense Association, the HSLDA. Not only do you get to work to push back the tyranny, they also will come defend you if the government ever comes after you for something illegitimate. So it's like $10 a month. Whatever state you're in is going to have a homeschool association. Most of them are really, really good. Most of them are really, really solid. So join your state association. These are the people doing the hard work to resist these attacks in the state legislature, to rally the troops when these crazy bills get proposed. So get involved in those, and then get involved in the freedom fight more broadly, right? Get yourself informed, watching programs like this one, and then get active. If you can't run for office, find good people to support who are running for office. Sign up for publications like the New American Magazine and share it out with other people. Order a few extra copies, give it to your pastor. So we've got to have all hands on deck now if we're going to preserve even these basic freedoms, like the freedom to educate our own children, which wouldn't have been controversial at all in our founding fathers era. Most people were homeschooled back then, but now suddenly we're supposed to think it's an experiment and that the politicians, we've got to be active in the public realm or we're going to lose our freedom. It's that simple.
Absolutely. Well, and it's interesting. I'm 18. I don't have a family of my own. I'm not married with children, but I'm very grateful for my parents making that executive decision to homeschool myself, and then obviously my siblings, after realizing how corrupt the educational system is today. And there really is no fixing it. And people often will look at it as like some mission field for their 5-year-old to go and be this light in the darkness. And it's so laughable. My dad's like, so you're just sending your kids to the lion's den. Got it.
Right.
Like you just really do want them to be devoured. And then you wonder how they come out at 18, 22 years old after they've been indoctrinated for the first 20 years of their life. And you're like, I wonder why they hate God, they hate America, and they have all these weird piercings. They hate their family. It's like, well, you really failed as a parent. You did fail. And, there's a scripture, we always look at it, as a family, like, train your children up in the way of the Lord and they will not depart. And this is a very controversial idea, but it's like, if your child turns out as a transgender and you claim to be a Christian, claim to, have gone to church and brought your children up in the way of the Lord, I'm so sorry, but there's something went wrong in your parenting. You sent your kids to state-sponsored schools. You allowed them to be influenced by people that were not of a good influence on your children. You sent them away to, some community college to live on their own and have all of the freedom in the world with no responsibility. And so it's such an interesting conversation, because you would think that most Christians would be on board with what you're saying, but they're not, because it's deemed as some controversial idea and it's offensive because they feel that God's called them to send their kids to a mission field at 5 years old. So I'm just curious, what is your message? I know you have to go, you don't have much time, but what is your message to those kinds of parents who really feel that it's a mission field for their kids?
Yeah, the Bible explains very clearly that we are engaged in a war right now, a spiritual war. The Bible teaches this very clearly from the beginning to the end. The Apostle Paul lays it all out in Ephesians chapter 6, right? We're wrestling not against flesh and blood, but powers and principalities, spiritual wickedness and darkness in high places in the heavenly realms. And for parents who think they're going to go send their children to be discipled by a rival discipleship program, they're sending child soldiers into a battle without any kind of even basic training. It's going to be a losing proposition. We've got a lot of data on this. Something like 80% of children from Christian families, from Christian homes, who spend 12 years in the government's indoctrination camps, the government's discipleship program, are going to leave the faith and they're going to leave the church. It's not because the Bible is not true. The evidence is overwhelming that the Bible is true. It's because they haven't been trained. They haven't been taught apologetics. They haven't been taught why the scriptures are the word of God. And they've been dumbed down and brainwashed. So we need to, as Christians, and I always tell people that the pagans and the godless, they don't send their children to Christian schools, right? They don't. And yet the majority of Christians in America continue to send their children to pagan, godless schools. And Jesus was very clear. He's quoted twice in the Gospels, in Luke and in Matthew. He says, whoever's not with me is against me. Folks, that applies to the institutions just as much as it does to the people. And nobody can make the argument that the government school system is with Christ. That leaves one option. And so parents, think about this and pray about it, because this is one of the most important decisions you will make in your entire life. And if you mess it up, there's no going back for a redo. There's not, can we shrink my child again and, maybe try this all over? No. It's over. So there are eternal implications to this. Ephesians 6:4 commands us to bring up our children in the fear, the nurture, the discipline, the admonition of the Lord. Deuteronomy 6, Deuteronomy 11 give us a good picture of what that looks like. We teach them diligently about God and his laws and his ways when they wake up in the morning, when we're walking by the way, when we're sitting down to eat, when we're going to bed at night, like at all times. And so we need to be really, really clear that the government school system is not some neutral venue where your children are learning neutral ideas. Nothing could be further from the truth. In fact, the best thing you could possibly say about it, and this is a stretch by any stretch of the term, is that the school teaches children that if God exists, he's completely irrelevant to everything. He's not relevant to science. He's not relevant to history. He's not relevant to anything. And that's the best thing you could say. The reality is this is an institution. It's a system that was created by people who were consciously working to turn your children against God, against his laws, against his truth, against their own families, and against their country. And so once you see that, for me, it's a no-brainer. You've got to get them out.
Absolutely. Well, Alex, I really appreciate what you're doing, and I appreciate your family. I had the pleasure of meeting them about a year and a half ago. I think it was the last Reawaken America tour. I think it was right before 2024, the 2024 election. But really appreciate what you guys are doing and living out what you're preaching and trying to encourage the next generation of parents to really understand and really take forth to ultimately protect our children and put them first above our adult sexual gratification or our instant gratification of any kind. But rather putting children before our own wants and desires. So really appreciate what you're doing. How can people find you? And then how can they get that magazine? Like you said, what is it called? The
New American Magazine. So we've got the print magazine. People can subscribe at thenewamerican.com. Even if you don't get a subscription to the print magazine, I recommend people do. We've got a huge special issue coming out the 1st of May that you're not going to want to miss. I've got a big article in there on the history of the war against God. I think people will enjoy that. But that's all at thenewamerican.com. They can sign up for the free daily headlines, even if they don't get the subscription. You can find my website. It's at libertysentinel.org. We do a free newsletter with all kinds of stuff just like this. And I'm on X at AlexNewman_JOU. If you're interested in classical Christian homeschooling, check out classicalconversations.com. And Hannah, you are a real encouragement. So keep up the great work. You're a joy to talk to. And it's just wonderful to know that there are young people like you carrying the torch of freedom and the Bible and truth. So God bless you. Keep up the good work. And I hope to talk to you soon.
God bless you guys too. All right. Alrighty, everybody. That is Alex Newman. Again, he is just so bright when it comes to educating the general public on Marxism, communist ideas. And as he said, we've got to get these kids out of public schools, homeschool them, teach them solid Christian education, and that's how we're going to save this country. And if you are like Alex Newman and you're tired of all of this woke propaganda and you're tired of the watering down of truth in the conservative movement, you're going to want to be at the Last Stand conference this June 5th and 6th, Inglewood, Colorado. I've been sharing it a lot lately because I'm so pumped for this conference. I'm going to be there speaking on a Gen Z panel. Abby Johnson will be there, Allie Beth Stuckey, Frank Turek, Nick Freitas, Seth Gruber himself. So many patriots will be speaking at this event. You do not want to miss out. It's The Last Stand. AJ Hurley as well, a good friend of mine. This is their trailer episode to promote it. Take a listen.
There was a time when America was more than a place. It was an idea, a vision, a standard. Strong men led their families. Mothers nurtured the next generation. Children played under open skies. And faith was not just welcomed, it was woven into our way of life. We weren't a perfect nation, but we were proud. Proud of our flag, proud of our families, proud of the values that built the greatest nation the world has ever known. We built homes that stood for generations. The family was sacred, life was sacred, and we trained our children to cherish both. But something changed. Now our children are more connected to screens than to their parents. Truth has become hate speech, evil is called good, and what was once unthinkable is now funded, protected, and so on. But throughout history, when evil crept in, it was the church that rose up. When tyrants ruled, children were slaughtered. It was the people of God who stood in the gap, not with empty words, but with unwavering courage. This moment, now, is no different. This is our time. It's our turn. It's our last stand. In the face of evil, you and I stand.
Last stand in Inglewood, Colorado. If you're in the area, make sure to come and stop by. You can get tickets at the whiteroseresistance.co. It's either .com or .co. I can't remember exactly, but White Rose Resistance, if you look it up on Google, Safari, or DuckDuckGo, the conservative and free speech option to Google and Safari, you can get your tickets there. I'd love to see you. Love to meet some of you guys. And overall, it's just going to be an incredible conference. You're going to be able to meet so many incredible patriots and freedom warriors for truth. So I hope to see so many of you guys there. But we're going to go on commercial break one last time before we end today's episode. Again, make sure to hit that subscribe button. Make sure you're following us here on Rumble, our X page, LFA TV US. I am so grateful to be a part of LFA TV, and we will be back here tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Eastern for another episode. We have a special guest joining us tomorrow. I think it's just going to be a very short episode, but I'm having a woman on the show. Tomorrow's show is going to be really interesting because this woman used to be a raging feminist, and now she is married. She's starting a family. It's really encouraging to see so many young women are realizing that feminism lied to them. Feminism is a destructive ideology, that it was simply created by an elitist class to destroy the family unit and ultimately destroy society. So we'll be having her on tomorrow. Do not miss it. It's going to be great. In the meantime, hit that subscribe button and make sure you guys stay tuned for the next guest. They are up next.
Hey guys, we're back with another amazing deal from Everyday Dose Coffee. Remember, Everyday Dose Coffee. This is the size of the box. Now, you guys have heard me talk about this for quite some time. This is known as Coffee Plus Benefits, meaning that you're getting coffee with no crash, coffee with no jitters, 100% Arabica coffee, L-theanine, chaga, lion's mane, and collagen protein. And now, they have a birthday bundle out, 55% off. 55% off, and you get free 5 coffee to go sticks or 5 coffee to go packs. Check it out. You get that. You get the coffee. You get entered in to win $500. You get a rechargeable frother free. You get a gunmetal dose spoon absolutely free, and you get the recipe booklet too, ladies and gentlemen. And all you have to do is go to everydaydose.com/LFATV. No promo code needed. That's everydaydose.com/LFATV. 55% off. Go there now.
Welcome to the show, everybody. Thanks so much for being with us. This is the Paul Herrell program. We got a great show for you lined up. Today is April 15th. Of course, this is tax day. This is a day to reflect. It's always a good day to reflect. What kind of government do we have? What kind of government are we actually funding? And the truth of the matter is, we're still funding a government that is a very corrupt government with zero accountability for the most part, although we do have some good news on that front when it comes to some of these Proud Boys and what the Trump Justice Department did by basically asking the court to vacate the previous sentencing. We're going to cover that story as well, but we're going to start with tax day and how it feels to pay into a system that, in many cases, doesn't represent you. We have Republicans defecting today on legislation that would essentially allow President Trump to deport Haitian immigrants, the same type of Haitian immigrants that, one guy just took a hammer to a mom at a gas station, and we saw that video last week. But we're going to also kind of dive into the specifics of who actually funds our government. Do you remember last year you had the head of state, the president of El Salvador, going to CPAC, and he dropped a pretty significant truth nugget. He said that we all pay taxes to keep the illusion going that it's actually you and I that fund the government. But we don't actually fund the government because they have the printing press and can just create and destroy money at will. All this talk about trying to avoid a central bank digital currency, which we should. In many ways, we already have the digital dollar, and they create, again, and destroy money as they see fit. So then the other question would be, then why are we still paying taxes? Well, because it's also a form of psychological oppression, as well as, practically a lot of us are a lot poorer when you have to pay in. And then we're going to talk about refunds as well. So we're going to have a great show today. I'm flying solo again. You'll have to forgive me. It's not my fault. But no, we wish best for Rob Spencer and Eric while they are busy earning a living. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, as always, we are broadcasting live right now on Lfa Tv from the great state of Arkansas, my home. Also on the Paul Herrell program YouTube channel, as well as Facebook, as well as over on X and X American News. Really do appreciate everybody out there, wherever you're watching. We would ask that you like, share, subscribe to this video. If it's YouTube, click the little bell to receive notifications. If you're on Rumble, make sure to like or make sure to subscribe to the Lfa TV channel on Rumble. We would very, very much appreciate it. So let's get into it. It is tax day. I filed my taxes today in the nick of time. Today is the deadline. Many people are filing extensions, as is allowed. They want to maybe take care of this when it gets closer to October. You do hear the headlines from the Trump administration. I know Secretary of the Treasury Scott Bessent was out there today, and we have that clip for you where he says, people are getting record returns, and I don't dispute that at all. The whole concept of a tax return, though, isn't it a little interesting if you think about it? They take the money, and then they give it back to you, and all of us are grateful. Now, this is not just specific to the Trump administration. I mean, this is the status quo with all of the presidents. I mean, ever since the income tax became as oppressive as it is, this is the business of the federal government. That's the status quo. It is the business of the federal government to know how much money you make every year. A concept to our founders that would be so foreign and so tyrannical if they were alive today. And I'm quite confident of that because in the past, if the federal government needed money, they just put it on the states, and they left it up to the states with how they were going to collect it. And then the states would transmit the money to the Fed as they needed it, or to the federal government, not the Federal Reserve. Obviously, that didn't exist until 1913. So the whole concept of getting, your tax return and getting a little bit of money left. The government apparently took too much, and then of course you have your child tax credits and things like that, which is also another interesting rabbit hole to dive into. I got to be honest, I'm just kind of over it, right? I mean, you look at everything that we have to put up with as Americans, people that actually live here, and we are taxed too much. We are overtaxed. And not only are we overtaxed, we are funding a government that habitually refuses to do what we want it to do. Even if we somehow miraculously win elections, we still have this giant apparatus that exists to thwart the will of the people, that exists to make sure the change that we vote for never happens. In some cases, they run really clever psyops where they tell us that it is happening, but the complete opposite actually happens. And so it's April 15th. It's a great day to reflect on what kind of government we actually have versus what kind of government we're supposed to have. I'm going to start with this flashback because this was a pretty interesting truth nugget that took place last year at CPAC. This tweet is from October 25th of 2025 by Concerned Citizen. And it is it's a video of, again, the president of El Salvador, Bukele, talking to, I believe it was a CPAC audience, about who really funds the American government.
They always tell me that the problem is high taxes, but they're wrong. Of course, high taxes are extremely high here in the United States. I give you that. The real problem is not the high taxes themselves, but the fact that they are not even really funding the government. Not even those high taxes, higher than a lot of places in the world, not even those taxes are really funding the government. So who's financing the government? Government is financed by treasury bonds. And who buys the treasury bonds? Mostly the Fed. And how does the Fed buy them? By printing money. But what backing does the Fed have for that money being printed? The treasury bonds themselves. So basically, you finance the government by printing money out of thin air. Amounts of money out of thin air. Why do they collect taxes? The answer is simple, but it's very shocking. The real problem is that you pay high taxes only to uphold the illusion that you are funding the government, which you are not. It's shocking, but it's true.
Only to uphold the illusion that you fund the government. It is shocking because it's more than that. Because it's not just the illusion that you're funding the government, if what he's saying is true, which I believe it is. It's really to uphold a much grander illusion. A much grander illusion. And fundamentally, that illusion is that we are free when we're really not. Because the whole thing about, taxes, and I mean, we just had a huge battle last year about the tax code, right? With the big, beautiful bill and everything else. And yeah, it's good to lower taxes. Don't misunderstand me. I'm not saying that it's not a good thing to lower taxes. The IRS should be abolished. There should be no income tax at all. It should all be consumption-based. That'd be a great. That would be a great place to start the debate. But the grander illusion that would also be that we have a choice in any of this. And yes, in some instances, we do. But I can't really go down this rabbit hole without also thinking of the electronic voting machine, mail-in voting, fraud as well. That benefits both parties, I believe. And this is one of the reasons why Congress is failing us again with not getting the SAVE Act passed. We need to address the electronic voting machines as well. But, I mean, a bare minimum voter ID, getting rid of the mail-in ballots. But they're not going to move on that either. And the reason is because having honest elections would make it easier to shatter this grand illusion and to actually get real change in Washington, D.C. Bukele went on last year
The government is funded by money printing, paper backed with paper, a bubble.
Money printing, paper backed with paper, a bubble. What was it Elon Musk? What was it Elon Musk said? Whose hundreds of millions of dollars only bought him 5 months in this administration. Elon Musk talked about the magic money machines that could create money and deposit it in any bank account in the world. And then he found them. He found what he calls magic money machines. And yet, when you went, whether you were going to get a refund or not, when you went to TurboTax or eFile or wherever you went to try to file your taxes or your CPA, we're all participating in this system that is fake, according to Bukele. He's saying that this monstrosity, this fear of Big Brother and the government, everybody, you know, you've got to tell the government how much you make. They don't send you a bill. In my local county, and I'm sure in yours as well, or your local city, if you owe taxes, you're going to pay that tax in the form of a fee for service. Let's say you need to go renew your tags. Okay, that'll be $25 or $30 or whatever your license renewal or tag renewal is. If you owe property taxes or your city taxes, those things get assessed to you. You literally get a bill in the mail saying, hey, you owe this much money because you assessed your property. You have a vehicle, you have 2 vehicles or whatever, or if you own your home outright and don't have a mortgage. There's all these things, but you get a bill in the mail from the city saying, pay us this much. This is how much you owe. We're not responsible to go to the city and try to, report how much we made and all of this nonsense. It is one of the most, if you think about it from a true 18th century American Revolution standpoint, April 15th and the IRS and everything that's involved in it is the most offensive thing to the American spirit. And we don't think of it that way anymore because now we have been conditioned to run to the IRS so that we get a little money back from them that they shouldn't have taken from us in the first place. Or we get these child tax credits, or you get an earned income tax credit, or you get, to write off your, some people create farms. They get the farm tax credit because they make too much money, and so they start a farm on their property, to try to find all of these different loopholes, which, by the way, there's nothing wrong with loopholes. That's actually a leftist tactic. Oh, these loopholes. Well, actually, that's in the code. It was put in the code by the elites to take advantage of. I mean, it's literally legal. Their legal process is to pay the least amount of tax that you possibly can. It's also, at this point, ridiculous. Like, when you get to the charitable, unless you're a billionaire or a multimillionaire, you get to the charitable contributions like that we individuals made. Well, now, your combined, if you file jointly, your combined standard deductions is like, what, over $24,000 or something like that, $12,000 a piece, or like that's what it used to be. Is the average American giving, $24,000 a year to charity? Most of us are not doing that. So now the whole idea of keeping up with your, that whole thing, don't get me wrong, it's great to have standard deductions that are that high, but do you understand how just strange and convoluted and unnecessary all of this is? All because Uncle Sam demands to know how much you make and how you made your money when it is none of their business from a natural rights, human, rights that come from God from that standpoint. What we have allowed this to become is absolutely un-American. It is an un-American idea. And when I say American, I'm talking about America as it was founded. More from Bukele.
That will inevitably burst. The situation is even worse than it seems, because if most Americans and the rest of the world were to become aware of this farce, confidence in your currency would be lost, the dollar will fall, and the Western civilization with it. If the next president of the United States doesn't make the necessary policies and structural changes, sooner or later that bubble will burst. There's still time. You don't have to make the same mistakes we did in the 60s and the 70s. You can still jump before the water boils. Winning the election isn't enough to solve these problems. They will not simply go away as a consequence of an electoral result. It will take a total re-engineering of the government top to bottom. It will...
A total re-engineering of the government top to bottom. Now, I believe this probably happened in 2024. The post that I got was from 2025. But, I mean, it's a very viral clip of Bukele telling the American people the truth. And it's interesting, he's obviously not American. He's the president of El Salvador. But it also kind of gives you a glimpse into what these other, he's a foreign head of state. And so you got to wonder, what are the other foreign heads of state? What do they think? And they probably think about like he does. And a total rearranging of the federal government. Well, this time last year, that's exactly what President Trump was talking about. This time last year, we were inundated with talk about tariffs. Now, I know the Supreme Court did what they did, and Donald Trump has other measures to continue the tariffs. That's what we were... Good luck getting Congress to codify it, though. Donald Trump was talking about ending the Internal Revenue Service. Not just Trump, but also Howard Lutnick. Obviously, that was before the Epstein news hit about him. Also, Secretary of the Treasury, Scott Bessent. They were talking about abolishing the IRS and changing its name to the External Revenue Service, where we were focused on getting tariffs from other countries who want to do business here in this market, and that would fund the government. Which, if President Trump could do that, it would literally be the greatest transfer of power back to the citizenry since the American Revolution. It would be a George Washington-type move to liberate the people from this tyranny and fear. And there is fear there. This April 15th is, and we're coming up on the 250th anniversary of the founding of this country. And we've still got a lot of work to do. I know I keep saying that, but I'm going to continue to say it. Matter of fact, J.D. Vance said the other day, he was at a Turning Point event. We've got that audio for you. If you're dissatisfied where things are, you've got to keep. You can't disengage. You can't get discouraged. He was specifically talking about how there are people on the right who are upset with America's involvement in Middle East policy right now. And he said, don't be silent. Well, so we're not going to be silent. We're going to call balls and strikes. We're going to celebrate when we think something good has happened. And we're going to call out when we need to go further. And when I thought about filing taxes this year, and I'm sure you did too, and, people, I got to get a refund. But you think about it, we're doing all of this with this expectation of we have to check in with Mother Government. We got to check in with Uncle Sam. And if we don't, we're going to go to jail. Or we're going to get fined, into oblivion. Isn't it crazy to think about that there was, for the first 100 years of America's existence, or over 100 years, we didn't have to worry about reporting our income to the federal government? Do you understand how insane that is? And yet, we just blindly accept it. Not to mention the fact, like if you wanted to kind of just completely disregard everything Bukele said, and let's just assume that our tax dollars actually do fund our government, which I don't believe they do, because it's all a farce. But let's assume that they do fund the government. What kind of government are we funding? We're funding money. One example, we're funding a government that creates a slush fund to pay off the victims of sexual assault when it comes to members of Congress who are cheating on their spouses or, in many cases, are secretly gay. Our tax dollars are going to pay off the victims of sexual assault, or at least alleged sexual assault. That's one of the things our dollars do. Our tax dollars do. Our tax dollars are being used to ensure that the powerful stay in power, even though our tax dollars are being used to ensure, in many cases, a two-tier justice system, although we do have some good news on that today, again, with the Proud Boys. There are glimmers of light in this situation, but now's the time to push, to put on the gas. I mean, now's the time, pedal to the metal. And a lot of this isn't going to happen, honestly, until this situation, this war in the Middle East is ended, and we have an update for you on that as well. but more on the tax situation. Maybe this will get people's attention. Speaking of the Middle East, breaking news. The Internal Revenue Service, the IRS, is only weeks away from developing nuclear weapons. Maybe that would get somebody's attention. Well, the IRS is an existential threat. We better get rid of them. We better blockade the IRS so they don't get any more funds and they can't send any auditors out to your business. Greg on X writing, IRS, you owe us taxes. Me, how much do I owe? How much do I owe? IRS, well, you get to figure that one out. Me, well, can I just pay what I want? No. We know exactly how much you owe, but you have to guess the number too. Me, well, what if I guess wrong? IRS, jail. Happy tax day. It's a ridiculous system. And the only reason it exists is to remind us that we're not free in this regard, in this specific regard. You can't make money in this country without the government knowing and you reporting it to the government. And signing a document under penalty of perjury, by the way, that's when you have to sign your tax returns because you're signing a court document saying that if you messed up, you've now perjured yourself. This is how they get people. What if I'm wrong? Jail. Happy tax day. It's just insane. You owe us taxes. Now, here's a clip of President Trump. I believe this was from last year, talking about basically this economic revolution. I mean, getting rid of the IRS, relying on tariffs would be like a huge economic revolution.
There is a chance that the money from tariffs could be so great that it would replace, in the old days, about 1870 to 1913, the tariffs were the only form of money. And that's when our nation was relatively the richest. We were the richest. There is a chance that the money...
So there's a chance. Howard Lutnick, again, this was him on Jesse Waters last year. This is February. Last year, he was going even further.
Think about it. Donald Trump announces the External Revenue Service, and his goal is very simple. His goal is to abolish the Internal Revenue Service and let all the outsiders pay. I mean, this is someone who is focused on America. Let's drive down our waste, fraud, and abuse. I'll give you an example. Cruise ships. You ever see a cruise ship with an American flag on the back? They have flags of like Liberia or Panama. None of them pay taxes. None of them pay taxes. Every super tanker, none pays taxes. Alcohol, all foreign alcohol, no taxes. This is going to end under Donald Trump, and those taxes are going to be paid, and Americans' tax rates are going to come down. That's what Donald Trump wants to do.
Now, the tax rates have come down, but again, and I get it, you can take more than one bite at the apple, assuming that you have a Congress that's not going to be controlled by Democrats this time next year. This is what we were talking about a year ago, over a year ago. We were in the midst of it. It was a crazy time in terms of rhetoric, and now you've got infighting on the right. And we are tied up in the Middle East. Now, we can talk about that just for a second. Maybe we're about to not be. It seems like every day the war is over. Maybe not. The war's almost over. Okay. Maria Bartiromo sat down with President Trump, and as I got off the air yesterday, one of the last clips I saw was her recording a video right after she had finished speaking with President Trump, and she said the war's over. Watch the video. And then I went and watched the clip, and he said, well, it's almost over. So, but you do have Polymarket now saying that there's going to be a deal soon. Here's Zero Hedge's take on it. Headline, Iran halts all petrochemical exports while officials signals compromise straight passage opening as negotiators cite progress. This was posted at 1:15 Central, so about 3.5 hours ago. The summary says the Iran war is very close to over, with authorities in Tehran eager to agree to a peace deal, Trump says, adding, "We've been beating them militarily." Axios cites progress towards a framework to end the war. Iran state media says halt to all petrochemical exports. RTRS cites possible compromise on Strait Passage. The Associated Press and Bloomberg are reporting the two sides have an in-principle agreement to pursue further diplomacy. However, this is batted down as unconfirmed by Tehran and a U.S. official. The Pentagon is sending thousands of additional troops into the Middle East in the coming days. Washington Post. I pray we don't have ground troops. Trump claims China very happy. The U.S. is permanently opening the Strait of Hormuz. Also, Xi told him Beijing was not sending weapons and defense items to Tehran. Also significant Lebanon fighting continues. Israel issues more evacuation orders moving into south. Tehran outraged, threatens Red Sea shipping. Unconfirmed reports of 1 week Lebanon ceasefire about to take effect. Continue to pray for the Christians in the Middle East, by the way, because the mainstream media is not going to tell you about them. They're not going to tell you that Lebanon is a 30% Christian country. They're not going to tell you about the destruction that happened in Beirut. Also, the Christians in Iran. 2 million some Christians in Iran during all of this. Please pray for them. Pray for them to continue to have boldness, the type of boldness that you see in the New Testament when the disciples were told to shut up about Christ. Pray for boldness and pray for conversions and pray for their safety. Just pray for the safety of Christians in Iran. Pray for the safety of Christians in Lebanon. Pray for the Christians all across the Middle East when they come to mind, because they live in a context that you and I cannot possibly comprehend. And that's what I'm most concerned about with all of this. Well, I'm most concerned about my own country and the people here, but I am very concerned about the Christians in the Middle East. So that's an update. You see this on Polymarket, U.S. and Iran permanent peace deal by April 30th. So they're saying there's right now the bets are 36% chance that in 15 days this war will be over. And again, I want to get back to Doge. Hey, we saved so much that everybody's getting a $5,000 check. Now, I get, the free market. People, oh, well. But do you understand, like, we were talking about real populist things a year ago today. We were talking about ending the IRS a year ago today. And we're not talking about that anymore. And we're talking about war in the Middle East. So it's just an interesting perspective. Now, here is Scott Bessent earlier today on this tax day. Scott Bessent attempting to take a victory lap because of the record tax refunds that Americans are receiving versus what they received under the Biden administration.
I'm here to tell you that it has been a fantastic tax season. It has gone smoothly. It has gone efficiently from the point of view of the IRS, but most importantly, it's been a great tax season for the American people. Thanks to promises made, promises kept, through the working families tax cuts, the president has delivered the record refunds to the American people. More than 45% of the filers of the returns that we have seen have had at least one of the 4 president's signature policies: no tax and tips, no tax and overtime, the deductions for our great seniors, and the deductibility of interest on auto loans for American-made cars. And I will tell you that one of those that Americans have taken is no tax and overtime. And it's the American way. If you want to work longer hours, you get to keep more of your money. And with that, we are seeing, I want to encourage everyone out there watching today to change their withholding, if they haven't already done so, because if you change your withholding, then you will get an automatic real wage increase, be on a weekly or a monthly basis, and you will be able to keep more of your money this calendar year.
So, some people in the chat saying they're not buying it. Let me just tell you how this should have gone, right? It should not have gone, well, we've had a great tax season and the IRS is very pleased and da-da-da-da. It should have gone like this. This administration recognizes that no American enjoys paying taxes. We want to eliminate your tax burden, and we are still working on eliminating the IRS in its entirety. The situation right now is we haven't been able to make that a reality. But in the meantime, the refunds are record highs. And the reason they're record highs is because of the work we did to get your tax rate down. And if you want to pay less this year and take home more, you can actually change your withholdings. Again, we understand that this is your money. It's not our money. And we understand that the laws exist right now that essentially reverse that. And, the claim is that money belongs to us first before it belongs to you. And that's not true. And we're going to continue working to change that this season. I hope everybody does enjoy the extra money that they got in their pockets. And we'll call your legislators, we'll call your congressmen and your senators and demand that we do more and demand that we eliminate the income tax in its entirety. That, ladies and gentlemen, instead of this victory lap on the day when we all just had to check in with mama government to let them know, to me, that would be a much better message. I mean, I don't even see how you could disagree with that. Matter of fact, if Scott Bessent were sitting right there where Rob usually sits, he would probably agree with me. Instead of this, well, boys and girls, we had a fantastic tax season. Yeah. No thanks. No thanks. But you really can't have this conversation we were talking about earlier with Bukele, the Federal Reserve, the Treasury bonds, us paying taxes to promote the illusion that we actually fund any of this is insane. And so then it's really a form of psychological feudalism, psychological serfdom. We pay taxes because this is all one giant psyop. And you know who's at the head of this psyop, or at least it's the arguable point, and that's the Federal Reserve and the puppet who runs it named Jerome Powell. They control our economy. We do not have a free market. They control our economy the way we control the thermostats in our homes. These people are real-life James Bond villains. And he does need, the Federal Reserve should be eliminated. This is not just about the IRS. The Treasury Secretary should have also said, abolish the IRS, which he didn't today, but he should have reiterated what we were saying a year ago. But then he should also said, and we should fire Jerome Powell, audit the Fed, and disband the Federal Reserve, which is accountable technically on paper to no one. But here's what President Trump said to Maria Bartiromo about Jerome Powell.
That I would have done for $25 million, that's going to cost maybe $4 billion. Don't you think we have to find out what happened there? We have other jobs like that, like the railroad in California, where it's, 25 times more than it was originally going to cost. And I think they're going to end up abandoning it. Okay, that's Gavin Newsom, or as I call him, Gavin Newsom, who's so bad. But that's the one. But I think the Federal Reserve building is just as bad. And so whether it's incompetence, corruption, or both, I think you have to find out. I really do. I think you have to find out.
So you're not going to drop the probe?
No, I'm not playing. I have to find out.
And he said he's not leaving if,
Well, then I'll have to fire him, okay? If he's not leaving on time, I've held back firing him. I've wanted to fire him, but I hate to be controversial, I want to be uncontroversial. But
and you think Kevin Warsh can get confirmed? You think Tom Tillis is going to give you a vote?
Well, we're going to have to find out. He might not, but that's why Tom Tillis is no longer.
Okay, so fire him. I would love for President Trump to fire this guy. Let's find out if he actually can. Let's find out if the President of the United States actually can fire who the financial elite don't believe he has the authority to fire. Let's do that. Let's do that right now. Now, this whole investigation into the Federal Reserve and the misallocation of money, which is obviously true, that's what the Federal Reserve exists to do. Now, we've kind of got them dead to rights on the expansions and the renovations done with the Federal Reserve. And, thankfully, Donald Trump, who is a real estate billionaire and a builder, can look at, this is kind of right up his alley. He can immediately see what's going on here because this is his literal job, was his personal expertise is knowing if the American people are getting screwed on a building project. Okay, so he's got this guy dead to rights, and whoever else is responsible for it, but he's got Jerome Powell dead to rights, and so that's really, really good. But the courts are not wanting to allow. See, that's all you need to know. Does President Trump really have the power to fire Jerome Powell? Well, let's find out. Because the courts don't even want the investigation and the probes and the subpoenas to continue because they're protecting the real boss, our financial overlords, the Federal Reserve. And you're probably, you know what? It's like a domino, or it's like knocking out the bottom of a deck of a house of cards. If you got rid of the Federal Reserve and you, for real, abolished it, the IRS would just crumble. The IRS sits on top of the heap of this foundation that is it's not owned by the people. It's of this private. Well, we talked with Jeff Younger. It's actually such a weird situation. It's not a public bank, the Federal Reserve, and it's also not private. It's like some sort of. I don't know. The Federal Reserve exists somewhere in the metacosm. I don't know, and that's probably closer to the truth when you think about the spiritual oppression that goes on with so many of these people. But that brings me to Lindsey Graham. So now you know what it's time for, right? It is officially time for. I'm gonna sew all of this together. It's time for Graham Watch, folks.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves New Orleans. This segment is called Graham Watch, and it's dedicated to him. We see you, Lady G. You, Lady G. Yeah, Lady G.
So Lindsey Graham obviously had a really bad weekend because Mark Lynch is now the sole contender, been endorsed by Paul Dans. We've covered all of that. Lindsey Graham wants to put out this. Lindsey Graham is totally out of touch. Now, I know you know that, but I'm about to give you a specific example of why Lindsey Graham is totally out of touch. He posts this. It's tax day, and thanks to President Donald Trump, families across South Carolina are seeing real relief from the one big, beautiful bill. As Senate Budget Chairman, I was proud to help deliver this win. Working families come first under this administration, and we're just getting started. So he drops this ad.
Remember when overtime didn't always feel like yours? When tips didn't always stay in your pocket? Working families deserved better. That's why Senator Lindsey Graham passed President Trump's working families tax cuts and delivered the largest tax cuts in history. Now, whether it's overtime or tips, you keep what you earn. And in South Carolina, that relief is real. With up to $6,000 more in wages, up to $9,800 more in take-home pay for a family of 4, and 1 million seniors benefiting from no tax on Social Security. It delivered more than $200 million for rural health care in South Carolina, and extended tax deductions for nearly 74,000 South Carolina small businesses. That's money back in your pocket and investments back into your communities. Senator Lindsey Graham and President Trump kept their promise and delivered the largest tax cuts in history because you deserve to keep what you earn.
Okay, there's just one problem with that. None of that applies to South Carolina. How out of touch do you have to be? Mark Lynch immediately calls him out on this. A lot of you don't know this, but Mark Lynch does because he actually lives in South Carolina and wants to represent the citizens of South Carolina. And he says to Lindsey Graham, if you could take the time out of your busy schedule to visit your home state every 2 weeks, you might know that South Carolinians are not seeing the tax relief because our state Senate rejected implementing it. Our senators should be more in tune with what is actually happening in his state and his constituents. So Lindsey Graham tries to take this victory lap, me and Trump, and I did it. We did it. But the people of his state don't actually benefit from it. Now, you can say, well, that's not Lindsey's fault. Yeah, but the fact is he's telling everybody they got all this tax relief in his state, and they didn't. They didn't because South Carolina rejected it. As a matter of fact, this is it right here. South Carolina Senate, this was from March 31st. It was not that long ago. South Carolina Senate rejects plan to use One Big Beautiful Bill Act tax breaks for 1 year. Opponents of the bill said it was too expensive and didn't consider long-term consequences. So he argued it undoes the entire process of the new law signed Monday. The debate put the chamber's leading Republicans at odds, with Senate Finance Chairman Harvey Peeler arguing refusing to conform meant rejecting the tax break. So all of those things like no taxes on your overtime and no taxes on tips. The people of South Carolina actually don't get those this year because of their, in this case, feckless Republicans that don't want to give them tax breaks. So they might get them on. So this is what's so messed up. For a tax day, this is a great conversation. So they would get them on the federal side of things. But and I don't know if the tax. I'm assuming the tax software will compensate for this. But if you're a South Carolinian right now, you will deduct the overtime taxes and the tax on tips, and you have to add it back in for your state income tax. Yeah. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. In the meantime, Lindsey Graham is really trying to capitalize on Donald Trump's not only endorsement of himself. Again, we are on this program flabbergasted by President Trump endorsing this swamp creature, Lindsey Graham. Literally, we all voted for Trump to drain the swamp. Lindsey Graham is the mascot of the swamp. He is the mascot of mascots of rhinos. Now, we all know this. And you know what? There's going to be an election, and the people are going to decide whether or not Donald Trump's endorsement means anything when it comes to Lindsey Graham. And there's going to be a significant portion of South Carolinians that are going to totally discard President Trump's endorsement of Lindsey Graham, as is their right. But there's also going to be election funny business. As a matter of fact, a good friend of the program, Dr. Andrew Paquette, who exposed the machine voter fraud in Bexar County, Texas, is going to be, I am told, he's going to be looking into, or at least I think, let me say this. I don't know this for sure, but I'm doing everything I can to get Dr. Andrew Paquette to look into and to monitor the situation in South Carolina when the early voting starts, because there's going to be shenanigans, I can promise you that. Just like with Ken Paxton and John Cornyn. And we're going to give you, on this program, I'm going to give you the best coverage there is on this South Carolina primary, specifically with election security. Here's this ad that Lindsey Graham is now putting out on the South Carolina airwaves.
President Trump knows who he can count on to deliver for our country, and Mark Lynch is not it. Trump called Lynch a lunatic and a disaster for the Republican Party. That's why President Trump has given Senator Lindsey Graham his complete and total endorsement. He can count on Lindsey Graham to get the job done. President Trump said it best: vote for Senator Lindsey Graham all the way.
He's a good man, and he loves you, and he loves this state. Thank you, Lindsey.
Of course, I'm not psychic, but I do think that what a good counter to this ad would be Senator Lindsey Graham being booed at a Trump rally in Pickens, South Carolina, Pickens County. The dude was booed off the stage at a Trump rally because the people of South Carolina actually are disgusted with Lindsey Graham. But this is why you endorse, right? I mean, this ad is the reason Lindsey Graham wants. I mean, think about it for a second. What in the world? What else would Lindsey Graham do if he didn't have Donald Trump's endorsement? What else would he do? I mean, yeah, he's going to attack Mark Lynch, and there's already people that are, going to do everything they can to the opposition research, which they had neglected up until now, is going to be, turned up to 11. We know that they're going to do that, but I mean, essentially, if Donald Trump had stayed out of this, Lindsey Graham would have a very, very tough road ahead because his record is abysmal. He's got like a lifetime conservative rating of like 40-something%, right? Which is not just an F, but it's like a long way away from a D. You're 20 points away from a D. So you're like at the lower end of the F. Well, maybe not the lower end of the F because, well, anyway, it doesn't really matter. He'd have nothing is my point. So you're going to see Lindsey Graham touting Donald Trump's endorsement everywhere because it's literally it's like all he has. It's the only thing he has going for him. And all Mark Lynch has to do is say, look, I voted for Trump 3 times. I love Trump. But President Trump on this issue doesn't know what's best for South Carolina. And Lindsey Graham is terrible for South Carolina. Lindsey Graham may be able to ink big government deals in Washington, D.C. and promote every new war and want to invade every country in America. But it wasn't only a few years ago that Donald Trump blamed himself for re-electing Lindsey Graham because he endorsed him 6 years ago. It was only 10 years ago that Donald Trump said that Lindsey Graham is one of the dumbest human beings ever, back when they were running against each other. So Derek Evans did not like Lindsey Graham's post. Derek Evans, former J6er, friend of the show, says, "You are a sorry POS, and nothing Trump says will change that. Mark Lynch is a patriot." This is the way forward, friends. This is the way forward. Mark Lynch responding to that ad to the cowardly U.S. Senator from South Carolina. Why hide behind a TV ad? Come home and face real South Carolinians. Debate me. No curated audiences. No questions off the table. If you can't face the people and answer their questions, you don't deserve to represent them. What do you think a debate between Lindsey Graham and Mark Lynch would look like? How would that go for him? And I think Lindsey Graham would shake to pieces. I really do. I think Lindsey Graham would get flustered very easily. And the only way, Lindsey Graham would desperately want the questions in advance. I could promise you that. He would want the topics controlled. But Mark Lynch calling for an uncurated debate. Let's actually have a debate. Lincoln Douglas style would be great. A long form debate would be great. It'd be great to get them in a podcast format for 2 hours, both of them in the same room with a right-wing Republican radio host. I'm not really sure who that would be, but it'd be interesting to see. So yes, Mark Lynch, one more time on this Graham watch. Lindsey Graham didn't just go along with the swamp. He is one of the major architects of it. In 2011, Graham voted yes to confirm Judge James Boseberg. So this is going to tie all the way back to Jerome Powell on this April 15th, the tax day. Okay, this is why I pulled it, and this is why we had the order that we did. because the news is an art form on a daily basis. In 2011, Graham voted yes to confirm Judge James Boseberg. Now look at what that decision has produced. A federal judge who tried to go after Trump officials for carrying out deportation flights and enforcing our immigration law. A judge who was slapped down by an appeals court for overstepping his authority. A judge who blocked a grand jury investigation into Jerome Powell's $2.5 billion Fed overspend. This is the judiciary Lindsey Graham helped put in power. No accountability, no law and order, no America first. Lindsey Graham has consistently put judges in power who protect the status quo and punish anyone who challenges it. Graham had a choice, and he chose Boseberg. Americans are still living with the consequences. Again, this was Jeanine Pirro talking about how the judge just doesn't want the Federal Reserve or Jerome Powell to be investigated.
Giving an update on the DOJ criminal investigation into Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Let's watch.
Governors of the Federal Reserve System. Now, the American public is fed up with public monies that seem to go into a black hole, especially in D.C., where no one is held accountable. One of the age-old tools that all prosecutors have to investigate any crime, including cost overruns, is a grand jury subpoena. Today, however, in Washington, an activist judge has taken that tool away from us by inserting himself.
Lindsey Graham, Judge Boseberg, the guy's a disaster, okay? He's an absolute disaster. And I think we all know that now. So that concludes, ladies and gentlemen, our Graham Watch.
Senator Lindsey Graham loves new wars. This segment is called Graham Watch.
Graham Watch.
And it's dedicated to him.
Any chance I get.
We see you, Lady G.
See you, Lady G. With the bubble wand in the Disney. All right, we're going to reset here. We're going to take a quick break. We got a great rest of the show for you. We've got to talk about the Proud Boys. And we're going to talk about a positive story that Jeanine Pirro, who you just saw there, being involved in getting rid of these ridiculous charges against the Proud Boys and, the sham that was trying to put J6 on them and make them insurrectionists and everything else. Also, we got an update on the pipe bomber story. The Fed's now charging Brian Cole with a superseding indictment, which is very, very odd. And again, I don't believe that this autistic black kid was the pipe bomber. That's where I'm at with it. I'm very, very skeptical of that. But we'll talk about it. I know some people have different opinions. And also J.D. Vance at the Turning Point event, more Trump with Maria Bartiromo, as well as, if we have time, Lauren Boebert on Benny Johnson's show talking about Anthony Weiner's laptop, and also on the same day, comedian Dave Chappelle criticizing Lauren Boebert. I know that all sounds weird. Isn't it weird how all the news fits together like that? Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we're going to be back here in just a moment.
The Paul Herrell program.
Why is red vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough, right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light-emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy. A life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Herrell Program.
I'm digging the new music as always. Welcome back to the show, folks. I'm here with you on LFA TV as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page, Facebook, as well as over on X. Here for the next hour, going to be talking about a lot of stuff. I'm sorry. This is terrible. I'm sorry. I'm just kind of digging the music. All right. So, real quick, though, I know we were just talking about Mark Lynch in South Carolina. Just a little personal pet peeve of mine, and that is this abortion issue. And the before we get into the Proud Boys story, just real quick, I thought this was really good. I follow a guy over on X. He's a great follow. I would encourage all of you to do so as well. His name is Ben Zeisloft. He's very big in the abolition movement. Abolition is actually, obviously we're talking about abortion and abolishing it, criminalizing it, making it like any other murder, okay, which is illegal. And so he got some good news out of South Carolina. So I was just giving South Carolina a lot of crap, if you will. But members of the South Carolina Senate Medical Affairs Subcommittee have passed Senate Bill 1095, which would ban abortion for women with misdemeanor penalties. So this is a big deal in shifting the Overton window. This is a good first step. Luckily, we get multiple bites of the apple when it comes to stuff like this. Excuse me. Ben Zeisloft writes, South Carolina lawmakers approved a bill banning abortion for women with misdemeanor penalties. While this bill falls short of the actual equal protection, the vote this morning approves that abolitionists are winning the argument and shifting the Overton window. So Ben Zeisloft is exactly right here. This is exactly what needs to happen because murder is wrong. morally wrong, regardless of how it's done, whether it's done on a ziggurat or whether it's done on a Planned Parenthood clinic or whether it's done in some back alley and it's somebody who's, like that mom who was murdered by the Haitian at the gas station. It's wrong. It's evil. And what does it say when Cain kills Abel? His blood cries out from the ground. But let me just take a side note and tell you how, because I agree with Ben Zeisloff, but I'm going to go a step further. This is one of the rare instances where we're winning on the language. This is a rare instance where we are winning on the language. Historically speaking, nobody is for slavery. And everybody, historically speaking, looks at the abolitionists who were saying we've got to get rid of the slave trade in America, or everybody looks at the abolitionists in England with William Wilberforce sacrificing his entire political career working on that one issue, and England actually got to end the slave trade peacefully without a war. America, it cost us, 300,000 Americans. Or 600,000, actually. 300,000 from the north, 300,000 from the south, give or take. So, and I know the Civil War wasn't about slavery, specifically like that. It wasn't all about slavery. I get that, but I'm not trying to have that argument here. I'm talking about the language, abolition. So the candidate who's been on the show many times in Arkansas, the candidate for Secretary of State, Brian Norris, who lost very, very, very narrowly by 900 votes, and I think that's in the courts now. But Brian Norris made a post on Facebook when he was running saying he did not get the endorsement of Arkansas Right to Life because he was an abolitionist. Meaning, here in Arkansas, the anti-abortion, the anti-abortion organization here in Arkansas, Arkansas Right to Life, doesn't want to have an equal protection bill. They don't want to make it criminal for women to murder their children, for doctors or for the women. And they don't know it yet, and maybe this is bad political strategy, but the fact that the Right to Life is using the term abolitionist and saying we are not abolitionists, and I got some clarity on that. They actually said that we're not going to support you, we're not going to give you the endorsement, and I don't know if it was public, but it was communicated to me, yeah, you're an abolitionist, we don't support abolitionists. They're actually telling this to candidate. I have another source from another candidate who almost didn't get the endorsement. So my point is, and this is happening, we're watching the pro-life movement become the pro-choice movement all across this country. And I'm just telling you right now, we're in a very rare situation here where these Christian red states are going to eventually win this argument, and they're going to win it because the other side are saying they're against abolition. It's only a matter of time. And this is a very rare, where rhetorically speaking, we are in a very good place. And the folks that want to actually end abortion were geniuses by drawing this word back into our vernacular, abolition, and abolishing abortion in that way and saying, I am an abolitionist. Abolitionist now means you are truly against abortion because you think it's murder. So I just wanted to make that slight observation about it because I think it's kind of in the nitty-gritty of the politics, but words and symbols, they have meanings, and they drive the Overton window, they move the Overton window. Ben Zeisloff, a great follow if you are an abolitionist and you want to actually see this codified and you want babies to be equally protected like anybody else would be. He's a great follow for that. So just wanted to put that out there. In other news, really positive news out of the Department of Justice. We just spent the whole first hour, by the way, talking about how this administration has a ton of work on a ton of work to still do on the taxes. Even though there's record refunds and everything like that, we talked about how the psychological oppression of the Federal Reserve, the IRS, is got to go. But this is good news, okay? Enrique Tarrio, this was last night. I saw this breaking because of Zach's motion and the efforts of many of us, Jeanine Pirro. This is great news. Thank you, Jeanine Pirro. Jeanine Pirro has moved to dismiss all charges in the Proud Boys sedition trial. They won't need a pardon anymore. Full rights restored and full military benefits and back pay will be processed. Our lives are now closer to being whole. This is my happiest day since the pardon that released us from the jaws of injustice. I want to thank Jeanine Pirro, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche. He says, I also want to apologize for some of my harsh words previously. My passion is my brothers and my community, and I take them seriously when they have suffered so much. And you have proven to share that passion. And a huge thank you to President Donald J. Trump. Thank you so much to the Department of Justice for doing what's right and showing that justice is still alive in our country. MAGA. Boy, I love this. I love this story in light of all of the infighting that's been going on the last 30 days because of the Iran war. This is a win. This is a win that can be celebrated by everyone, the entire coalition that voted for President Donald Trump. Huge win. Joe Hanneman says breaking convictions of Stuart Rhodes and three other Oath Keepers for alleged J6 crimes will be vacated and the original cases dismissed with prejudice under a DOJ motion before the U.S. Court of Appeals. Now, I also think that because these people did serve time, they served time and were pardoned, and now they're basically saying the case should have never been brought in the first place. I understand that this might mean that they're actually entitled. The government has to pay them like $60,000 a year for every year they were incarcerated. At least I read that somewhere. I'm not saying I thought I had that pulled up, so I could be wrong there. But this is a big deal. There's also going to be not just the back pay for the military benefits, but you're going to have, I'm told, restitution because of essentially wrongful imprisonment. These guys didn't get out of jail till they were pardoned. Enrique Tarrio was sentenced, I think, to 17 years. So the leftist media is freaking out because of this. And it's actually quite glorious to behold. So we're going to go to one of the worst offenders. National Public Radio. Remember when Elon Musk took NPR's X account and labeled them state-funded media, so they rage quit X? That was pretty good. So a guy by the name of Todd Drisbach, his headline for NPR: Trump administration moves to erase January 6th riot convictions for seditious conspiracy. And the first paragraph is the best because they can't help themselves. Quote, in the latest move to rewrite history. Sorry. It's funny, man. It's really funny. And the latest move to rewrite the history of the violent J6 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol, the Department of Justice has filed papers seeking to vacate the seditious conspiracy convictions against members of the Proud Boys and Oath Keepers, extremist groups, they say, who previously received commutations rather than full pardons from President Trump. So that was the big deal here. Let me amend my statements because I said that they got pardons. They didn't get pardons. They got commutations. A bunch of other J6ers got pardons, but they just got commutations. And so they, not getting their pardons in those cases, basically they didn't really have their lives back yet. Now they have their lives back. And it wouldn't have happened without Jeanine Pirro. It wouldn't have happened without Todd Blanche. I'm not a fan of Todd Blanche. I think he's a Democrat. He is a Democrat. I don't trust him. I don't think he should be the Attorney General. I don't think he should be the Deputy Attorney General. But you got to call balls and strikes. This is a strike. This is good. This is really good. And you got to wonder, what kind of relief do these people have? Now, there's still more work to be done. Not everybody, the issue's not over. There's other people as well still need help here. But but this is good. So we can bask in this for a little while. But we do have to cover the rest of the news today. And this is where we get into that unfortunate. In a perfect world, there would be two narratives. Or sorry, in a perfect world, there would be one narrative. There would be one side of the story within the MAGA or America First, or within the Republican coalition. But unfortunately, with the J6 pipe bomber story, there is now two. And I am more convinced by Steve Baker's reporting than I am of the DOJ's. And by the way, the person who's in charge of charging Brian Cole, the black autistic kid, that they're now saying planted the pipe bomb, the prosecutor in charge of that is the same one who was responsible for abusing these J6ers. Same one. The J6ers who, I mean, just real quick here, I mean, what happened to some of these J6ers, Oath Keepers, Proud Boys? False and misleading testimony, political bias and selective prosecution, entrapment and government misconduct. Back in the day, Enrique Tarrio actually said that the only document that they had to convict him was one that the DOJ knew the FBI wrote, and they didn't. So this is the same lady who was responsible for all of this misconduct is now the same lady who's still employed by the DOJ, and she's now saying that it was Brian Cole Jr., not the Capitol Hill police officer Kirchhoff, that Steve Baker and Haberman think that it is. And 1 second here. So here it is right here. So Joe Hanneman reporting on this news today that the DOJ piles on 2 more pipe bomb charges against Brian Cole Jr. in a superseding indictment, one under federal code, the other under District of Columbia code. And let's go back here. Viva Frey says, add more charges, terrorism-related charges, seek enhancements, longer sentences in order. So he says this is all in order to coerce a guilty plea on lesser charges. Seems like they did this to other criminal defendants. Seems like they did this to other J6ers. Oh, yeah, and this superseding indictment was signed off by the same person who was integral in the J6 persecutions, what I was just telling you. The Gateway Pundit's coverage of this headline, alleged DNC pipe bomber Brian Cole hit with 2 additional charges in superseding indictment. So, look, Steve Baker is no longer with the Blaze. He was fired for the Blaze. We haven't really covered any of this. I haven't covered a lot of this because, I'm sorry. Were we not even on there? Sorry, I was full screen the whole time. This is so ridiculous, but I believe the intel oligarchy are alive and well, and the same. All right, so you got to look. Okay, go back and look at the Russia collusion hoax, specifically the Mueller investigation. Mueller investigation was a cover-up. It really wasn't an investigation into Trump. They knew what they had done. They knew they had committed treason. They knew they had falsified all of this evidence. They knew they had lied to the FISA court. They knew all of this. They knew they made up a crime. They knew that Obama was the one that ordered the fake intelligence assessment. Now, we all know this now, but at the time, they were desperately trying to cover up what they had done, so they used the Mueller investigation to do it. So when I say that they're alive and well, the intel oligarchy, I'm saying they still do not want to face any sort of justice, and they've rigged this system for so long, and J6 is a big deal. It was a big plot. It was a big attempted color revolution against the American people to squash populism and make sure Donald Trump could never run for president again. J6 was, there were plain clothed agents in the crowd. If it wasn't for Tucker Carlson, we wouldn't have seen the video when he was on Fox of them taking a guided tour around the Capitol, being let in locked doors by the security. We had already seen the photos, the videos from that day where they were removing the barricades and the police. We already knew it was an inside job, but it was confirmed. And then Mitch McConnell threw a fit that Fox News aired. Fox News allowed Tucker Carlson to air that, and many people believe that was one of the main reasons he was let go, because he was exposing the J6. He also was exposing Big Pharma too, but that's a whole nother topic of conversation. So the J6, look, that I at this point, and I reserve the right to change my mind, but I think Steve Baker is right here. The way they're reacting. They don't want to really come out and be exposed as to fully setting up the American people and entrapping all these people. The pardons went out. Jeanine Pirro did a great thing. But, let's forget about exactly the specifics of how it happened, because let's be clear. If in fact it was the Capitol Hill police officer that planted these bombs, that were fake bombs, by the way, and now she's at the CIA, and now we have Brian Cole's defense team, that made public that this lady, Kirchhoff, failed a polygraph test about this, that she was a suspect, and took a polygraph test weeks before they arrested this guy. It makes Steve Baker's reporting look even more credible. It wasn't just some random crazy conspiracy theory. And by the way, the fact that we're being told it's a conspiracy theory is more evidence that we're right, because we know the track record. When we're told that we're the crazy ones, we just have to wait 6 months or so to figure it out. So I'm going to continue monitoring the story. I know this is another big contentious issue within the Republican coalition, and this is not something you even have to take a side on, I guess. I mean, you don't have to take a side on. But in terms of, this journalist, Steve Baker, he looks more right than the Department of Justice and Kash Patel do, as of right now. This reeks of the same garbage that we saw with J6ers. And the reason it reeks is because the same person that set the J6ers up is the same one who's running point on the prosecution of Brian Cole Jr. Many of us may be asking why she wasn't fired. Wonder why she wasn't fired when the Trump DOJ took over. Probably for this very reason. Probably for this very reason. Because this is J6. This is their big, you had the Democrats believing this is worse than 9/11. There's a reason why NPR says the DOJ, by vacating the sentences of the Oath Keepers and Proud Boys, there's a reason why they say, they're trying to rewrite history. It's because so much of their worldview depends on this. And it's not just Democrats, it's Republicans too. And so this is an effort, in my opinion, to protect the intel oligarchy that has still not been brought to heel in this country. And they have not been made to suffer the consequences that they should, whether it's the Russia collusion hoax, whether it's the COVID censorship, or whether it's January 6th. And there's a lot of other stuff in between. Yeah, we could yada it, quite frankly. Real quick, I haven't really checked into the comments. Let's see here. What do we got here? Somebody's referencing my time. Our RL5 trucker Paul knows he spent enough time at the Capitol in Little Rock. Okay, so RL trucker, you are a Arkansan, I take it then. I don't know what this is in reference to, though, because I'm way far behind. But yes, I did cover politics at the Capitol in Little Rock for a long time. I was in Arkansas radio for 10 years, and I have a lot of stories. I have a lot of stories about my time there, and really saw a lot of how the sausage was made down there. From what I can tell, not a lot's changed. But that's the nature of politics, you know. That's the nature of politics. RL5 trucker, Little Rock equals DC. Well, I don't know about that. I mean, yes, it definitely is the same type of stuff that goes on. When I've been to DC, you do feel like a spiritual weight on that city. And when you walk into the Capitol at Little Rock, I felt the similar situation there. It's not as bad. It's much easier to get good pieces of legislation that actually are good for the people and honor the Lord passed out of your state capitals, or at least in mine. It's much easier to do. But there's still things that go on that are not good, and there's still forces that you're battling there that want to basically call evil things good and good things evil. But, you know, you look at these Christian red states that have passed bills protecting kids, banning transgender surgeries, making doctors liable, and you get local legislators going down to the floor that literally will quote the Bible and say, we've got to protect the kids because the Bible says so. You don't get that in D.C., and you should. But in D.C., you get people rolling their eyes, and you get people at all levels of government, as we talked about yesterday, we don't have people that have a fear of the Lord. And when you don't have that, then you're really allergic to Scripture, and you roll your eyes at it. But anyway, yeah, I appreciate somebody out there remembers my work there. But, speaking of D.C., and wicked things. Nick Sorter, WTF, 6 Republicans just joined Democrats to advance a bill barring Trump from deporting illegal Haitians. 219 to 209. This comes just days after a Haitian murdered an innocent mother with a hammer. The GOP has a massive rhino problem. These are the 6 senators, or 6 Republicans that have to go. Salazar, Bacon, Fitzpatrick, Lawler, Malitakis, and Jimenez. So, yeah, this is another betrayal. And, of course, we remember, this is them there. Do we have the video of the Haitian murdering? Thankfully, we don't, because it's absolutely brutal. But you see there, this is the Haitian man, a still frame of the Haitian man beating her 6 times with a hammer, a mother, outside of a gas station attendant, by the way. And it's outrageous that these people have such a hatred for us, and their votes make us less safe in so many instances. And this is a no-brainer, and yet the Republicans can't hold it together here. Because they disagree. I mean, they really do believe in this. They believe in demographic replacement, or they don't want to be, we don't want to be not nice. They don't want to admit that if you bring the third world to America, you get third world results. Here's Congressman Brandon Gill on this exact story saying, House Resolution 965 is a backdoor amnesty for hundreds of thousands of Haitians who came into our country illegally. In an abject disgrace and a shameful betrayal of everything Republicans ran on in 2024, all conservatives should vehemently reject it. Unfortunately, the bill was just discharged on the House floor with 219 votes. We will vote on the final passage of the bill tomorrow. Brandon Gill calling this nonsense out. In other news, California Democrats are trying to pass something called the Stop Nick Shirley Act, or at least that's what it's nicknamed. Nick Shirley, of course, is the popular YouTuber who exposed a lot of corruption in Minneapolis, Minnesota, with the Somali fraud in the famous Leering Center. But he also went to California and exposed a lot of fraud there as well as other people who are inspired by Nick Shirley exposing the hospice fraud. It's quite the moment when we realize that all of these programs, or so many of these programs, that are used to pull on our emotional heartstrings to get us to support them, whether it's early life care or end of life care, are all being used by these immigrants or H-1Bs and even Americans to essentially collect a massive taxpayer-funded salary, in some cases generational wealth that just allows them to stay at home and hang out with their families all day while all of us are working. He exposed it, and yet they're afraid that he's going to expose more in action. You know, because the DOJ is going after these people. So he writes, Newsom is terrified that he's going to continue to be exposed. They're willing to impose a $10,000 fine or imprisonment if you go and seek to find out the truth about the location that could potentially be fraudulent inside your own neighborhood. It makes you wonder who their donors are. Who are their donors? Why would they create this bill to try and make it harder to expose fraud? So as a journalist, this is clearly anti-First Amendment. It's anti one of the 5 freedoms of the First Amendment, which is the freedom of press. They don't want Nick Shirley to do the work that, quite frankly, ABC News used to do. 2020, Barbara Walters and Hugh Downs and John Stossel. John Stossel used to do this. He used to actually go to places and catch people in criminal acts and catch people in the midst of fraud or gross moral failures. And now this is being criminalized because this whole system is a total joke. This whole system has under our noses. We are a lawless country, and we've got to do something about it. Vice President J.D. Vance is trying to. Headline from the New York Post, J.D. Vance suspends 447 hospices in Los Angeles as part of his anti-fraud crackdown. Now, suspending them and arresting them are two different things, but the fraud needs to stop. The anti-fraud task force led by Vice President J.D. Vance has suspended 447 hospices and 23 home health agencies suspected of fraud in L.A., with a total fraud estimate of more than $600 million. The number of suspensions is roughly 539% increase from the 70 reported by Fox News Digital at the beginning of April. Where there is fraud, the task force will find it. Check out the hook while my DJ revolves it. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was terrible. I'm ashamed of that. I may go back and edit that part out of this show. I really may. President Trump sits down with Maria Bartiromo to talk about China. This was interesting about how, they attack us, we attack them. When it comes to cyber attacks, President Trump's answer.
I wrote because I had heard that China is giving weapons to, you're seeing it all over the place, to Iran, that China's giving weapons. Did he say he's giving them? Yeah, and I wrote him a letter asking him not to do that. And he wrote me a letter saying that essentially he's not doing that.
Okay. Well, we just heard from the FBI recently that there was a major cyber attack attributed to China. What response is under consideration for that cyber attack?
We do it to them. They do it to us. We do it to them. Well,
when was the last time we did a cyber attack in China?
Well, I don't know. I'm not going to tell you that. But we do them. They do us. It's been like that for a long time.
So it's not going to be addressed?
I'll address things, but, it is what it is. Look, China's China. They're never easy, but we're doing great with China. I'm the toughest person in China anywhere in the world. I put on 100% tariff on Chinese cars. We don't have a Chinese car in the whole country.
It is true. I mean, the internet is the wild, wild west still in a lot of respects. I mean, I guess it's just a really powerful technology from a nation state standpoint, right? I mean, we know everything we do here is recorded and that sort of thing by our own government, which is going to lead us into the FISA situation, which is ridiculous. China does it to us, we do it to them. I just thought that was a funny clip. The cyber situation is and especially with this AI arms race that we're in the middle of. You never know. We need to brace for that. This is actually a good segue, though, into this story, which we covered briefly yesterday, but we ran out of time. And there's fallout from this. There's people that disagree with President Trump on this. As somebody who believes in the Fourth Amendment, I don't like the FISA courts. I don't like the abuse that's gone on. President Trump saying, though, that he will work to continue a clean FISA renewal. This is the very system that framed him for treason.
In future elections, like in the upcoming.
We'll talk about it, pros and cons. Look, they used it to try and put me in prison, right? So I can't be thrilled with it. They use that very strongly, very illegally. The Democrats are thugs, and I don't want to say that. It would be nice to everyone get along, but it's a different country than it was years ago. It was very dangerous the way they used it, and they weaponized government. They used that to weaponize government. So I'm not thrilled, but I'll also go along with two groups of people, the military, and I think the military likes it, right? And I'll go along with the senators. I'm fine.
So he says it's a different country now than it is then, and I mean, it certainly is in terms of we have a new administration, but again, I just told you that the intel oligarchy, in my opinion, is still alive and well. And so, yeah, this is disappointing, and the reason it's disappointing is because I want my Fourth Amendment, and it's been taken from us in the name of the Patriot Act or national security or whatever, and it was clearly abused. The Liberty Daily ran this headline: Trump says it's worth risking rights and privileges as a citizen to keep deep state surveillance tool online despite previously demanding it be dismantled. I mean, we do remember when President Trump said, this was back April 10th of 2024, kill FISA. It was illegally used against me and many others. They spied on my campaign. And it would be one thing to say, okay, well, the government is different now than it was then. And that is true. At least on paper, but has anybody been arrested because of this? Have the FISA court judges been arrested if they did something wrong, or the FBI or the CIA or the NSA or anybody who intentionally lied to the FISA court or the FISA judges? Has that done? I mean, and that hasn't been done. Section 702 of FISA allows intelligence agencies to collect, share, and appropriately share any foreign intelligence collection regarding potential national security threats, according to the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. While the section does not allow agencies to survey citizens or surveil citizens in the United States and only applies to those outside of the country, they can monitor any emails or calls between a party and anyone within the country. For this reason, Section 702 requires specific procedures to minimize the acquisition, retention, and sharing of any information concerning United States persons. Because of the ambiguity, this could lead to bulk data collection of communication between Americans and foreigners overseas, even if someone is not suspected of any wrongdoing, according to the Brennan Center for Justice. Essentially, any communication under this section could be done without a warrant. And so that is the problem. It's a big problem. I mean, it's to the point where it's like, okay, well, if you have any interaction with anybody outside the borders, whether it's nefarious or not, it's an international communication. Oh, guess what? We can now spy on you. And the fact is, they're already doing it. Again, it was in 2013 that we found out about the Utah data center. 2012, 2013, Edward Snowden, the Utah data center, monitoring every keystroke we make. They record it all. That particular program is called X-Keyscore. You can go look it up. All of it's already happening. Is it admissible in court? Well, with the Fourth Amendment, no, it's not. Well, this is a way to get it admissible in court. And I will say this, folks, barring a miracle, it's never going to go away. If the President of the United States can be framed for treason using this technology, and now he has the authority to get rid of it and chooses not to, the people don't have a chance on this issue. It may be fine for Trump now, but what about the next political candidate? What about the next political candidate who's more to the right than Trump, who's even further to the right than Trump, that the people support? FISA 702. So, it's just a little bit, I don't know, it's mildly frustrating. Here's a few takes from around the internet. Here is, well, Red McIntyre. Why are we bragging about this? Can we pass the SAVE Act and stop the Democrats from stealing elections? Best I can do is pass an extension of a domestic spying act for the Dems to use on you after they steal the election. Here's Brianna Morello. She's upset too. She says the President of the United States has admitted that FISA violates our constitutional rights, yet he claims he's willing to risk giving up my rights and privileges as a citizen for our great military and country. He never bothered to ask the rest of us. That was in the Truth Social post that he said that. She says, I'm not willing to surrender my rights just to prop up the corrupt federal government. We've gone from fighting to dismantle the deep state to now feeding and empowering it. My views on this issue have been consistent, but it's unfortunate that that's not the case for everyone. So I think this is a reason to take. If you believe in the Bill of Rights, which only the middle class in America does, in the entire world, it's only the middle class that believes in the Bill of Rights, privacy. Please don't come at me, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, then you have nothing to worry about. Well, the definition of what wrong is can change, right? Barbecuing on the 4th of July and shooting fireworks could, get you a 702 FISA. Who knows? In the future, with the Biden administration, basically, if you were white, that's basically what it was. If you were white, if you celebrated the 4th of July and you like to, grill meat on an open fire, congratulations, you may be a white supremacist domestic terrorist. Something to think about. So, interesting thing happened with Benny Johnson and his show. Benny Johnson talked to Lauren Boebert. And Lauren Boebert says that she wants Anthony Weiner's laptop and brings up the Frazzle Drip conspiracy theory.
I actually was working on getting the Anthony Weiner laptop because I want to see the files that are on this. And while we still had Attorney General Pam Bondi, she had sent me over to the FBI. And there is no active search warrant on that computer. And so they are saying that I am unable to view it without a new search warrant. And there has to be new information. I think these Epstein files give us new information to look into the Anthony Weiner laptop. Yes. I absolutely want to know what was on there, what was the secret folder that was titled Life Insurance, that had frazzle.rip, where people get the Frazzle Drip story from. I want to see this video. If it's totally fake, if it's not there, I'll come out and say it. I want to see what people are talking about. These things don't just originate out of nowhere. So if it means issuing a subpoena from the Oversight Committee to get my hands on this laptop, then that's what I will do. If there's anything linking the Anthony Weiner laptop to the Epstein files, I will use that to get another search warrant. But I'm getting my hands on this laptop and looking to see what was in it. It's been said that FBI agents who went in and viewed this laptop, many of them are not alive anymore. So, what is it with this laptop? Apparently, it's been said that many have committed suicide, that it was so what also a lot of people around Hillary Clinton and her cohorts seem to commit suicide, oddly.
Yeah, like what, it was a couple of years ago, some guy hung himself with an extension cord and then from a tree and then shot himself in the chest with a shotgun. Obviously, being from Arkansas, these stories are, you hit a little closer to home. The Anthony Weiner laptop is a story, and it is kind of the conspiracy theory of conspiracy theories when it comes to that Frazzle Drip conspiracy. Allegedly, there's some video of Hillary Clinton what they say on the interwebs is that it's a video of her. It's basically a snuff film, but like a really gross, like that show, like cutting up, murdering somebody, cutting the face off. I think that's the conspiracy theory that a sitting member of Congress just referenced on Biddy Johnson's show. Just so we're clear what she's talking about. That's what she's talking about here. That she wants to see the Anthony Weiner laptop so that she can verify if that folder even exists and what is it really. That would be the conspiracy theory of conspiracy theories coming true. In terms, what I just said earlier, like, well, wait 6 months and you'll be proven true. This one's been around for, several years at this point, but never confirmed. But with the Epstein files, she is right. When you go look at the Epstein files and you have these allegations of cannibalism on yachts or grape soda or pizza or, hey, don't forget to bring the cheese holders. Make sure you bring the cheese holders. We gotta make sure we get those. And speaking of that, here is J.D. Vance last night at a Turning Point event, gets asked about Epstein, and he brings up, Vice President J.D. Vance brings up Pizzagate.
I'm called the files a hoax. The acting attorney general said Epstein shouldn't be a part of anything at the DOJ. If there are compromised government officials in those files, how can the public trust that this administration will hold anyone accountable when its own Justice Department is actively blocking the investigation? Given that, can you clearly articulate your stance on whether federal entities should have a formal investigation? Thank you.
Yeah. So first of all, you said the Associate Attorney General or something. I haven't seen that quote, but here's my view on the Epstein matter. Number one, the guy was clearly a scumbag. Okay. Number two, he clearly had extraordinary connections, both with intelligence services, both inside the United States and outside the United States, and also with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Okay. Number three, I have been a firm advocate.
Whoa!
And
Let's
will
stop
continue to
right
be a
there.
firm advocate. And also with a lot of the United States and outside the extraordinary connections, both with intelligence services, both inside the United States.
Okay, so, I mean, we've been assured, by Todd Blanche that the intelligence component of this is just not true. We've been assured. I'm just pointing that out. Vice President Vance says it's clear that he was associating with intelligence.
States and outside the United States, and also with a lot of very wealthy and powerful people. Okay? Number three, I have been a firm advocate and will continue to be a firm advocate of where we have something, and I'm probably more obsessed with this than most officials, okay? Probably more obsessed with this than most people even in this room, is when you see somebody who says something in an email that suggests, there's one email I read, and it's been a little while ago, but it was talking about, one person sent an email to Jeffrey Epstein saying, oh, there were some really nice, pizzas and grape sodas or something like that. And I remember it sounded like the Pizzagate conspiracy theory, but here it was in an email from a guy. And my reaction to that was, we should absolutely investigate that person, okay? And, you remind me, I'm going to follow up on that to see whether we've investigated that person, because we should. We absolutely should. When you see evidence of sexual assault, sexual misconduct, regardless of whether you're powerful or not, in fact, you should probably investigate.
I'm glad this conversation has reminded the vice president to do this. Let's hope that he does. Let's hope that he investigates the Pizzagate, the obvious coded language that's in the file. So let's hope that this conversation that reminded him to do that actually comes to fruition. It should have already happened. If you or it's just a fact. If you and I were the vice president of the United States, and we saw that there was stuff in there that was validating Pizzagate, the listener, you would have already done something. because we're talking about kids. We're talking about children. I think most people would have. Now, he's a busy guy, and, you know, I get it, but come on.
Get it more if you're a powerful person, right? I don't want powerful people, you know, being involved in this disgusting behavior. But I have to defend the president on this because when he said that...
To be clear, I really like J.D. Vance. Just trying to call balls and strikes.
It was a hoax. What he was talking about was this democratic idea that he's connected to Epstein. If you look at those emails, it's like, you know, they were in the same, you know, everybody in Palm Beach knew everybody, okay? Like the president has said he knew Jeffrey Epstein and he was a scumbag.
All right, that's the clip that was making that was viral. Because it's on. I've got a couple of those same clips, which is this one's 56 seconds, but you don't get any more of that. So, Vice President Vance saying, "Look, need to investigate Pizzagate." Explaining, you know, President Trump when he called it a hoax. Look, I mean, we covered this on the show when President Trump called it a hoax, and we tried to parse the words, say, well, I mean, if they're trying to say he's involved, that's why it's a hoax. But then, and so we had that. But then we had then you had the other statements of, or why are we still talking about Epstein and everything else? And again, statements like that, as well as the way Pam Bondi handled it, you know, have got young people at these turning point events. That's what they care about. And I've been telling you guys, the people that are 40, my age and younger, they are very upset with, I think, actual gaslighting in some instances, for sure, and certainly perceived gaslighting. So, but it is good. It's good that the vice president, you've got Lauren Boebert and the vice president saying, hey, look, these conspiracy theories need to be looked at. So we can take that as a positive today on the show. Now, I mentioned Lauren Boebert earlier. Hang on real quick. Yeah, so we already talked about it. So Lauren Boebert mentions the frazzle drip on Benny Johnson. And then I get this video of Dave Chappelle mad at Lauren Boebert for something that happened in 2024.
Well, the presidency is the presidency. Like you know, if you vote for the person or not, that's your president. This is an authority figure. This is the top law enforcement agent. He's the top, you know, he's the executor of all of America's affairs. And I just have to move my crowd. You know, you can opt out of my crowd. But you shouldn't have to leave America because the president's making the block too hot for you. So you know, and I did resent that the Republican Party ran on transgender jokes. You know, I felt like they were doing a weaponized version of what I was doing. I didn't. It's not what I was doing. I'll give you an example. Yeah. This is before I learned the phrase "I respectfully decline," and I was on Capitol Hill, and everybody ran up to take pictures with me from every congressional office. And I just take pictures with whoever asked. I didn't ask how they vote or what their voting record is. And everyone at first was like CBC people. And then here comes Lauren Boebert. And she said, can I get a picture? And I'd already taken 40 pictures. I didn't want to say no in front of everybody. But I didn't know the phrase, I respectfully decline. So I just took the picture. And then she posted a picture before I could even get from there to the show and says something to the effect of, just two people that knew that it's just two genders. She instantly like weaponized it or politicized it. So I got to the arena and I lit her ass up for doing that. And she should never do that, a person like me.
Now she knows what's up.
Yeah, you do whatever the fuck you're doing. Excuse my language. You do whatever it is you do, but don't get me out of the splash zone.
This is odd to me. Because I cannot imagine a world where Dave Chappelle blasted the trans enclave in this country with several Netflix specials, within several Netflix specials, and him be like, well, I'm just telling jokes, and not pointing out that this, and I know he would say things like, I'm not judging, but I'm confused because the trans people, the L's, the G's, the B's, and the T's. It's weird to me to think of a world where Dave Chappelle wrote those jokes not coming from a place of this country is insane, is getting insane, and the trans stuff is too far and it's got to stop. And then being like, but I've got to say, I've got to say in order to kind of keep my career, I've got to say, or the too much backlash, because there was a lot of backlash, but I've got to say, hey, I'm just asking questions, or these are just jokes, chill out, or, don't tell me who I can joke about it, who I can. And he would also say, but I respect trans people. If you want to do that, that's fine. But it is kind of weird. He had these jokes. He had these jokes based on observations, though, that you couldn't say. Jokes like every person in this arena, every person in this room was born from a woman. And I think he said came out from in between the legs of a woman. Every person in this room that happened to. And he was saying these things, and it was driving the left nuts. The reaction to it validated all of us. I know Dave Chappelle is more of a leftist, but the fact that he was a leftist and he came out with these Netflix specials, I watched them, and I was laughing hysterically, and I also couldn't believe it was happening because we were in the midst of crazy world where we were being told all this stuff was normal and that the LGBTQ, RSTLNE, would you like to buy a Val community were the next, we're imitating the plight and the pattern of black people in the 1960s, or from slavery to the 1960s, and how ludicrous it was. It's very difficult for me to take this Dave Chappelle seriously, though, and he may be, but it's very difficult for me to sit down and think that he didn't write those jokes because he thought the trans community, the trans enclave, were certifiably insane, and then all of the qualifiers were just him having to do that. It's difficult for me to wrap my head around that. Now he's saying that the right weaponized his trans jokes. I don't know what you would. I don't know what you would think would happen, because maybe just Dave Chappelle does not understand how his jokes were like. His jokes were like an oasis in a desert. His jokes were like we are dying of thirst for someone to admit that the left in this country had gone absolutely crazy, and Dave Chappelle was one of those people. And now he says, no, you guys weaponized my jokes. The Republicans weaponized it. I don't know, man. You were saying funny stuff. Your latest Netflix special, I didn't even finish it because I didn't think it was funny. You were just saying basic things like, men are men and women are women on the basis of everybody's got to come through a woman to be born. Right? I mean, you even actually, called out the pro-abortion people in your audience in one special by saying, if you can kill it, I should have the right to not pay for it and not get stuck with child support. And some of them were more outraged at that statement than they were that, you basically brought up the fact of how, and you even said, if you can kill it, which is something the left denies. So the whole thing, and maybe he was in that headspace, but if that's true, it just goes to show you the totally different headspaces liberals and or progressives or liberals and conservatives are in. Because I don't see how you write those jokes without writing them from a place of this trans stuff is insane. And he's now trying to say, I didn't write them from that place, and the right weaponized it. I don't know. I'm sure it would never happen, but I'm sure if we ever had a conversation, maybe it would come. Maybe he would clarify, or we would come to a better understanding. I don't know, but I'm also going to remark about this. There's a spectacle going on now, and you need to be made aware of it. Can you see? So this is an NPR interview, and I know it's National Public Radio, but most of the time, or PBS, in the past, there wouldn't be a microphone labeled NPR. I'm paying attention to detail here, and I want you to pay attention to detail too. Okay? The lapel, I used to have one. The lapel mic is being killed by the podcast mic. The lapel mic, no one ever thought that these radio microphones would make such a big comeback because radio is dead. But they have. Because of the internet, because of cheap cameras and things like that, like they have. They made a big comeback. And the podcast scene, these people think you are stupid. They now believe, they have somehow convinced themselves that the reason podcasts are so successful is because of this cool setup. Not because of the content, not because we're getting information that no one else wants to know. No, the mainstream media now believes that they have lost credibility because they don't have cool podcast sets. And it's not just NPR doing this, because years ago, he would have had a lapel mic on. If there had been a camera involved, he would have had a lapel mic on, and it would have been the end of it. But now they're going to microphones with their emblems on them. Sean Hannity is doing the same thing. Anderson Cooper is doing the same thing. They're now building for themselves podcast sets. They look ridiculous. It's patently obvious that they're trying to become relevant by creating podcast studios, because the normal format of green screen or studio with a lapel and, teleprompter and everything else like that, normal format is now being considered not credible because people don't trust you. You see Anderson Cooper, you see Sean Hannity. That format no longer is trusted, and they're looking at the podcasters who don't have these $100,000 cameras, who don't have these amazing sound systems, and they're just doing what they can. And yeah, they try to make it look cool, or they try to have aesthetics. Like mine is actually really, really subpar compared to everybody else's, but we do what we can here at the Paul Herrell program. But they're now trying to put on the mask of podcasts to try to regain their credibility, and they think that you will buy it. These people are frauds. I'm just putting that out there. Like, it is so hilarious to me that this is where they are. We are at a place where they've lost so much credibility that they're now. If you would have told people this years ago, they wouldn't have believed it. That they are now so desperate for credibility that they're taking mainstream Fox News and CNN personalities and putting them in and trying to make it look like it's less technical by, we need to have a microphone. We don't need to have our lapels anymore. We need to get a microphone because a microphone, everybody loves the microphone. It's so stupid, man. It's so stupid and patently obvious that they're not going to get their credibility back, even though they're now trying to put on yet another mask so that they can continue to brainwash everybody. That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. We will see you tomorrow here on Lfa TV. Make sure you like and subscribe to Lfa TV on Rumble. And if you're watching on the Paul Herrell program YouTube, please like, share, subscribe, click the little bell to receive notifications. Want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, 7 Weeks Coffee, and Sherrod Chiropractic. God bless and have a great night. We're going to hand it off to Secret America.
The Paul Herrell Program.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I am Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling. And tonight, we are stepping into a world that most people pretend doesn't even exist. Drugs, addiction, trafficking, destruction of entire communities. Our next guest didn't just study it. He lived it. You've seen him on A&E's hit show Dope Man, where he takes you inside the brutal real-world battle against addiction and the drug trade. He's been on both sides of it. He's seen the system from the inside, lived through the chaos, and now he's exposing it. Joining us today is Tim Ryan. Tim, let me for some reason I hate when it does this, man. I was just about to bring in Tim Ryan. Everything was looking good, and then of course it does the stupid stuff, right? Tim, how you doing today, man?
I'm blessed. Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Jay, for having me on the show. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
well, hey, we're blessed to have you here, man. I mean, you know, this, and what people don't know is, before we get started, what people don't know is you were our second guest ever. When we first started the show, May 18th. It was May 18th, 2024. You were our third episode, our second guest ever. We were a pre-recorded audio show back then. So we weren't able to get you on the video. We weren't able to, but the story was just really compelling. So it's great to have you back here. It's great for you to actually be able to be seen now. And even back then, we had a pretty decent audience for just being a third episode for a pre-recorded, audio show. But now we're here for everybody to hear your story. So, Jay, do you got anything to say before he starts?
No, it's a pleasure to meet Tim. I wasn't here on that show. It was before my time with Jack on this show. So, Tim, I'm really happy to have you here and really looking forward to this.
Absolutely. I'm stoked to be here. Man, it's been a while, too. I remember when you asked me to do that, and I'm like, who's this friggin' guy? But I've watched you. I watch people, and I see where this thing's blowing up to. And thank you for asking me to be back on. People are afraid to talk about addiction and mental health and suicide and all that. But everybody has a friend struggling with addiction or mental health or has killed themselves, but nobody wants to talk about it.
Well, see, you were one of our favorite guests anyway, so that's why I wanted to have you back regardless of anything, because your personality, it's magnetic. I love the energy. I love it. So if you want, why don't you just go ahead and tell your story, and then afterwards, we'll talk a little bit about it and ask you some questions.
Yeah, pay attention and hang on, because I rock and roll. I'll start out like I normally do. My name's Tim Ryan. I'm a grateful recovering alcoholic, sober by the grace of God, a 12-step based program, and a little bit of effort on my part. I'm proud to be sober. My sobriety date is November 1st of 2012. So I'm 13 and a half years sober. But my first time checking into treatment, Jack, I don't even know if you were alive, was 1990.
Yeah, I was up 87. I was born. I was still alive at the point.
He was just getting out of diapers. He was just getting out of diapers around that.
I'm thinking 87. I was running ecstasy between Dallas, Houston, and Mississippi and Monroe, Louisiana. So, I can tell you, I was born in the northern suburbs of Illinois. Like I said, my first time checking into treatment, I opened a phone book in 1990. I was 21. How did I get to that point in 1990? I talk about things a lot of people are afraid to talk about, because as I look back on my life, actually this gentleman speaking tonight in Pasadena, Dr. Gabor Mate, and Dr. Mate is based out of Canada, and he's been working with people struggling with mental health and substance abuse for 45 years. And I saw him speak 2 years out of prison. I'll get into that. But this guy, it's a conference and there's 300 clinicians. And I was one of 5 people that wasn't a clinician there. And he specializes in people with trauma. And he said, how many people in the audience are adopted? And I put up my hand. There was about 20 of us. He said, do you realize people that are adopted are 48,000 times more susceptible to become an alcoholic or a drug addict due to the abandonment issues?
Did you say 48,000?
48,000 times more susceptible.
Wow.
Just due to the abandonment. Now, I was raised in a town called Crystal Lake, Illinois. We're all adopted. We knew we were adopted, but I guess there's still a catalyst. But then, a lot of people that struggle with alcohol and drugs, it was never the drugs. It was the trauma. And trauma comes in many ways, shapes, or forms: emotional, mental, spiritual, physical, or sexual. A majority of people have childhood trauma. And I looked at my life and said, okay, I was adopted, get it. My brother and sister, 3/4 Chippewa Indian, we were that family with the dark skin kids, and they were called derogatory names. So I learned to protect them with my mouth and my fist. My older brother was 2 years older than me. But none of that bothered me, but it was the learning disabilities. I was a stupid kid at 57 years old. I don't know what a verb, a pronoun, an adjective, a conjunctive sentence is. I spell it about a third grade level. I never comprehended it. So I struggled with that. I got bullied. I became a bully. My older brother kicked my ass for 10 years every day. I was molested by the babysitter at 10 years old for 2 days. That was my trauma. What became my solution? Well, drugs and alcohol. I grew up on a lake. I came from a good fucking family. I mean, my dad worked at the Chicago Board of Trade for 26 years. In 26 years, he never missed a day of work. He worked for a little company called E.F. Hutton. He ultimately became senior vice president, ran the whole country. My mom, in 74, co-founded a company called Market Day, which was a food co-op they brought into schools. And if they sold 10 grand worth of food, $1,000 went to the school. This went nationwide. Any sporting event we were at, my parents were at. We had dinner every night at 6:30. So I can remember being in treatment. And a couple days before I got out in 1990, my dad came in to visit me, and my parents are my heroes. And I remember my dad saying, Tim, where did we go wrong as parents? And I said, you didn't do anything wrong. And he kind of sits back and he goes, oh, I know that. I'm like, shit, where's he going with this one? He said, Tim, while you were in treatment, your mother and I got some help. And if you've ever heard of that cult called Al-Anon, they got to my mom and dad. So if somebody gets sober, you go to Alcoholics Anonymous or narcotics or Celebrate Recovery or Refuge Recovery, or you get a therapist and do working out or whatever. Well, for families that have loved ones struggling, they recommend Al-Anon or Families Anonymous, and it's all the fucked up parents that want to talk about us fucked up drug addicts. And my dad says, Tim, well, why you're in treatment, we got some help. And I learned I didn't cause your disease, I can't cure it, and I can't control it. And he said, I'm not going to contribute to it either. So you're welcome to come home, go to your little meetings, but the day you start drinking, don't let the door hit you where God split you. And my drinking started at probably 12. At 14, I was a freshman in high school. My best friend was 18. He was a senior in high school. We're both blonde hair, blue eyes, 6'1". I can tell you his social security number and his driver's license to this day, because we're going up to Wisconsin drinking every weekend. The drinking age was 18. We're a half hour away.
Where were you getting the alcohol at 12? Who was getting the alcohol at 12?
I want to ask you real quick, what was the first drug that you tried? And do you remember how it felt and why people continue to do that after they feel it the first time?
I think I smoked pot trying at 9 or 10. I didn't like weed. Drinking was probably 12. I tried it. 14, I know when I got drunk the first time, because my buddy Randy had went to college to visit his brother, came back with 2 cases of beer, called me, and we drove around and drank a case of beer in about 4 hours, and I puked my brains out that night. And but there was no consequences in the early 80s growing up. Nobody got hell, my buddy Randy, his dad was sergeant of the police department. So we got away. I'd get pulled over. I would say I was Randy. We looked the same. So when I call him and say, hey, I got pulled over, said I was you. He said, all right, I'll let my dad know. But there was no consequences. But back then, it wasn't an issue, but at 15, I wanted to hang out with the old. I can remember the first time I did cocaine. I was at Jim Spielman's house. He's dead from a drug overdose. I was with Brian and Pat, who were my age. We're sophomores in high school, and we're sleeping at Pat's house. Brian's older brother, Joel, was at this party. He was a senior in high school and asked if we wanted to do a line of cocaine. We each put in $5 and we split a quarter gram. We each did 1 line of cocaine. And I felt good instantly. And it's about a half hour later, Pat and Brian said, hey, we're going back to my house. I said, I'll be there in a little bit. And as soon as they left, I went up to Joel and I said, hey, do you have any more of that? He goes, yeah, I got a half gram. I'll split it with you. You owe me $25 on Friday. Great. First time I did cocaine, I'm having it fronted to me. And I knew, well, every day I can save my lunch money and just give him $25 on Friday. And that's what I did. And I never fucking wanted to run out of cocaine again. I just fell in love with it, because what it did for me was it took away my anxiety, my insecurities. Not that I couldn't talk. I mean, I was a one of the top ranked water skiers in the country. I lived.
I remember you saying that. Yeah, that was
I had
impressive.
the boat. I had the
Impressive.
girls.
Yeah.
So that wasn't an issue. But I knew everybody, the freaks, the jocks, the weirdos. But I never got too close to too many people because I didn't want them to know how much I was drinking or how much cocaine I was doing.
Makes
and then
sense.
at 17, I went down to college because they had open admissions. I had a 1.4 grade average. I took the ACT 5 times. I got an 11. A perfect score is a 36. I'm dumb as a box when it comes to books. But I went down to Louisiana because they had open admissions. They had the best intercollegiate water ski team in the country. 3-to-1 girl to guys I can hunt and fish, and the drinking age was 18. So Monroe, Louisiana.
Sounds like a great place to go.
Hell yeah, it was. But of course, I never got on the water ski team because I was told I was a liability. You show up for practice late, you're always out partying. So
Yeah, not a great place to go if you have these kind of issues.
now, and then I met all these black dudes that were from Chicago, and they were all in this fraternity called the Phi Beta Sigma. So I started hanging out with them, but then I had my hillbilly rednecks, and they wouldn't let the hillbillies come around because I was a Yankee, and that was the first time I smoked cocaine was with those guys.
Oh, really? Was it crack or was it cocaine?
No, it was real cocaine.
Oh, you freebase? Okay.
Good old freebase. He made that out of a baby jar. I'm like, hell, I like this. But back then, in college, we could go pick magic mushrooms. I got into hallucinogenics. Ecstasy was legal in the state of Texas up until 1985. They sold it in bars. They used it for depression and marriage therapy. Well, when they made it illegal, there was mass quantities of pharmaceutical grade X laying around, and we know where to get it. So we literally go to Vicksburg, Mississippi, pick up 20 grand from a guy, go to Dallas or Houston, pick up 20,000 hits, come back. We're getting them for $1 a piece. The guy that put up the money, we charged him $7, so we're making $6 on every pill.
Yeah.
And all I did was more cocaine and party, and I studied partyology.
Yeah, tell me real quick. I want to ask you because something that I think scares a lot of people. Tell me when was the first time you overdosed? Tell me about the first time you overdosed.
Oh, that doesn't start for a number more years.
Okay, then keep going. Then start where you were then.
No,
So anyhow, let me
ask one question. One question.
You can ask 5 if you'd like.
No, just one. Just one right now. Since that's going to be later on. When did you maybe start to realize you had a problem?
That's a great question. 15 years old. Fucking, I knew I was an alcoholic, and that's a great question because I can remember. I think I was 18 years old. We're all going to see Pink Floyd at the Rosemont Horizon or Alpine Valley, and I didn't go because I couldn't get cocaine. I couldn't get an 8-ball of cocaine, so I wasn't going to the concert. I was supposed to go the night Stevie Ray Vaughan died at Alpine Valley. I was supposed to go to that. Him and Clapton were playing, and I didn't have cocaine, so I didn't go.
You missed Clapton? Oh, man.
Yeah,
Clapton saved cocaine. Come on now.
And I used to see Stevie Ray Vaughan in AA meetings in Austin, Texas when I was down there. And then, a number of years later, I'm back partying again, and he's sober and gets killed. But nevertheless, I left college. I came back. I did odd jobs. I sold stereo equipment. I got into smoking cocaine, dealing cocaine. Me and this guy, Roger was a friend of my sister's uncle. Hell, I'm 19, 20. He's, 50, but he had the cocaine hook up in Chicago. So Roger and I every day would go to Chicago. We'd go to the noon mass on the north side of Chicago, and we'd kneel down, and this Colombian lady would hand us a newspaper with 2 ounces of cocaine. And we'd go back and we'd sell 1 ounce and we'd smoke the other. And things got dark real quick. I started stealing checks from my mom and my brother and cashing them at my buddy's gas station. I opened a phone book and I went to check myself into rehab, and I got there and they're trying to verify my dad's insurance. And I sat in on a group and I'm like, I got $400 in my pocket. I'm out of here. A week later, I checked myself in, and it was January of 1990. I did the 30 days, got out, put on 30 pounds, felt good, started going to 12-step base meetings. I went to the Chris Lake Alano Club every day, and I'd put my hand up and say, I'm looking for a sponsor. And nobody would pick on me. It'd be like, yeah, I got to wait it again. See, I'm the guy that thought I could get sober through osmosis. It's like
everybody thinks that at first. I swear, everybody.
it's like what I do now for a living. I'm an interventionist. I speak. I film movies. I do all sorts of shit. And people are like, well, I want to do what you do. Well, go through what I went through, survive, then you can do what I do.
Tim,
you know, you can't. It's
real quick. Your audio and video are not matched up. I don't know if you can hear me well. I
can hear you.
Yeah, there was some kind of weird thing that just happened. I think it was like a glitch, and now your audio and video don't match up.
What
Say
do we
something
do?
real quick.
Hello, hello, hello.
There you go.
Okay, it looks. I think it's better now. Go ahead.
It had to catch up.
Technology at its finest.
Absolutely.
It's amazing. They say they can put a man on the moon in 1969, but internet still glitches, right down the street.
So you know what's really scary with that is 90% of the people think we put somebody on the fucking moon.
Yeah, it's
that's what's scary.
And we did a episode about that. Jay was one of the people that was not sure, but after the episode, we changed his mind. Now I don't think he believes the moon landing stuff anymore.
NASA, not a space agency. Hello.
I love it. I love it.
So anyhow, let's get to that junkie drug addict Tim motherfucking Ryan. Where the fuck was I? Anyhow, so we're doing a bunch of blow. I go to rehab, get out, and I go to meetings, and me and my buddies start a water ski school, and I got an asphalt seal coating business and trying to get all my buddies sober. And I started competing in barefoot water skiing that year, and I won Illinois State, Michigan State, Wisconsin. I slotted to win the nationals. In the Midwest regionals, I did what's called a front to back. And I caught a toe and blew out L4, L5, S1 immediately. My career was over, and Dr. Wu introduced me to 300 Vicodin in a month. I didn't like the pills, so I went right back to smoking weed because I'm going to meetings, but I have no fucking foundation. And
you say you didn't like the pills?
No, I didn't like the pills.
Really?
Yeah, I was 21 at the time. I was an upper guy. I liked cocaine. I didn't like being down. I didn't like smoking weed.
Yeah. I was gonna say because most people start on like heroin and stuff and morphine and stuff because of some kind of injury that they get.
Well, let me expedite this because we'll talk about how I got to the heroin. So anyhow, I went back to drinking, and as soon as I drank, I went back to coke. And next thing I don't have a business, and I'm getting evicted. So I moved to Austin, Texas, with my best friend and pulled some credit card fraud on him, finally got sober, met some guys marketing. I had a warrant out for 20 years in Austin.
Oh, wow.
Travis
What was the
County
warrant?
Jail. I've got a client in there right now that's getting out tomorrow. I've got going to rehab. But nevertheless, I did make amends with that friend 15 years later, but I started traveling the country selling cable television door to door with a bunch of sober guys. And a year later, I started my own firm in Buffalo, New York. And at 22, I was making 30, 40 grand a week profit. Made my first million and had 60 guys working for me. And I went back to smoking coke, shacked up with a broad 10 years older than me. And it was just total insanity. And buried that business back to Illinois, moving to mommy and daddy's. And I went from making 30, 40 grand a week to taking a job at a $300 a week draw as a headhunter. Started out as a data processing recruiter. And I learned that business and made a bunch. Making money was easy. I could always make money. Saving it and managing it. Now that's the hard part. So I did that for about a year and a half. I went to work for one of our clients, a management consulting firm in Chicago. And the one thing my dad taught me was fucking work ethic. I've worked since I was 9 years old, humping up beer. I've always worked. There's no fucking free rides. And this generation today is the laziest, silver-spooned generation I've ever seen. And it's scary. But
it's scary, because they're going to run the place one day, so.
Maybe we'll get in a spaceship and go to the fucking moon.
There you go. We'll build a colony out there on the moon, right?
Exactly.
Better late than never.
Yeah,
exactly. I'd rather just go live on an island in the ocean.
Yeah.
But where the fuck was I? I don't even know where I was. Where were we? Rehab.
Yeah, you were.
Management consult. So I'm working at this management consulting firm in Chicago, and if my boss was in at 6 in the morning, I was in at 5:30. If he left at 7 at night, I left. I was always in before the boss, and I started hiring a lot of people and making a lot of money. And I got a custom ski Nautique boat. I got a pearl white 92 FLT cop bike Harley. I got pearl white Jeep. I'm hiring everybody with MBAs, PhDs from Harvard, Cal Poly, Berkeley, MIT, Yale, Brown Rice. I only hired the best of the best, and I'm the guy at the 1.4 grade average making more money than all these fucking saps. And every night I'm with myself, by myself, crying to myself because I couldn't stop drinking and doing cocaine. Because we were off Cumberland Avenue in the 90, and there's 3 towers. Well, the middle tower had a Bennigan's restaurant. So that's right. I'd interview Jack at 1, Jay at 2, Bob at 3, Susie at 4, Mark at 5, Joe at 6. So I could sit there and drink all day. And my dealer would bring me an 8-ball or quarter-ounce Coke. And that was my day. And I met a lady at work and started dating her. And next thing, she's pregnant. And
oh, man.
I ended up marrying her. And she had Nicholas, my son, who was 3 years old at the time, and had a deadbeat dad who was a drug addict. So me being adopted, I had not adopted Nick, and Max came along, and then Tanner, and then Abby. Then my wife realized that she's living with a full-blown alcoholic and drug addict. And I'd been up doing blow. I was a recruiter. I owned a recruiting firm, and I don't know, I'd been up for a few days and passed out. When I woke up, I think it was a Saturday morning, my 14-month-old was crawling towards my home office. So I put Max back in his play area, and I opened my office door, and there's rocks of coke all over the floor. If my son would have pushed that door and put one, it would have killed him.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
So now I go back to meetings. This time I get 14 months sober, kind of got a sponsor, kind of working the steps, and I meet Joel and Jim Gallery and Joel Aarons, and I can use both their names because they're both dead. We started the West Suburban Fellowship Club in Naperville. Had opened the day before I walked in. And Jim and Joel were there, and it turns out Jim Gallery, he was a bonds trader in Chicago. This is all God putting all this shit in my life, whether you believe in it or not. Nothing, absolutely nothing happens in God's world by mistake. Jim Gallery is a bonds trader, and a couple weeks in, we built a friendship, and he says, hey, what's your dad? I say, he's Tom Ryan. I said, he's senior vice president in EF Hut. And he goes, do you know your dad's secretary, Kathy? I said, yeah, I've known her 18 years. Why? He said, that's my sister. I said, you got to be shitting me. So that's how I knew Jim. And then I meet Joel. And Joel was my age. We were 32 at the time. And he tells me he used to work for a place in Chicago called On Time Courier 10 years prior. And I said, that was on Randolph Street, right? He goes, yeah. I go, Mike was your boss, your manager. He goes, how the hell do you know Mike? I said, I used to do a lot of cocaine at your office. He goes, what are you talking about? I said, On Time Courier was actually a front. You guys ran drugs all over Chicago. He goes, we did. And I said, do you know Darris? He goes, that hillbilly from Louisiana with the red pickup truck? I said, that's Darris. He goes, how do you know Darris? I said, he lived across the street from me in college. And when I left, I dragged him with me, and he worked at the Drake Hotel and worked at On Time Courier. That's how I know Mike, because we used to party with them all the time. So these guys get put in my life.
That's amazing.
So Joel asked me 3 weeks later. Jim unfortunately committed suicide 6 years ago from mental health, just heart-wrenching. And Joel died last year from a drug overdose. Joel, about 2 weeks later, asked me to take him to Chicago to move out of his apartment. Now I'm 14 months sober, and I'm moving Joel out, and out of the bedroom, this guy pops. Who are you? What are you doing here? I said, I'm Tim. I'm moving out your roommate, Joel. Who are you? He said, I'm Saab, his roommate. I said, what are you doing? He said, heroin. You want to do something? Sure. That quick.
Is that the first time you ever tried?
That's how I did heroin.
Oh, wow. Wait. Important distinction. The first time you did you use needles?
No, the first time I did it, I was 14 months clean and sober, going to a 12-step-based meeting every day. Went to meetings every day, but I didn't have a sponsor, and I wasn't working the steps, so I had no foundation. And he said so I tried one bag, and I snorted it.
Oh, okay. So you didn't.
And
have
I'll tell you, it was China white heroin, and that's what I thought I was looking for.
And you didn't overdose on that one?
Nah. About 3 weeks later, it's the middle. I'm sitting out in my lawn. It's 90 degrees, and I am shitting and puking and sitting in a lawn chair. And Joel calls, and I said, "Dude, I have got the flu so bad." He said, have you been seeing my friend Sava? I said, yeah, he brings me a bag of heroin every day, but he didn't come today. Joel says, I'll be at your house in 15 minutes. He comes over, he gives me a bag of heroin. He said, snort that. I snorted it, and a minute later, I felt fine. I go, what's the deal? He goes, you were dope sick. When you do opiates for 4 or 5 days, you're going to build a tolerance, and if you stop, you're going to go into withdrawal. He said, you're in withdrawal. So my thinking is, I'm just not going to run out of heroin anymore.
Yeah, right.
But all kidding aside, you know, alcohol, drugs are bad. That heroin, fentanyl now ravaged my soul. That one bag turned into a 12-year habit. I've overdosed 8 times, have been clinically dead 3. Cost me 20+ county jails, 2 stints in prison, 5 driving on revokes, 2 more DUIs, and about $1.5 million.
Tim, something I want to ask you real quick. Do me a favor. Describe to everybody out there, what is it like when you overdose on opiates? Do you know that you're about to can you feel it coming on, or?
Great question. So I overdosed a couple times snorting heroin. Towards the end of my heroin run, past 5 years, I was shooting it, and my veins are collapsed. My worst fear now is going to give blood, because they got to use that machine to find my veins, because I did a lot of damage. But no, well, let me get to this point. So, no, dying, an overdose is the most peaceful way to die. I hate to fucking say it.
So you don't feel it coming on or anything?
No, you kind of get a big rush, and all of a sudden my last overdose. So 2008, I go to prison. They give me a year in prison I got 4 driving on revokes in a year. I got 2 of them by the same Chicago cop, 8 months apart in 2 different cars. Fucking Officer White. And I think he was sober. But the second time Officer White pulls me over. So I got my driving on revoke in DUI in 98. I got to drop to a reckless driving. You can't get another DUI for 5 years. 4 years and 50 weeks to the day I get pulled over. I had 3 beers. I refuse to blow. They give me a DUI. So now I've got 2. I lose my license for 3 years. I don't fucking drive. A week before I'm to get my license back, I buy a car. I drive to Michigan for some family event, and I leave early because I ran out of heroin. And I get pulled over in Blue Island, Illinois, by the chief of police off duty in his pickup truck for not using my turn signal. I mean, you can't make this shit up.
Wow, that's insanity.
So that gets me my first driving on revoke. Well, now I lose my license for 2 more years. I said, fuck it, I keep driving. 2 weeks later, Officer White gets me. And I was a slick drug addict because I'd wear a suit and carry AA literature with me. And in Chicago, here's my bit of advice. In Chicago, the lights go from green to yellow to red in 2 seconds. In the suburbs, it's 5. So as soon as that thing changes, you better hit your brakes, because I went through and Officer White pulled me over and he says, what are you doing? I said, sir, I work for Alcoholics Anonymous. I'm on a 12-step base call. He goes, you don't work for anybody, you asshole. You're a drug addict and you're going to buy drugs. He said, nobody works for Alcoholics Anonymous. It's a volunteer program. And I said, well, do what you got to do. And he writes me 2 or 3 tickets. And he says, hey, Mr. Ryan, I'm going to give you 2 bits of advice. He said, hey, go get some help for your drug problem, because I know you got one and you seem like a good guy. And he said, quit driving, because they're going to put you in prison. And I said, what do I do now? He said, get in your car and drive home and don't drive anymore.
He said, quit driving, but get in your car and drive home.
So that
he gave you one last shot, one last ride.
Yeah.
So Wouldn't that be you drive home, you go like a mile, and then he pulls you over again.
So that gets me 30 days in Cook County jail. And I got four little fucking kids. So I'm telling them I'm going out of town for work. Well, when I got sentenced, I got another, and then I got an Officer White got me again, and I get sentenced to a year in prison. Well, they give you 61 days and they release you. So I told my kids I was going to India on business, because when I call home, it had come up prison, and my wife would say, hey, your dad's calling from the prison hotel in India. Would you like to talk to him?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
But,
whatever works.
Here I'm having to lie to my fucking kids because dad's a fucking piece of shit drug addict who can't fucking get sober. And I caused a lot of damage. I painted a lot of trauma on my kids' lives. And I'll never forget that, but I don't live there anymore. So anyhow, I get out of prison. I start another executive search firm. I make a bunch of money. I go right back to doing heroin. December 16th of 2010, I drove one more time. I go to my dealers in Chicago, buy a bunch of dope, and he had a kilo of pure heroin. He says, Tim, in his porter, Tim, be careful. It's very strong. So I snort a little and I leave, and I pull over to a McDonald's and I shoot up a big rig of dope.
Oh, wow.
And I sat there and I put my shit away. I'm like, all right, cool. I didn't OD. And I start driving. Then it was like the last thing I remember, it was like as a kid looking in a kaleidoscope. Or if you've ever done DMT, going down a DMT, it was like that kaleidoscope. And next thing, I'm being wheeled on a gurney into West Suburban Hospital. Now, I don't have my glasses on, and I'm blind as a bat. And I can remember this nurse going, "Are you Tim Ryan? Are you the water skier from Crystal Lake, Illinois?" I said, "Yes." She said, "I went to high school with you. You're in a lot of trouble. You killed 2 people. You need to get your life together." So then they wheel me back, and I got this cop telling me I killed 2 people. So I'm freaking out. I remember the nurse saying, "We need to get blood or urine." And I looked at the other cop. I said, "I don't have insurance. Go book me." And they took me to the holding station. And the other cop comes in the cell and he says, "Hey, man, you want a cigarette?" And I'm like, "Please." And and he kind of puts his arm around me and he said, "Hey, man, I want to apologize for my partner." And I said, "Excuse me?" He said, "You didn't kill anybody, but you did put 4 people in the hospital. My partner doesn't like you people." I said, "What do you mean, you people?" And he said, "Well, you junkies, because my partner's brother just died from a drug overdose." So the cop was really, but for, 4 or 5 hours, I'm thinking I killed 2 people.
Why did the nurse say you killed 2 people?
Because that's what the cops told the nurse.
Oh, wow. That's scary shit.
It was, but then, I did put 4 people in the hospital, one being a 9-month-old baby. Thank God they're okay.
Yeah.
I sat in jail for a week, got bailed out, went right back to using, fought my case for 21 months, and now everyone in my family knows I'm a heroin addict. And my oldest son, Nick, who was, 17, 18 at the time, about 3 months in, I'm fighting my case. I'm really dope sick, and I'm taking a hot bath because when you're kicking opiates, you're hot, you're cold. So I'm taking a hot bath, and Nick comes in the bathroom. He's like, "What's wrong, Pops?" I said, "What do you think, you idiot? I'm dope sick." And he said, "I'm more, Dad. Today's your lucky day." And my son threw 2 bags of heroin on the counter, and I snorted them immediately.
Wow.
And I felt good instantly. And I went.
Where did you get that?
Chicago.
How old was your son?
17, 18.
Oh, okay.
Was he using or?
Yeah. So he was. So I go in his room and I said, "Nick, what the fuck are you doing?" He said, "Don't worry, Dad. I'm just selling a little bit." I said, "Nick, this isn't weed. This is heroin. And you know what this drug has done to me." And my son looked right at me. He said, "Well, Dad, you're a successful drug addict." And I said, "Why would you say that?" And he said, "Well, look, we got a nice house. You got an office in the Wrigley building. You make a good living." See, in my son's delusional eyes, because I functioned, he thought I was successful. And I was the dad that let him and his buddies smoke weed in the basement, drank hell. I probably tripped on acid with them occasionally because I thought that was the safe thing to do. As I'm upstairs banging heroin, well, 6 months later, I caught him snorting heroin. So we started using heroin together. And the last 8 months of me fighting my case, Nick and I used every day. That's how we bonded. And people can't wrap their head around it. It's like, well, how many 16-year-olds had beers with their dad and got hammered with their dad? It's the same fucking thing. You're just using a different drug. It's a reality.
It's true.
So anyhow, I go to prison. October 30th of 2012, I get sentenced to 7 years. I'm 158 pounds. I'm 6'1". I got a fucking 5 gram a day heroin habit. I'm drinking a gallon of vodka, and there ain't no detox.
Oh my God. Can't you die from severe detoxification?
From alcohol withdrawal, absolutely.
Yeah.
So I stopped at my fucking dealers on the way to jail. This poor fucking Polish cab, my dealer never let me come to his house either. And I said, "Dude, I'm going to prison." He's like, "Meet me at the garage." I get about 60 bags, and my dumb ass wears a Hell's Angels Carhartt jacket to court. So I hit all the bags of heroin in the coat, and I go in, they sentence me. And I go in back and I'm telling the cop, I said, "Hey, I need my coat." He's like, "No." I said, "It's cold in the bullpens and it's got my wallet and cell phone. I need to give them to my lawyer." So the cop goes out and gets my coat and brings it back to me. And he goes to pull the sleeve. He goes, "You probably got a needle in here. You're one of those junkies." I go, "Sir, do you think I'd bring drugs into a penal institution? I ain't that fucking stupid." And he hands me my coat and I put it on. And he walks me to the holding cell, and bags of heroin start falling all over the floor.
Oh, man.
I was able to get them, and I got through, and
they didn't see him?
No, they never got them.
Man, that was
you got to go through the metal machine, and I'd put them in my sock, and it didn't set it off. So if I would have got caught with it, it's 15 to 45
Oh yeah,
years.
you'd probably
across
still be
the board.
Yeah,
you'd probably still
So
be in there.
anyhow, I spent 3 days in Cook County, got transferred to Stateville, Northern Illinois Receiving Center. That's when the sickness kicked in. Hell on earth. I shit and puke myself for 2 weeks. I didn't sleep a wink for a month. Not a wink.
They don't give you anything to
Not
try
a
to help
fucking
you.
thing. Nothing.
That's
they don't give
unbelievable,
a
because you
fuck.
can die from those kind of withdrawals.
Well, but I kind of just manned up and dealt with it. You got a bunch of people like at Cook County Jail. You could get transferred to Cermak Hospital, but that's all the loonies. I just deal with
people don't understand how bad those withdrawals can be, because it's not just shitting and puking yourself.
No, you gotta.
24/7.
It's
the
mental
uncomfortable feeling.
madness. Kicking alcohol's a motherfucker, because you can die from that. You can die from kicking benzos, Xanax, Klonopin, Valium. But the opiates, I mean, you would think 5 hours has went by, and it's been 3 minutes.
Yes.
Three,
Yes.
and I would.
And you want to rip your skin off. You feel like you want to rip your
Look,
skin off.
it's all, and now try being locked in a 6 by 9 foot prison cell that you don't leave. You can't leave it. I didn't eat food for a month.
Wow,
Nothing.
I couldn't imagine. I could not imagine that.
And then I finally, prison's interesting. So they wait. I didn't sleep, but at 3 a.m, so 2 weeks in, I stopped throwing up and puking. And I look out my cell and I just said, God, higher power, Allah, Buddha, Fred, if you're out there, please take away this obsession and compulsion use, and I swear I will turn my will and life over to you. And I said, God, please let me get into Sheridan prison. And the next day I was transferred to Sheridan. In Illinois, they had 28 prisons, 2 had therapeutic drug treatment programs, and I got into one. And you do 30 days in SEG, 30 days in orientational, and I got into one of the little buildings in back, and I walk in, and there's this big black guy sitting on a bunk reading an AA big book. And I walk in, I said, hey, man, what's up? And he looks up at me like I bothered him. He goes, hey, Whitey, you into recovery? I said, yeah, why? He goes, because if not, you ain't coming in this fucking cell, because that's all we do in here. I said, I'm into recovery. He goes, hey, I'm Big Perk. I said, hey, Big Perk, I'm Tim. He looks at me again. He goes, Tim, I think I'm going to call you Powder. I said, you can call me whatever you want. Big Perk was a gang chief with the conservative vice lords for 30 years on the west side of Chicago.
Oh, wow.
He was a ruthless man. He had spent 23 years of his life behind the wall 10 different times. He's the most important person in my life next to my wife and kids, because I would not be alive without James Perkins. He saved my life.
Is he still alive?
Hell fucking yeah. Wrote
Good.
a chapter. I talk to him every fucking day.
Excellent.
That's how I fucking roll. Some of my closest friends I met behind the wall in prison.
Hold that thought. Before it gets too late, I want to ask you, you said you clinically dead 3 times.
Yeah.
In any of those experiences, did you cross over? Can you tell us anything like that, or do you just not remember?
It's interesting. 2 of the times, absolutely nothing. One of the times, it's like there's all this light, and it was like I was over my body, and then I was instantly in my body. It was the weirdest shit. And that was at Rush Copley Hospital in Aurora, Illinois. That was my last. Here's my last overdose. So I had to hit the cars overdose, fighting my case, and I go to use again, because I shot heroin all the way up. Every day I went to court, and anyhow, but I go to my good friend Rich and Missy's house, and I shoot up, and it wasn't enough, so I shoot up another rig, and I wake up in Rush Copley Hospital. Amber alert. I wake up in Rush Copley Hospital. My face is beat up. I'm missing a tooth. I got phones beeping all over the place. And my wife's standing at the end of the bed, and I'm going, what happened? She goes, Tim, they found you dead on Hill Street. A police officer found you dead in the middle of the road. And once clarity, I'm like, hold on. I was at Rich and Missy's, why it OD'd. My good friends dragged me down 2 flights of stairs. That's why he's missing teeth in my face. And dragged me 2 blocks down the road and left me for dead.
So they just threw you out. They didn't want to call the cops in because they didn't want to get in trouble. So they just threw you out in the street.
Right.
Exactly. So I ripped all the shit off, went back, went home, changed, went to their house, beat both of them with an inch of their life, got my coat, my money, and I left. They're both dead from drug overdoses today. But that's horrible. Yeah. So in prison, I did my time. I didn't get a TV. I wasn't there to do push-ups. I went through the 12 steps, wrote a couple business plans, had meetings every day. My wife divorced me, lost our home in foreclosure, displaced my 4 kids. I had to move to my former wife's mom's house after 10 years because of me. I walked out 13 and a half months later. I didn't have to do 7 years. I got 3, 3, and 1. So I only had to do 3 years. I cut it in half and I got a little good time for being in a therapeutic community. But 13 and a half months was enough for me. And my mom had found a little townhouse of my ex-wife in downtown Naperville. My mom paid the bills for 3 months and said, "You're on your own," So I got it there so I could walk to the L&O Club, I could walk to the train, and I could walk downtown. I didn't have a driver's license. I have one now, and I've had one for 5 years. No blow and go, no nothing. It's a fucking privilege. Don't fuck up your driving. And I plugged into recovery again. I went to a meeting as soon as my parole agent showed up, got another sponsor, rocked the steps. I took a job back in recruiting, and I had to commute by a train. So I had to go an hour train to Chicago, walk to Ogilvie, take another train to Palatine, take a bus to work. I commuted 2.5 hours each way to work, went to an 8 o'clock meeting every night. And about 3 months in, I called my mom. I said, "Hey, can I borrow 15 grand? She said, "For what?" I said, "I want to set up this nonprofit, a Manna Recovery Foundation." My motto is I take people from dope to hope, help one addict at a time. And she said, "Are you going to pay me back this time?" I said, "Yeah." I quit my job, set up this nonprofit. I set up a number of family support groups where I had the parents or loved one come with the person struggling. I had 7 of those. 3 were 100 miles from my house. I ran those for 3 years straight. I never missed a meeting. I stumbled into working in the treatment industry, and on my 21-month sobriety date, my ex-wife called and said, "Hey, Nick OD'd. I'm going to come pick you up." She picked me up. We shot to Hinsdale Hospital, ran in the emergency room. Tim Ryan, here to see my son, Nick. He OD'd, and 30 seconds later, the chaplain walked out. I knew my kid was dead. And I'll ask people, what was my next thought? And they're like, "You want to get high?" I'm like, "No, my next thought is I'm going to call my sponsor." And that's what I did. And, I can remember the doctor coming out and being like, "Did you know I'm like, "Yeah, I know he did drugs. What's the deal?" And he said he didn't make it. Wow. And I'll never forget that fucking scream. And I went in the next room, and there's my son laid out, aspirator, beautiful, blue, cold, lifeless. And I actually thank God for taking him in an overdose because it's painless, but to see the years wasted, the time wasted. Nick had been to treatment 6 times. He had lived in sober living. He knew what to do. But to answer your question earlier on, are people afraid to do something when someone ODs? Yes. So when my son, after I'm dealing with all this shit, we got people, I'm at the hospital 4 hours, wait for him to take his body away. And the cops take me in back, and they said, "There they are." And it was a glass wall, and I could see a girl and 2 boys. And I said, "Who's that?" And he said, "That's your son's girlfriend and his 2 friends. We're charging them all with drug-induced homicide." I said, "The fuck you are." And the cop looked at me like I had horns growing out of my head. "Well, what do you want to do?" I said, "I want to put all those kids in treatment." I said, "I don't blame them. I blame their ignorance, and I blame the disease of addiction. But that could have been me getting high with my kid, and I want to give these kids a shot." And that's what I did.
That's I got it. Wait, before you go, I got to say that's wonderful. Most people want to jail drug addicts, and that doesn't solve anything. They need treatment.
So the addicts, no, but a dealer, that's a different fucking story.
Dealer's different.
And I'm all on this, but like I look at, and I went to a meeting that night. I went to a 12-step based meeting that night, but his girlfriend is 11 years sober. She's an ICU neonatal nurse down in Chicago. One of the kids is sober. One of the kids is dead. But since my son died, I've attended 160 funerals. I quit going. I've assisted thousands of people into treatment. I was a guest of the 2016 State of the Union. I wrote a book called From Dope to Hope, A Man in Recovery. It's available on Amazon. Buy it. I make $6. I donate it to Sober Living. I had a documentary of my life on A&E in 2017 called Dope Man.
Yeah. Tell
I've been on
real
every
quick.
news show. I could give a shit about all that stuff. What I care about is having a platform to let people know if I can do it, you can do it. And the greatest gift that happened, I met a psycho in out of treatment, out of prison, in the rooms of recovery, and ended up dating that psycho and getting that psycho pregnant, and that psycho lived with me, and that psycho doesn't live with me, and that beautiful 10.5-year-old daughter lives with me now full time, and my new wife will be my last wife, my only wife, Jennifer Menace, 7.5 years ago. I'm doing, I don't know, 200 interventions, 300 speaking events, running my nonprofit, running my sport groups, working for a treatment
Keeping
center,
yourself
trying
busy.
to be a dad,
Good.
going to funerals.
Does
And
your wife now, Tim, your wife now, did she have a problem ever, or
now we're getting into that, brother. Here we go. So I was doing a speaking event for Salesforce in Chicago. They wanted me to do my TED Talk. So I did that. And like this 35-year-old consultant comes up to me and she's like, oh my God, I was molested and my dad used to finger me. And I'm like, hold on, I'm not a therapist, I'm a speaker. But I said, I can guide you to a trauma therapist because you've obviously got trauma. And I said, I should partner with the female because when I'm doing speaking events, I want a female perspective. So I've been following this lady on social media by the name of Jennifer Menace, who was a supermodel and an actress. And she was 13.5 years sober at the time. And I shot her a message on Facebook. Hey, would you be interested? And she messaged me back and she didn't use Messenger. 6 weeks later, I flew to Florida to meet her. And she picks me up at Fort Lauderdale Airport, gives me a little hug. I gave her a little kiss, and I took her right to the company I was chief marketing officer for, a treatment center, and she interviewed, and they made her a job offer, and we went to an early dinner, and I was already in the middle of my second divorce, and I looked at her, and I said, I'm going to marry you and spend the rest of my life with you, and she says, hey, maybe you want to finish that second divorce? I said, that'll be done in 4 or 5 weeks. She goes, go sow your oats, play the field. I said, I don't roll that way. And I was divorced 4 weeks later. We got engaged 4 months later. Got married that year, December 31st of 2019 at the Justice of the Peace in Beverly Hills, and moved out here. And my wife's a little over 20 years sober. At the top of, she was a supermodel. We actually, really cool thing. Last Thursday night, Bruce Weber discovered my wife. He's one of the biggest photographers in the world. And he had a photography art thing going on. So we showed up. My wife hasn't seen Bruce Weber in 35 years. And we got to see him. And when they embraced, and it was just beautiful. And this man changed my wife's life because she went to being a supermodel. 3 weeks later, she filmed a Oscar-nominated documentary on Chet Baker, a famous jazz musician. And then she did music videos.
So he's the one that discovered her, you said?
Bruce Weber. Bruce discovered her, and he was doing a documentary also on Chet Baker, one of the famous jazz musicians, and Jenny was in that. And when they got done with the documentary, Chet committed suicide. Crazy.
Whoa.
But yeah, then she got into music videos with Tupac and Lionel Richie and Prince and Babyface and Mick Jagger. Then she got into acting, and her breakout role was in Blow with Johnny Depp. She plays.
Oh yeah, I remember you telling me about that last time. That's awesome. That was awesome.
Naz and Boston George Young, who the movie's on, we became dear friends with up until the day he's the most fascinating man I've ever met in my life. And then she did Vanilla Sky and Charlie's Angels and Corky Romano and Sweetest Thing. At the top of her game, she couldn't stay sober. She hung herself in the psych ward and had to learn how to walk, talk, wheelchair, walker to a cane. This lady that speaks 4 languages, actress, supermodel. And that's where addiction takes you, with yourself, by yourself, crying to yourself. Just don't kill yourself. And she got sober in Compton, and 2.5 years later, her doctor from treatment, a little doctor by the name of Dr. Drew Pinsky, who called my mother-in-law 3 times and said, your daughter's one of these hopeless cases. I don't know if she'll make it. Well, she did. And he offered her the opportunity to run a show on VH1 called Sober House, and did that. A number of seasons, Celebrity Rehab, and 4 seasons, Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. And we partnered up, and now we run Dope to Hope, where we do concierge treatment, sober coaching, intervention, sober companion work. She still acts. I filmed a movie. We still write. We just fucking help people and have fun. That's my story.
I gotta say, that's awesome, Tim, and that's that's why I wanted you here, because you are a modern day success story, and you've been through a lot of trials and tribulations. You and your wife have both been through a lot of trials and tribulations, and just by the grace of God that you guys are still alive, because both of you, in other circumstances might already be dead. You might not have been able to, when you said she hung herself, she might not have been able.
Absolutely.
I mean, just these little things that now you are where you are today, though. But so at the end of this, we've got about 7 or 8 minutes left. At the end of this, I'm going to have you tell everybody where they can contact you if they want your services and stuff like that. But I want to ask you a few questions about things that are going on in the country, okay? Because you're in a unique position to answer these kind of things.
Go ahead.
The biggest one for me is, I want you to be honest with me, is the government actually trying to stop the fentanyl, or are they just letting it happen?
That's a great question. Well, the only good thing in the government is fucking Kennedy.
Mm-hmm.
Kennedy
He has been great.
great. You want to know how I met that fucking guy?
Yeah, I do, actually. I want to hear this.
Well, he's very open about his recovery. So I met him at a meeting. And,
very cool.
And he comes in with Secret Service, and then he leaves, and then he came in, he had a call or something. But when we're closing, we grabbed hands, did the Lord's Prayer. And I said, hey, I hate to do this, but I need your number. So he gives me his email. I wrote it down wrong. I was working a project out of Florida, so I show up 2 weeks later at a meeting there, and I run into him. And we sat outside and talked for 45 minutes. I shared my story. He said, here's my phone number. Let's keep in touch. And I keep in touch with him all the time. But you've got so many variables because there's so much corruption. There's I don't care. The president of Mexico is on the cartel's payroll. That's who's running Mexico, Venezuela, these people are so stupid. We took out Maduro because he's one of the biggest drug traffickers. And just give it another 2 to 4 weeks, you're going to probably see, I don't know, I would guesstimate 12 to 25 names coming out that were getting money from that man from the drug trade.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. And
it is.
Let's put it this way. I was at the State of the Union address in 2016. I can remember in 2017 in Federal Plaza, downtown Chicago, I'm the keynote speaker. You got Senator Dick Durbin, you got Tammy Duckworth, you got Congressman Foster. I respect Bill because he took me to the State of the Union.
Mm-hmm.
But these guys don't do shit. Randy Holkren, who was a Republican congressman, was one of the most straight up guys. And Randy I met with, and he said, look, Tim, he said, I'll take you to Congress. I'll get you to speak. You'll speak for 20 minutes. They will give you a standing ovation. And he said, the second you walk out that door, they already forgot about you, who you are, because you don't fit their agenda. And that's what it is. And it's a grassroots people. And you know what really bothers me is when I started my nonprofit, I borrowed 15 grand, put it in. My speaking fees, I would have paid to my nonprofit 5 grand, 10 grand. I put it in there to help 10 families. So I'm giving all this money. I'm making away. And then I see all the fucking fraud, these NGOs, the billions they're getting, the hundreds of millions. And I'm like, do you know how many families I could have helped? And I hear all these. Now I went from shithole Illinois to shithole California, and they're only shitholes because of the politics.
Yeah.
But I listen to these morons out here with the homelessness and, well, we're going to build housing. No, you dumbass. You build long-term inpatient psych wards and treatment centers and keep these people at them 18 to 24 months with job skills and anger management and all that. Then they can move into housing because they're sober. You don't take drug addicts and put them into housing. They're going to destroy it and die alone. But
you need to be an advisor on some kind of. Have you talked to Kennedy about maybe talking to Trump about you be some kind of advisor to things like this?
I'm on board. Nobody listens. And
but those are great things right there. That's what needs to happen.
And here I go after people like Barack Obama. I'll say what I say, and then I get banned on platforms because I'm telling the truth.
I don't understand why you were banned on it. It makes no sense to me.
I don't know. I probably called the Pope a pedo or something like that.
That might do it.
Might do it.
It might do it on it. Yeah. You never. So let me ask you, or Jay, you got a question you want to ask?
No, just real quick. Just give us a daily day for you now, because obviously it never goes away. Obviously.
So I have very strict routines. So I'm up at 5. I make a cup of coffee. I take my dog out. I pray. I meditate 20 minutes every morning, afternoon. I do a gratitude list of things I'm grateful for the day prior and the day, and I share it with about 100 guys. Then I'm on a 6 a.m. 12-step based meeting with about 24 guys. It's a private meeting. I've got some A-list guys on there. I got some hardcore 3-letter agency guys, special forces that can't talk openly. I do that. Then I get my day going. And right now I'm coaching 4 different guys. I'm running a concierge treatment gig. I'm consulting with another program. We're getting our podcast going again. I'm working on 2 documentaries. And yeah. And then I'm a dad, and I got kids all over. And
you got so much going on, Tim. That's
why I probably talk to at least 100 people a day.
Oh man, and it's amazing. That's why I appreciate you taking the time to do this,
dude. I'll do this all the time because the way you reached out to me 2 years ago or whatever, but you've always been consistent. But you got the personality. You know me, these stupid podcasts I do, and it's like talking to this bottle of water. It's like, ask a question. Hello, what are you doing? But you guys, you're not just in this. You're open to listening and talking about other things. And I've helped multi-billionaires. I helped the homeless guy under the fucking bridge. It doesn't matter. The disease of addiction doesn't discriminate. If
reaches
you
all
put your hand
corners.
up and need help, I'm the guy that'll help you.
And Tim, real quick, since we only got a couple minutes left, tell people how they can reach you and where they can get your book and all sorts of things.
You can get my book on Amazon, Tim Ryan, From Dope to Hope, A Man of Recovery. My website is dope2hope.com, DOPETOHOPE.com. You want to call me, my cell phone is 312.
Wait, you really want to give them your cell phone number?
312-502-8671.
Okay.
312-502-8671. I give
This is
myself
long.
out on.
There's no editing it out.
I don't give a fuck. I go. So I'm with my buddy. I'm with a good friend of mine who's a big actor and a comedian, and his wife might have just sold a basketball team. We'll leave it at that.
Oh wow, cool.
So we're in a prison in Illinois where I was an inmate, and it's me, my buddy, his sponsor, and my wife. And I'm speaking to 2,500 inmates, and I give him my number, and he looks at me and said, "Are you nuts?" And I said, "Let me tell you, I was an inmate in prison, and guys came in to speak, and I wish to God I could call them, thank them, or pick their brain."
That's true.
And I keep in touch from that run. About 10 of the guys that still contact me, I put money on their books so they can call, but I don't forget where I came from. I'm nothing fancy. Sure, I live in Beverly Hills. I rent a place. I drive a nice car. That's about it.
But I gotta say, Tim, you've been amazing today. You were amazing. Like I said, you were our second guest ever on the 3rd episode of our podcast. We were a pre-recorded audio-only podcast. We've come a long way. Now here we are. We get to see your smiling face. We're gonna have to have you back on again because you're one of my favorite guests.
Love to. Get my wife on. She'll rock your fucking world.
Tell you what, why don't we get you both on at the same time? I think we'll have you both on together, okay?
Let's do it.
All right, my man. I'm going to let you go, but I'm going to text you after the show, okay?
Jack J, thank you, boys. Appreciate it.
Thanks, you so much, Tim. We really appreciate you, man.
Thank you.
You got
it. All right, man. That was awesome, man. I absolutely loved Tim. He's such a cool guy, and he's vivid in his storytelling, and I think that's what makes it, he's not boring. There's so many people that'll come on and tell their life stories, and they're boring. Tim is not boring.
No, he's definitely not boring, and he's not, everything he's saying is honest. I mean,
it's real. That's the thing. It's honest.
It's pretty raw, is what.
And I love that. And I love that. I hate people that filter themselves.
No,
especially when you're coming on here to tell your story and then you filter it. No. And that's why I love Tim. That's why we're going to have him on probably 1,000 more times, over the next 10 years of our show because he's awesome, guys. Real quick, make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com. Make sure you do that. Go right here. You can do the QR code. You can scan the QR code right now. Make sure you guys check that out. It really is an awesome website.
Welcome
I want to show you this right here. This is one of my favorite
David and Stacey
things right here.
where we break
Check
down
this
current
out.
events,
Make it
freedom,
quick,
and
Matt. Make it
culture
quick.
through the lens of
Freedom
conservative
lives
Christian
here.
values.
I love this shirt. Make sure you guys check this out. Mac.
It's easy to go through life and you see like some of these inventions, you hear about stuff. You're like, oh man, I didn't know that Benjamin Franklin did the first library in the fire department, and bifocal. And it's like,
I know, isn't that really cool?
Like, you know the guy, and then you know all these things, but you don't know there's a connection between them.
That watched the
you don't
show.
follow things closely. You think like, okay, like
we're definitely going to have him here again. He is awesome. He's an amazing guest.
Starlink is a thing.
Gatling, I am Jack Danger.
Like, oh,
Thank you for watching
that's all
Secret
Elon Musk. I thought he just had X or PayPal or something like. Sometimes there's a core hub of a lot of things you're familiar with. You don't know the connection between them. If you're a conservative and you've been educating yourself, staying in the loop, you've been reading books by the biggest needle movers in our world, so you can have better conversations at the water cooler, and you're like, oh man, I love the, real Anthony Fauci book. That was phenomenal. I loved, this book or that book. I'll tell you what, there's a guy that made them all happen. You wouldn't have probably heard of that book so that you could have even known to go get it if it wasn't for today's guest. He's the president and CEO of Publius PR, brand manager, literary agent, produced and promoted and represent Laura Ingraham, Judge Jeanine Pirro, Donald Trump Jr., Monica Crowley, Dr. Ben Carson. I could literally spend our entire time reading the list of names that he's worked with. Pete Hegseth. If there's someone that you know in the conservative space that's moving the needle, this guy has coached them, he's mentored them, he's planned out their brand strategies, he's worked out their books, worked with the editors. Everything involved in that is a part of Publius PR, and one of the best authors in his own right, the one, the only, Mr. AJ Rice.
Excited to have you.
Great to be here, guys. Great to be here, guys. Always fun. That's right. I'm the MAGA Kevin Bacon, right? Not just 6 degrees.
Love it.
6 degrees of AJ Rice. It's more like 1 degree. And Kevin was from Philadelphia, although he is a bit of a lib. But I'll take it for you 80s kids out there. You'll know who Kevin Bacon is, and maybe later today I'll do a little flash dance.
I love it.
Now going back to when you were like 24. You started working and producing with Laura Ingraham. Is that correct? That was one of the first big things that
That's
you
right.
did.
She hired me out of Capitol Hill. And in the beginning, I was just sort of a glorified assistant. My job was to, book a guest here or there, or go get some coffee. She was doing the Chris Matthews Sunday show at the time. So sometimes it was, go get me some pantyhose and some lipstick or whatever. Laura and I have had some fun over the years. She's become not only a mentor, but she's like my big sister. We have some crazy stories. But yeah, I was a baby. And, back then when I was 24, I probably looked like I was like 6 or 7 years old. She's like, what are you doing here? Are you supposed to be in kindergarten? And that's the price you pay when you're the baby-faced assassin here in MAGA world, in Maha world. But Laura gave me my first shot. I ended up, being the associate producer, and then she sent me out, me and another producer at the time, to find a new executive producer because the executive producer had been bumped up, and like when George W. Bush told Dick Cheney to go find a vice president, I found AJ Rice. So it didn't take long. I pretended like I looked real hard, but the executive producer staring me in the mirror every day, and took over the show and was with her for about 5 years. And then Monica Crowley, who is our current Secretary of State for Protocol, Ambassador Monica Crowley, was her producer for a couple years. And then I was hired by John Solomon to launch like an investigative unit sort of newswheel show at the Washington Times. And then my final sort of production hat was for Glenn Beck when he launched the Blaze Radio Network, which in the beginning there, which doesn't exist anymore, this was basically an audio-only network. But it was Buck Sexton, who you might have heard of.
Oh, yeah.
It was Jay Severin, and it was Chris Salcedo. So that takes you to like 2013, 2014. And I've been doing sort of consulting PR ever since. Now, with one caveat, during Trump's first term, I was the last show I produced, actually went in the studio and produced, was Laura Ingraham's last radio show, where, a bunch of us went back and produced the show. And we had, Rush called into the show, and
wow,
and Trump called into the show. I mean, you got to remember, guys, she was on 400 stations. Now, a lot of people think that the iteration they're getting now on TV is the first iteration. It's actually not. It's pretty much the third, because she actually, once upon a time, before they lost their mind, she had a TV show in the late 90s on MSNBC.
wow.
And then
Can
she
you
did
imagine?
her and Coulter and Monica, they were all on, it was before MSNBC, during the Clinton impeachment years. So she was on there. I think it was called Watch It or Watch This or something like that. And then she started doing the radio show, grew it to about 400 stations, the most listened to female terrestrial radio host in the country when I was in charge. And then she, sort of phased out in 2017, 2018, because it was just killing her. It was killing her, doing 3 hours a day. And then they had her at that time at 10 p.m. Eastern time. So she would be done her radio show at noon Eastern. And then she had, 10 hours to kill in between shows. Now, if she was doing the 7 p.m. slot that she's doing now, she might still be doing it. That's what Hannity does. Hannity's got them bunched up. A little inside information. Hannity's third hour every day is sometimes taped before his first hour, so that he's done at 5 and not 6, so he can go plan for the TV show.
Wow.
A lot of people do this. This is a little how the sausage is made here in broadcasting. But yeah, Ingram was a big booster of mine. She still is. She gave me a blurb for the Woking Dead book there, and Monica did as well. But they are kind of like my sisters. I've had a lot of mentors. Andrew Breitbart was another. And look, I was just a kid with was coming out of the Hill and had my degrees are not in broadcasting. They're in, the humanities department of all things. Don't, run for the hills. But sometimes it's one of those things where you you make your next job. You create it for yourself. I did PR then for 10 years, and I didn't, around 2022, I got the boneheaded idea to do a book of my own, because I said, well, I've promoted everyone else. I know all the hosts, and I'm Irish Catholic, which means I'm used to pain, and I am from Philadelphia. I'm from Philadelphia, which means I'm a masochist. Yeah. So I decided to put myself through the same pain I put all my authors through, and lo and behold, The Woking Dead, Volume 1 there behind me, and then 2 years later, the White Privilege album, which came out in 2024. Yes, Volume 2 there. And then later this summer, ladies and gentlemen, drum roll please, The Curse of the Bearded Lady. There she is.
Yay!
How the trans mafia whacked American sanity. And you go get yourself a pre-sale copy now over there at Amazon. Especially if we've got to chip in. We're all chipping in at Amazon to help pay for that wedding that Bezos did last year. He's still in the red on that wedding. With that wife of his. He sent her to the moon once. Maybe he'll send her again.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so obviously this is a hot topic. What made you decide to conquer this? Because this is massive. What's going on in our country with this? What made you decide to tackle it?
So, my books, unlike other nonfiction books, are political satire, right? So comedy makes you laugh. You go home, you feel good. Satire sometimes makes you think. Sometimes you go home, you don't feel the greatest. And look, democracy was built on this. It really was. Laughter is democratic. Mm-hmm. We don't have a lot of people on the right that go into this space. Mainly because it is dominated by sort of left-wing comedians or people that lean left, although we've seen in recent years some people, strap their brain back into their head and, at least understand that wokeism, globalism, and some of these other things that try to suck fun from every aspect of your life are coming from the far left. And, you've got guys like Bill Maher and Stephen A. Smith and some comedians like Ricky Gervais and Chappelle and others that at least are willing to, understand that this is a target-rich environment if you're going to do comedy and satire and farce and parody, that you should hit everyone equally. And there's a long tradition in Western civilization of this. And yes, Volume 3 comes out this summer, but no rest for the wicked. I'm in the process right now of writing Volumes 4 and 5 at the exact same time, which I've never done. One I would call a short burn, so like a Marlboro. The other one more of a long burn, more of a cigar burn. And what I'm doing research on, guys, is I'm going all the way back pre-Christ, coming all the way forward to now.
Like pre-Christ for you in your life, or pre-Christ like when he walked the earth?
Pre-Christ in the calendar, yeah.
Wow, that's a pretty good chunk of history.
Yeah. Well, you've got to go back to ancient Greece if you really want to study the origins of humor. And that's 500 years, 450 years before the birth of Jesus. So, and then you come all the way forward. And what I am finding is that my books are part of a larger tradition. And the larger tradition is, the slaying of sacred cows and the weaponization of what I call dangerous laughter. And also that laughter is both necessary and it is democratic. That we are really the only civilization, Judeo-Christian, Greco-Roman civilization, that doesn't, in most instances, and I am cataloging the few times where this happens, kill the people that mock power. Whether it's Caesar or whether it's some king in the Dark Ages, we do this, and for the most part, don't head necessarily to the gallows. Now, there have been comedians that have been exiled; they've been jailed in the Bastille and other places. But cancel culture, which is what drove a lot of these first two books behind me, and wokeism, cancel culture is not new, and it's even older than political correctness or wokeism here in the 20th century, in the 21st century. That you can go back to the beginning, and what makes us special. And this is why Western civilization is special for a lot of reasons. But one of the reasons it really is special is that we can withstand the critique of the court jesters. We can withstand the critique of satirists and comedians and people that parody Henry VIII or Elizabeth I or, the French monarchy or the Kaiser in Germany or the Tsar in Russia or the President of the United States, dare I add. So whether it's George Carlin or Mark Twain, I am part of a tradition. So is Gutfeld. So is Steven Crowder. So are all of these people, right? Mm-hmm. A lot of the big podcast hosts. They're all pulling at something, and it's something that's special to us, because if you're in the Islamic world, or if you're in, a dictatorship, whether it's, the CCP or North Korea, Venezuela under Maduro and Chavez, you can't make fun of your leaders. Mm-hmm. You can't say that, if your leader says that they have the divine right of kings, that they were chosen by God to be king, and yet they are a mortal man. And I know Christians understand this. And look, Christians of all people take a lot of the jokes on the chin themselves. So why is it okay to make fun of Christians and Jews, but if you dare to make fun of Islam? And I saw one of the big podcast hosts, one of people that are usually on our side on a lot of things, be outraged on Easter Sunday because Trump was trolling Iran a little bit by saying praise be to Allah in a tweet. And this same person, who used to be on Fox News, likes to go on with comedians. He goes on with Theo Vaughn. He goes on with this one and that one. And, the monkey with the organ grinder and all the rest of them. He goes on with plenty of people that use laughter as a weapon. And yet, somehow, this person was outraged that Trump was dunking on Iran, the mullahs, possibly Islam, although the Arab world and the Turkish world, which our friend, the podcast host, did not maybe think about, might have actually took it as a signal that I'm with you and I'm not with these people that have possibly hijacked your religion in Tehran.
Right.
Now, but if I'm going to take this as a satirist, and Trump is probably, one of the only presidents I could make the case is a satirist who does use nicknames and parody and farce. He uses technology and he uses his brain and his mouth to weaponize shame, to weaponize dangerous laughter, and to, in some ways, you guys have to understand, sometimes ridicule moves faster than rebellion. Sometimes mockery can be more damaging than a Patriot missile, okay? Or a Scud missile, or a missile in general, or a bomb. So Trump is a master of that. Obviously, the uptight folks, and there's some on the right and there's some on the left, they don't like, oh, this isn't presidential and this and that and all the rest of it. They obviously don't know American history. Different groups have been mocked quite a bit in history to make them human, to shame them. During the Civil War, there were caricaturists in the North. Now this is pre-photographs, guys. There were cartoons being created in a lot of the northern papers, and they went all the way west to, California, which was a Union state. And they were mocking the Southern generals, mocking the Confederacy. They were mocking, later they started mocking the Ku Klux Klan and so on. Sometimes that type of ridicule works more than, a bayonet charge, right? Because you're making your enemies human. You're making them real. And Trump is a master of that. Reagan also used humor.
That's a really good point, AJ. One thing I wanted to point out too, you were just talking about just in, pretty much recent history, but you even look back further. You were talking about the Bible earlier. You look back at Elijah and how Elijah was mocking the prophets of Baal. He was like, is he asleep? Maybe he's taking a bathroom break. All these different things where he was completely mocking them. And that I think that Dinesh D'Souza did a great job of kind of comparing President Trump, what President Trump was saying, to maybe what Elijah was doing with the prophet of Baal. And I could not agree more.
And Jesus was funny. Wow. You don't have 5,000 people sitting here listening to you until the point where you think they might die of starvation because you're up there just, breaking down theology. He's doing, some of this lost in translation, but even stories like, a speck in, your brother's eye and a plank in yours. I mean, the language that had to have been funny and
calling the Pharisees whitewashed tombs.
Jesus is part of the long line of Jewish comics, starting with Elijah and himself, and going all the way to Mel Brooks. And exactly. I mean, you're exactly right. It's funny you bring up Elijah because in my research about dangerous laughter, he's the one guy. He's the one guy that me and one of my researchers found that is the guy. Like he's sort of the one. Because I said, look, if we can, we've got to find someone funny in the Bible, right? We've got to find them, because I've got, a bunch of people from ancient Greece, like Aristophanes and others. And then I've got people from Rome. And then you kind of have this blackout period where, comedy kind of went underground during the Dark Ages. And then it reemerges during the Enlightenment and Renaissance. And the lid goes off.
It was a good lesson then.
But I will tell you that is so that's it's interesting you bring up Elijah because he's the one guy. You're right. He is mocking the enemies and shaming the enemies. And, that whether it's a president or a poet, that has always been a tool that can be used. Now, yes, it can be overused. Like, I think Jimmy Kimmel should probably not be on the air because he doesn't have any ratings, because he has sort of failed at his job as a bad performer. I think Disney, that owns ABC, should possibly consider whether someone else could do a better job. He has failed upward. He has metamorphosized from the man he was when he was with Adam Carolla on Comedy Central, when he actually was funny, politically incorrect, but funny nonetheless. And, you know, it's funny who took his place on that show with Carolla was Joe Rogan. And you know, but where he is now, you know, he's in some ways less funny than Colbert, but the government getting involved in jokes and getting involved, you know, when the FCC gets involved, you know, I start to squirm a little bit, because if that weapon can be used for you, it can be used for you. So that's the thing. It's, you know, I get it. We all have to take it. If you're a public person, you have to take it. You know, there was a recent tweet where, you know, you have this comedian named Drewski who dressed up like Erica Kirk. And, you know, Drewski's not a left-wing guy like that. He hangs out with the Rogans and the Shane Gillises and the, you know, but, you know, and it goes on Twitter, and, you know, people at Turning Point, they want it taken down and all the rest of it. And they're asking Musk to take it down. And Musk basically says, look, if I take this down, we become like them. So, you know, that's the thing, is that, you know, dangerous laughter sometimes it is targeting one group of people. It does. You know, Chappelle's recent comedy special, he was, you know, taking issue with Charlie Kirk, who, you know, full disclosure was our client here. He was taking issue with, you know, him being compared to Martin Luther King and all the rest of it. And certain people that supported Charlie, that are right-wingers, that sometimes think Chappelle's funny, they're outraged about that. But then 5 minutes later, he's doing trans jokes again, and we're laughing. So in a way, I mean, that's Chappelle's job. And we all can vote with our wallet. You know, we can all vote with whether we turn it off.
Yep.
Right? But, you know, that's the thing, is that comedy usually follows power, and it's there to check it. Right? And that goes all the way back to Elijah. It goes back to Aristophanes in ancient Greece. I mean, here you have a situation 500 years before Christ where Aristophanes, in the middle of a war between Athens and Sparta, a dumb war where Greeks are killing Greeks, he decides to put on a fully government-funded play in the middle of Athens with a chorus where everyone's drinking wine. And he invites the politicians to see this play, multiple plays, and he mocks them to their face. He's making fun of the generals and the people that voted for the war on both sides, Athens and Sparta, in the middle of the Peloponnesian Wars. He's doing this. It would be like us allowing, you know, Gutfeld or Ricky Gervais or whoever to go to the well of the U.S. House of Representatives while they're debating something and put on and mock them to their faces. And yet, in a place that wasn't Christian, they're worshiping Zeus and all the rest of the, you know, pagan fun. They didn't kill him. You know, they didn't kill him. He did a play making fun of Socrates. He invites Socrates to the play. Socrates loves it. He's making fun of him to his face.
What is
Now,
that
Socrates
called
is
today, where they do the
roast?
Yeah, the roasting.
You got to sit.
Sounds like a roast.
I felt like that was the biggest when I felt like the dam broke. If I were to draw a timeline, it would be the Tom Brady roast, because that night, because they went there on a lot of stuff that was like, oh, you know, some of them I laughed, some of them I can't believe they did that. But the next day, the sun still came up, and everybody kind of looked around like, hey, and if we don't have that, you become like. Even the things I don't like on the right, some of the debates that are happening and people that I disagree with and the banters that happen, it keeps us from having this monolith of thought that has taken Islam to a far extreme, you know, that's taken the left. You know, the left has been hijacked by their loudest players, and nobody can speak out against it. And I think
especially when it comes to the LGBTQ, transgender movement, you can't say anything.
It's off limits, and everything should be on limits. And what makes things not funny is when you have a tyrant that just goes after one person. Like if you see the movie with Julia Roberts, The Runaway Bride, you know, her dad in that show always tells that same joke about, you know, whatever her name was, Maggie or something. She may not be the town's, you know, longest running joke, but she's its fastest or whatever. And he says this all the time. And you can see as the movie goes on, people kind of look at each other like, yeah,
Okay, that's enough.
Right.
because when something becomes not funny, the crowd turns. That's why the greatest art form is if you can be a stand-up comic and you can work a room and you can do crowd work and you can, win them over, you could do anything. I mean, literally anything is yours. When you don't have that, the inmates start to run the asylum. There was a tweet the other day, and I don't remember what middle school it was, but literally every kid in the middle school I was identifying as some version of trans. I was on X. I went around and there's the classroom showing the video, and every kid's identifying themselves as some kind of a different name or a different version of a different pronoun, different gender. And it's like that doesn't happen in a normal setting because there's going to be other kids in the class that'll speak up and be like, no, you're nuts.
Mm-hmm.
But when nobody can say it, it just kind of the envelope keeps pushing, and there is no standard. And I kind of like the fact that conservatives have that. Otherwise, it's not just middle school. It's like the Canadian leader of the Canadian government the other day. She got up and gave the speech, and she's recognizing the MMIWG2SLGBTQQIA+. It becomes the world's hardest spelling bee word. If you don't have kids in middle school calling each other out and allowing self-policing in culture, you end up with her being elevated in a platform where you're celebrating mental illness to the point where it becomes the standard, not the exception.
You're exactly right. The self-esteem culture has stopped the sort of law of the jungle of our elementary schools from policing each other. This brings us to the curse of the bearded lady. I mean, look, I'm not doing there's plenty of trans books out there that are doing medical examinations of why this happened. I'm doing a cultural examination. And we're going to look back on this time period where we think there's 72 genders and some of the craziness. And the book is filled with craziness, stuff you might have forgotten, plus stuff that's going on that's not necessarily trans, but is in this bizarre world, people that carve themselves up to look like, Ken and Barbie, and people that think they're a dog and all. I mean, just one thing after another. We have taken not just deviant behavior, but comedic behavior you used to make fun of and would kind of keep it in check. Mm-hmm. Comedy would keep some of this behavior in check. And now it's being celebrated. It's being mainstream, brought out with the deep recesses of the sewage or the cellar or the closet and drug out into public and, told that this is called being your best self, or basically making excuses for what is in most cases some form of mental illness, which is why Dr. Carol Lieberman wrote the forward to the book. And I told her when she did this, now Lieberman, she might've been on your show. She has her own show.
Yeah.
She was trained. She did a residency at Bellevue in Manhattan. She was trained by Sigmund Freud's daughter. She's kind of like a celebrity sort of expert witness. She's been brought in on serial killers and that Nipsey Hussle case, the rapper that was killed, and other things in California. I said, look, I want you to do two things. I want you to do one, I want you to examine psychologically, because I'm not a doctor, although I can pretend to be one here. Doctor of jokes. I said, I want you to do two things. I want you to, do an examination of a society that, thinks that there's 72 genders. How did we get there psychologically? And it's crazy. It's like, the old measuring people's head size to determine intelligence, or what, does the sun go around the earth, or does the earth go around the sun? Stuff that, is obvious science. Whether you're Darwin or Jesus, they all agree there's a male and a female.
Yep.
Okay. Something Darwin and Jesus can agree on. And the second thing I want you to do, and me, I'm always in my Andy Kaufman mode. I said the second part of the forward, I want you to do a psychological evaluation on me and what kind of insane person would write a book about this in the first place. Okay?
That's a good question.
So a little meta universe humor here. I said, I want you to put me on the couch and tell me all the things that are wrong with me, because the trans mafia is dangerous. They do go out. I mean, they're and it's funny, the media can't see it. A lot of these shooters we have seen, and we continue to see
disproportionate amount.
I mean, there was some I was trying to shoehorn into the book a month ago, right? Before I had to finally take the manuscript from me. And a lot of the behavior we have seen, it's coming from this. And what's crazy is you guys know that if dozens of, Anglican, evangelical, Southern Methodist pastors from Arkansas and Texas and Missouri started shooting up places, or a bunch of Irish Catholic nuns from Michigan or, Massachusetts or Pennsylvania started shooting up places. The media, it would take the media a half a second.
Oh, yeah.
To Venn diagram the whole thing, talk about, we need to have a national conversation.
Right.
And it wouldn't be untethered from the earth, esoteric nonsense, because this is the one pattern they can't see. For years they couldn't see radical Islam in places. And it's to some degree they still can. In fact, before coming on with you today, I saw some story about how Border Patrol caught 4 British hikers that had wandered in to Maine through Canada. British hikers, they're described as British hikers. Ladies and gentlemen, you can all look up this story. Well, you know who the British hikers, I'm thinking to myself, okay, well, Shakespeare and Charles Dickens. And,
yeah. Exactly.
They wandered in. They were hanging out together, Alfred Lord Tennyson. They're all hanging out together, and they wandered in. So I said, all right, let me see who these British hikers were. Okay. That wandered in from Canada to Maine. Here are their names. Abdullah, 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 Abdul, Abdullah, 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 Abdul, and, Ali, Abdul, Abdullah. That's their names.
My
I mean,
gosh.
basically, that's their names. I'm joking. That's not their names, but it's actually worse than that. It's too many syllables for me to... But my point is, okay, well, they're just here for a casual stroll. They're heading to Vermont. They like maple syrup and Bernie Sanders, right? Oh, alarms. Oh, Newsweek. Okay. But a lot of places, oh, look, 4 British nationals. But some places are, there they are. Ibrahim Ayub Khan, Mohammed Sultan Salah. Exactly. Okay. So the media tries to train us to not see things. Mm-hmm. And humor, like I just did, whether we're all laughing right now or we're not, the reality is that sometimes you have to use, irreverent humor to illustrate truth, as Rush Limbaugh used to say, right? Mm-hmm. As Andrew Breitbart used to say, as Charlie Kirk would do when he would sit there with one bonehead after another coming up with this version of reality and that version of reality. Mm-hmm. And I always told him, and I tell other people attorney, I could never sit there like that. I would have to, the calm and collect way that Charlie went about his business with the dumbest things ever said that were said to him. But everyone's got their own style. Everyone's got their own style. And that's why one of the reasons it's so tragic is that, obviously the media tried to make him into a villain, but I know everyone on our side. And he was like the nicest one out of all of us.
Yeah,
man.
For sure.
Okay? Certainly nicer than what me or Gutfeld or Crowder or, others would do to these people. I would be dunking on these people like Kobe. Like, all right, stupid, come on up here. Who dressed you today? I'm like,
his patience and delicacy, delicateness, the way he handled people was
so
a master class of
correct. And look,
skills.
everyone's different. Everyone's different, and we talk about politicians that are funny. And I've been making this case recently, and I do in a book I'm working on, is that Reagan, was very funny, but he was more of a sort of genteel, sort of setup comic, kind of like Bob Newhart, right? Kind of, more like Seinfeld, Jeff Foxworthy, but, Newhart's a great example, same age demo. And, he would walk you gently through a story, and then you'd get a punchline at the end. Bill Cosby, actually, before the Troubles, he was a master of that as well. That's not everyone's cup of tea, that type of comedy. But Trump is like Rickles. He's like dunking on people. Mm-hmm. Don Rickles' nickname was the Merchant of Venom. So Trump will take 1,000 questions, and he'll answer ones that he respects. And if you say something stupid, you're done. He'll light you up. He will light you up.
A
right?
good example
So-
is when people come to his events and they raise Cain, or somebody comes there to protest and they drag him out. It's like, okay, bye-bye. Go home to mama. Go home to mama.
Bye-bye.
Have some cookies and milk. But, it's like taunting that person.
that was 2015 Trump. But even now, I mean, these are professional people. And I'm here, guys. I'm in the swamp. And, I don't really get messed with because they're all afraid of Darth Publius. But, I have been around this entire pedigree of people here. These are very fancy people, and these are people that don't land in flyover country. These are people that have been prepped since kindergarten in the fanciest schools that you can imagine. Boarding schools, their degrees were picked for them. They were able to study, the great thinkers of the West and this, and then, and then they get a hold of, by about 7th grade, they're reading postmodernism and queer theory and all the rest of it. And these people they come out of the most elite incubators known to man. And here's Trump, the son of, a German guy and a Scotch-Irish immigrant who grew up with, on construction sites where you had unions and mobsters and all kinds of things. Owned casinos in Atlantic City. He's been through it all. Went to military school himself. Came to Philly for college. I always bust his stones and Don Jr. stones about how, especially Don Jr. because he went to the school outside of Philadelphia, and he was always talking about, being a Giants fan and hating all the Eagles fans that were there. Anytime I talk to him, I bring it up. But these are blue collar type people. So you have these fancy elite journalists that believe that there is some kind of decorum that no one wrote down, some kind of, apropos of being, or, rules that no one wrote down. And if you actually go back into, the history of comedy and satire, a lot of the names they started out as journalists. Edgar Allan Poe was a journalist. Mark Twain was a journalist. Okay? Ambrose Bierce was a journalist. Mencken. I'm talking about the human flamethrower people, right? The people that then wrote fiction, but they wrote comedy and satire mixed with drama. I mean, Trump is the embodiment of all of this. And this is where his enemies fail. And they continue to fail. And it doesn't matter whether it's Bill Kristol or, the fancy people at the Wall Street Journal on the right, or all the, usual suspects on the left, is that they continue to look at him as if he's merely some political figure that just showed up. He's not. He's a cultural figure. He's embodying all of the Western tradition. And yeah, he swerves outside the guardrails and yell. The Rob Reiner tweet, I probably wouldn't have sent that one. I'm not sure, dunking on the Pope is always smart, no matter how bad the Pope is. As an Irish Catholic, I've made quite a bit of jokes, including in this book. I got a blurb from the Pope, and I'm going to, in the spirit of Trump and the Pope having some fun together. Let me read for you the blurb.
Trump did do a good job of elevating his brother and dunking on the Pope. So he even in that is a good understanding of comedy.
Right. And I'm part of the one true Holy Apostolic Church over here. So, and I'm dunking on my own religion. Okay.
You were at the breakfast. You were at the breakfast the other morning.
My real name, I was at the breakfast. My real name is Andrew, which was the first of the Paracletes. Okay. Simon Peter's brother, the heck of a fisherman. So here's my blurb from the Pope from the White Privilege album. The baptism, and remember, this is the last Pope, not the White Sox fan that's the Pope now, okay? The baptism of Karl Marx was almost complete. I wasn't no fan of that last Pope, right? He's Maduro's buddy. The baptism of Karl Marx was almost complete. Then A.J. Rice showed up with this unholy book, Excommunicado. So see, my blurb excommunicated me from the Catholic Church. There you go, guys. So that was the last one.
Congratulations.
I was hoping the new look.
Okay, I have a question for you, AJ. In looking at,
you're doing something right if you get excommunicated. Go ahead.
there you go. In looking at President Trump, even like when you look at his campaign, even naming the people that were coming against him, what do you think? What comes next? What happens after this term with President Trump? Who can step into this position? Who do you think could actually handle this? Because you've got President Trump that's so big, he's like a bull in a china cabinet. What does the next person look like?
Can I even add on to her question there before you answer it? I saw a tweet, this weekend of I wonder sometimes when you see like, okay, this person's on the outs with this person and that, like, are they really on the outs, or were they ever even really friends? Like what's actually real, when they go, like, I don't know how Trump is always endorsing Lindsey Graham, how does that happen? But, DeSantis and Trump used to go at each other. And then this weekend, I think he was at a golf course and he comes into the country club and he's sitting with DeSantis. They're yucking it up and they're watching the Masters or something.
Sure.
Like behind the scenes, what's real and what's not real, and who's really, kind of grooming up to come up, because, there's not going to be another Trump, but we can never go back to Jeb Bush either.
Right. Well, there's a couple things there. Trump uses the work the ref strategy. And he uses it different with media figures than he does with people that have actually been elected to things. So whether it's, Little Marco or Lion Ted or, Lindsey Graham, who's famously, he gave out Lindsey Graham's cell phone number one time.
Right.
And he's got plenty of nicknames for all kinds of people. That's part of the shtick. It's part of, dangerous laughter. That's a little different than media people. Now behind the scenes, yeah, there could be some back channel situations happening. I'm pretty sure that does happen. At the same time, I mean, look at Megyn Kelly. So, she asks the Rosie question. He dunks on her. They, then they kiss and make up. She goes off to NBC and, gets canned there and, then does this podcast. And the next thing you know, she's campaigning for him in Pittsburgh this past election cycle, in 2024. So, look, these people can always come back. They believe it's their job to be saying and doing what they're doing. But there are some things you can't come back from, where you just kind of, if you look at the Tucker Carlson numbers, I don't know whether you guys saw these numbers, but, he went from having like a 50+% approval rating with run-of-the-mill Republicans to now just being +7. He was like +52, and he's now +7. So there's a problem there. Alex Jones, of all the people that Trump has named, I will give a pass to, and I'm going to tell you why. Jones used to be, as somebody that did not just show up in the media yesterday, unlike all of our friends on Instagram and TikTok, some of which have big audiences, came out of nowhere. The question is, can it be sustained? We'll see.
Mm-hmm.
My answer is no. I think there's a lot of flash in the pan people. I've seen them all come and go. And some will be going based on who the nominee of the next presidential race is on the Republican side. And we can get into that in a second. But let me just say this. Jones occupies real estate that he was on alone. It's a piece of the pizza pie. With very few exceptions. I don't know how much you guys know about, old school broadcasting. There was a guy named Art Bell, sort of a broadcast legend, who used to do a show in the middle of the night. And that show was transferred to George Norrie, who's still on the air and has like 600 stations and still a powerhouse. And then you always had your sort of ghost story shows and paranormal, an alien took me to dinner shows and so on. They were always there. So Jones was on this piece of real estate for years. And there he is. From the high desert.
Yes.
And what you've seen as the media has sort of changed, with Breitbart dying and Rush dying and Charlie Kirk dying, and talk radio migrating a little bit, you've seen a lot of people take their point of view, and in some ways this could not be helped because of the way the government behaved through COVID and the Me Too movement and other things. A lot of people have moved onto the same block, the same piece of the pizza that Alex Jones was always on. So now you've got this real estate, there's 100 people standing on the same sliver. And you got all this rest of the pizza unoccupied. So everyone cannot just stand on that slice of the pizza. Now, most of the people Trump called out have all migrated to that piece of real estate. And I hate to tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, in most cases, there are more people watching QVC than these shows. And a lot of these audiences, these are people that are only talking to each other, which is why that number you saw of Tucker going from 52 to 57 is what it is. Now, I'm a PR person. Some of the stuff that's been said by some of these analysts, I would have tried to stop before they said it. Because I've just been doing this too long. But they're saying it. I guess they're going to continue saying it. Some of these people have independent wealth from husbands and, former deals and payouts and payoffs and, marrying heiresses and all the rest of it. So they're in their silos and they can kind of say and do whatever they want. The question is, and this gets to the original question here, is what comes next. Mm-hmm. The question is this: can a Republican politician afford to go on a show or be seen with some of the characters that have sort of buried themselves under a mountain of purity tests, as I like to call it? Well, these Catholics are this way and that one, and the evangelical, Mike Huckabee kind of sucks today, and all the. I mean, Netanyahu's the true villain, and I'm gonna put a guy on that says that Churchill was the bad guy in World War II, and all the rest of it, right? So, can you come back from that? Can J.D. Vance appear alongside these people if he wants to run for president? His handlers are probably going to try to limit that. But the question is, who's his constituency? Now, he is a Catholic convert. He is not a Catholic from birth like Marco Rubio is. They both have, truly American stories, come from nothing situations. Can Vance beat Rubio in Texas and Florida in a delegate race in a presidential primary with Rubio's performance over these last couple of years? We'll see where he is when the time comes. And Vance's performance. Vance is out there trying to negotiate a deal with Iran. Good. He needs to get out of D.C. and go do that stuff. Rubio can speak Spanish to all of Texas and Florida. Rubio's from Florida. So when you're doing a head count in 2028, and you're heading towards a delegate count with a Republican convention, now some states are different. Some are winner take all. Some you get sort of parceled out by percentages. But it will be interesting if those two end up going against each other to see who comes out on top based upon life history, accomplishment, associations. I will say this. When Reagan left, there was a fantasy that there would be waves of Reagans coming after him. And as it turned out, Reagan is a once-in-a-lifetime politician and man. You didn't get waves of Reagans. You got waves of Bushes and Doles and McCains and Romneys and, Cheneys and all the rest of it. So, the question then becomes, now Trump has been here 12 years with a time in the wilderness, which is, just Shakespearean at best. The 3-act play we're watching. Mm-hmm. The original Star Wars trilogy. The question is, are you going to get waves of Trumps? And, based on everything I've said here to you guys, I mean, this is a man of the moment. This is a once-in-a-lifetime person. Now, however, Reaganism did get one Bush elected once and a second Bush elected twice. Jacksonianism. The people that were around Andrew Jackson.
Yeah.
He got a ton of those guys elected. Tyler and Polk and Van Buren and all. Now, are they memorable? You know, you guys probably haven't thought about Martin Van Buren today.
No.
Nope.
So the point, though, is, yeah. So now, whoever comes next has to try to keep the MAGA Maha coalition intact as best you can. It will be hard because Trump was able to put together a group of people that on most days don't want to have dinner together, right? So could Rubio do it and lose more, gain more by being Rubio than Vance will get by being Vance? Maybe, because he's Hispanic. He's a different kind of animal, you know, and he's a Gen Xer versus Vance, who's a millennial. It's very interesting. You know, we've only had one Gen X president, Obama. We've had multiple boomers, 3, and Biden was so old he wasn't even a boomer.
Yeah, no kidding.
Part of that Methuselah generation, Korean War generation.
Exactly.
So it will be interesting, and I study this stuff. Because they're all going to call here for help. They're all going to call here. They might not admit it. Some of them are calling already. And, you know, it's interesting. You know, I always tell people, don't call me at halftime. Call me before the first quarter, at least.
It's a deeper bench than the left has, for sure. You know, when they're talking about, you know, kind of trying to keep, you know, Newsom upright. There's a certain point where there's just so much trash that's come out on somebody. Maybe now they're so covered in mud they can be a mud monster. Trump had a lot of that quality. You know, you see what's happened now. It was interesting seeing the switch get flipped on
Swalwell.
Mm-hmm. You know, and all of a sudden CNN's raining down hellfire on him. You're like, wow, somebody gave a green light go on that guy, and all of a sudden it's like, you know, gone. But they don't have nearly as deep of a bench. They're going to have to maybe come up with, you know, all chips on Gavin Newsom, or come up with an Obama out of nowhere, you know, that's smooth, you know, but, you know, they got Shapiro, who makes sense. You could put him on a stage next to Vance or Rubio. Shapiro makes sense, but, you know, they've kind of burned their bridges in the, you know, the Jewish community. They can't go there. So they kind of got a thin bench.
We found out from Kamala's book that Shapiro, you know, was thought about, but they were too afraid of the squad and the Jew haters. Right? I mean, think about the bench for a second on the left. You know, Kamala may give it another go. I always hear rumblings that Hillary could show up like, you know, Palpatine in episode 9.
Yeah.
Only the nerds will get that reference.
She looks more like that every day.
Think about a state like California, our most populous state. I'd like to assume there's a lot of talent there. You know, they try to run Congress. Pelosi was there from there. You know, you've got a situation where you have millions and millions and millions of people from there. And with all of those people in the whole state of California, the final 2 to be governor, because a Republican really doesn't stand a chance, at least not yet, is Katie Porker, you know, the Porker, and the man who's running around with escorts and filming it. So you talk about bench being thin. This is like 2 degenerates, or one's like a total nightmare. She's wife material, right? The Porker's wife material. Hey, guys, the Porker's available. Anyway, so you've got this woman who's a total, just, you know, a woman that makes your skin jump off and run up the street. Sounds like she's going to be governor now. And then you've got Swalwell, who, if you've been following him, he's been right in front of us.
Yeah,
he's been. I mean,
back to thing, but they continue to run cover, you know, until they decided not to. That's interesting how that probably happens in in
Yeah,
back rooms.
eventually your patronage runs out and you get thrown overboard, right? So that's it. I mean, that's their bench.
And they're going to
you
have
could
to
go
have
say-
somebody, no matter who they have, they can't have somebody that can come on and say there's two genders. They can't, the Democrats cannot run somebody in 28 that'll come out and say, biological boys should not be in middle school girl locker rooms. They won't be able to say that. And
Right.
I
Well,
think
they're
that'll
all
be the
put
death
in-
of them either way on a national election. They're going to continue to do well on these, state level. The red states will get redder, blue states will probably get bluer. But they're never going to be able to run somebody nationally that can compete because they can't get the gender thing right. They get destroyed in these common sense conversations.
That's why I think it's so important that you've written this book for this time.
Right. Look, I heard Stephen A. Smith, who's by no means a right winger, say that he would vote for Shapiro, he'd vote for Wes Moore, the governor of Maryland, or he'd vote for Marco Rubio. So my triangulation ears perk up there, and I think to myself, who can deliver me more votes to the Republican Party, Stephen A. Smith or Nick Fuentes? And the reality is, Fuentes' voters have nowhere to go, whereas the Stephen A. Smith voters, the Fetterman people, the Bill Maher people, the people that are the Rogan people, the Manosphere people, they can move. That's about 6% of the electorate, and and you're right. If somebody says if the Democrat nominee lifts up their skirt and there's 72 genders under there, they're not going to win. Gavin's doing his best with his nutty wife who killed her own sister with a golf cart. To try to sort of navigate the gender question. But the Democrats are looking for, dare I say, a Southern white person, male or female, possibly a governor, to, if not be the nominee, to definitely pretend that they're moderates and jam them on the ticket. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you Andy Beshear of Kentucky, and unfortunately, she's obviously thinks that maybe she could be the nominee because she's making moves like she's in a primary. My governor in the Commonwealth of Virginia, old frying pan face, Abigail Spanberger, who has gone total kook mode here in the Commonwealth. She could be a Gavin running mate, because I know we all want to look at that face. Who would you rather go home with, the Porker or the Spanberger? I'll let the audience decide. But that's the thing is that, you got to sit your hair. She is. She's a beauty, La Dame Blanche.
She's somebody you don't want to run into at a dog park. They're going to have an issue. She has that vibe.
Yeah.
But she pulled it off in her own election. She came across super moderate until 5 minutes after the election and then went all in on the woke. I think maybe that's a warning.
That's right. She's a former CIA analyst. Okay. So she's got the pedigree to take what she needs to take from the deep state. And look, that's who, mark my words, if Gavin is the nominee, he's got two choices, really. Although, you might see him go for a Westmore or a Shapiro, just to try to pull, African Americans or the Jewish vote or something. But Andy Beshear and Abigail Spanberger, they are all coming. So, the left is going to have more of a, Lord of the Flies situation than the right. It'll probably boil down to two camps on the right. Unless there's some sleeper person out there that I'm not thinking of. But, look, I appreciate you guys having me on. It's always fun. The Curse of the Bearded Lady is definitely going to be an adventure. And look, I am using irreverent humor to illustrate truth. I try to not be mean while I'm having fun. Like, I could have made the Bearded Lady way weirder looking than one of the women we saw in the video with Swalwell. Because that's who that is. That's a Swalwell girl. But look, I try to have some fun, poke fun at our enemies, and the young people, they do respond to comedy. So that's what I hear, because as you guys know, I'm a geriatric millennial.
AJ, this has been
Yeah.
so much fun as always. So Flavor Family, you can again go to ajricepr.com, go to Amazon. You can pre-order this book now. It comes out on July the 21st, 2026.
Already number one on multiple lists.
Yes.
And it's not even out yet. That's
Yes.
hot.
Yeah, it is very hot. So AJ, thank you again for your time. We really appreciate it.